Hello, developers. Hello, hello. It's great to be back up here with you. And earlier today, you heard all about our updates to Gemini 2.5 Pro and Flash. And we talked about how we're turning research into reality, like how we brought 2.5 Pro to our coding agent, Jules, which I understand is having a lot of demand, and our TPUs are hot right now. That idea of bringing innovation to life is something we explore every day in Google Labs. And that's our dedicated space to try stuff out. So today we wanted to try something different with the show here and bring that same spirit so you can build with Gemini across Android and the web and beyond. So here's how this is going to work for this new format. We're going to try to do as many demos as we can in 59 minutes, OK? All right. So there's only two things you have to do as an audience. If it works, the demo works, what are you going to do? Applaud. Yeah, hands up, that works too. If it doesn't work for some reason, what are you going to do? Applaud. OK. All right, I'm going to jump right in. I'll do the first one. And over in Labs, we love to build with Gemini 2.5 Flash. Does anyone use the Flash model out there? All right, a few people, good. It's great. It's insanely fast. It has a great price. We use it for a lot of our prototyping. And one of the things we want to show you today is how we're blending code and design. So you can go from a prompt to an interface to code in just a minute or so. So it's a new Labs experimental project called Stitch. And we'll bring it up on the screen here. And first thing is first, did anyone come to I/O for the first time? Maybe your first time in California, too? All right, great. We're going to build an app for you. So here it is. This is Stitch. It starts with design first. So you can go into it and just paste in a prompt, like make me an app for discovering California, the activities, the getaways. And basically, you can just click Generate Design. And it's going to go out and start making a design for you. And so I've done this just before. It takes about a minute or so, but just to save time and get more demos in an hour here, these are some of the screens it comes back with. Now, these are not just static screenshots. These are actual designs. And what's cool is you can either iterate here on the left and iterate and create new designs, or you can go in here and do things like make it dark mode, lime green, max radius. And it'll apply it and start working in the background. Now, what's happening here is we're using both 2.5 Pro or 2.5 Flash to start letting you remix this and change it around. So this will work for about a minute or so. And I'm going to show you the one that comes back. This is it. It is dark mode, lime green, massive corner radius. And what's really cool is if you go into these, you can see that you can go in and grab the markup right here. It's all here. You can copy this out to whatever IDE you want. It also, again, these aren't screenshots. They're actual designs. You can take it right into Figma and edit it further. So this is a new product. It's experimental. We want you to try it out and give us feedback. labs.google/Stitch. And that's the first demo. All right. So with that, I want to pass it off to Logan, who's going to tell you all kinds of great things you can build with the Gemini API. Logan.
Thanks, Josh. I'm excited to be at I/O today to show you some of the cool things we just shipped this morning. We'll start in AI Studio, where the goal is to help you answer the question, can I build this with Gemini, and then get you started building with our latest models. OK, so let's open up Google AI Studio. I've been wanting to build a bunch of AI voice agents, but I've been a little busy. No better time than now to try prototyping. Earlier, you saw how Project Astra can make AI feel natural. And a lot of those capabilities are now available today in the Live API. So let's select the new 2.5 Flash native audio model. We've also added more controls like proactive audio. The model is now better at ignoring stray sounds or voices, perfect for the I/O stage. It also natively supports 24 languages, and we've added new controls for managing your session context, which you can see on the right-hand side here. But in order to build an agent like Astra, the model needs to be able to use tools. So we've added improvements to function calling and search counting. We're also introducing a new tool we're calling URL context. URL context enables Gemini models to access and pull context from web pages with just a link. This is exciting because now you can ground model responses on both specific and up-to-date information with support for up to 20 links at a time. All right, let's pass the link to our developer docs for function calling and have Gemini give us the TLDR.
Google's function calling lets you connect Gemini models to external tools and APIs, allowing them to understand when to use specific functions and provide the necessary parameters to execute real-world actions, acting as a bridge.
Nice. I couldn't have said it better myself. This is just a small glimpse into what we've landed today in the Live API, and we're super excited to see what you build. All right, let's shift gears now and show you another way we're making it easier for you to build with Gemini. As you heard from Tulsi earlier today, Gemini 2.5 Pro is awesome at coding. We've seen the ecosystem loving 2.5 Pro, so it's only logical that we bring it into AI Studio's native code editor. Let's kick off an example of what this new experience is like using one of the preset prompts. This new experience is tightly optimized with our SDK, so you can quickly generate web applications that use the Gemini API, like this AI-powered adventure game that uses both Gemini and Imagine. As you see here, the model is reasoning about the request and composing a spec for the app. It's then going to generate the code and will actually self-correct if there's any errors. This is going to take a few minutes, so we'll jump over to another tab I ran to show the final output. That looks awesome. This is a great way to iterate quickly with the Gemini API, and you can easily make code changes right here. The whole experience is built to be multi-turn and iterative, so you can keep refining your idea with prompts over on the left-hand side. All right, we've got time for one more update that I'm excited to talk about, which is around MCP. Today, we're rolling out an update to the Google GenAI SDK to natively support MCP definitions. Now, it's even easier for you to build agentic apps with a fast-growing community of open-source tools. To showcase this, we've added a new app using Google Maps and MCP. Let's welcome Paige to the stage to start building on it.
That was awesome. You did great. Excellent. Thank you so much, Logan. I took inspiration from this Maps app that Logan just showed you, and I'm going to remix and compose it to build something entirely new. I'm going to add a talking head that will accompany me on stage, my very own keynote companion, but I'm just going to call her Casey. I want our keynote companion to listen to our keynote, to respond, and then to dynamically update its UI based on what it hears. And I've got a few finishing touches to add, but I think we can wrap it up here together on stage. So in I/O tradition, the first thing that I'm going to need my keynote companion to do...
Hi, I'm KC, Paige's keynote companion. I'm here to help her presentation go smoothly.
...is to count the number of times we say AI.
Got it, Paige. I'm on it.
Excellent. So to help us keep track, we've developed a function called increment utterance count, or increment word count, that counts and updates the UI. This is how you would build a conversational agent, to listen to specific audio inputs and then to execute a function to perform an action. But, counting AI instances was so last year. So let's update this to trigger every time the presenter says something Gemini related. So I'm going to make those updates. I'm going to refresh, and we're going to try again.
Hi, Paige. I'm KC, your keynote companion.
All right. So the Gemini Live API supports a sliding context window. That means that your users can interact with your apps for long-running sessions. Or in our case today, they can run quietly in the background. And awesome, just look at that. We were able to make this app dynamically react to what it's hearing, which means that it's a dynamic web page, if you will. Get it? Get it, Casey? Excellent.
Should we take a quick look at a fun fact about the Gemini API?
Hold on there. We're about to get to that. So this is just a fun example, but imagine discussing gift ideas in a shopping app or finding a great restaurant that delivers to you with just your voice. So now let's see how that Maps integration works. Hey, Casey, since there are people coming from all over the world, could you show us Shoreline Amphitheater on a map?
All right, I've put Shoreline Amphitheater on the map for everyone. Is there anything else I can help with?
Yeah, could you show us some good coffee houses nearby with really great Wi-Fi?
Okay, I've searched for coffee houses with Wi-Fi near Shoreline Amphitheater.
Excellent. Could you randomly select one that you think looks really good and give us directions there?
While I can't express preferences, I can provide...
Yeah, so just pick up, how about Boba Bliss? Give us directions to Boba Bliss from Shoreline Amphitheater.
Okay, I'm providing directions to Boba Bliss from Shoreline Amphitheater. Is there anything else I can help with at the moment?
No, that was awesome. Thank you, Casey. Excellent. Amazing. So let's check out some more feature updates. While synchronous function calls are used for quick operations, high latency tasks for things like calling an MCP server usually require background processing for a seamless user experience. So by default, when calling a function, the audio is blocked. But today, we're excited to enable asynchronous execution for seamless dialogue within a conversation. Yeah, over here, I have a function called getFunFact that uses Gemini 2.5 Pro. Based on what it said, we're going to use search grounding to display a fun fact. And up here in the system instructions, I've also added the getFunFact function whenever the presenter mentions one of our Google AI products. But I'm going to add a new call called behavior. I'm going to stop this so it doesn't automatically update, but say behavior non-blocking. And you can see the automatic code execution kick into play in AI Studio applets. Finally, we heard your feedback. With this latest release, we've improved structured outputs with function calling. So our model is going to conform with this very specific JSON return format to make sure that everything displays beautifully in the UI. All right, moment of truth.
Hello, I'm
biased.
KC, Paige's keynote companion.
Yes, I understand. But I am biased, but I think that Google AI Studio is the best place to start building with the Gemini API. Woo! Excellent. Heck yeah.
Yes, Paige. Google AI Studio is pretty cool. Did you know that it lets you experiment with different models and parameters without writing any code?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Gemini and Casey, you are a natural. All right, my keynote companion is feature complete. I think it's time to deploy these changes and to see it in action. So once your app has been created in AI Studio, it's incredibly easy to share with your friends, but also to deploy it via Cloud Run. So right here from within the AI Studio, I'm going to kick off a Cloud Run deploy. I'm going to select one of my projects. It's going to verify, and with one button click, we're already deploying this app in a way that many people throughout the audience and throughout the world would be able to see. Once this app has been deployed, it's also capable of being run and viewed with your favorite IDE. So we can see it, we can refresh, and you can see the Keynote Companion automatically added in Cloud Run right within my VS Code instance. And just like that, our multimodal app is live, pun intended. Awesome. We're making it easy for you to build agents with Gemini, combining multimodal reasoning with a vast and a growing number of tools. This power extends beyond the web, right into the palm of your hand. So now let me welcome Diana and Florina to the stage to talk about new tools and AI advancements for the Android ecosystem.
You've just heard about the incredible possibilities that AI brings. Now, Florina and I want to talk to you about how you can build excellent apps powered by AI on Android. And then, how our APIs and tools make it possible to be more productive using AI.
Exactly, Diana. An excellent app is delightful, performant, and works across devices. And with AI, you can unlock entirely new, unique experiences that bring value to your users. Let's show you how that comes to life with a new app we built. A few years ago, we had a website that let you build yourself as a cute Android bot, selecting things like clothing and accessories. But then we started thinking, how would we build this today using an AI as an app? The answer was, of course, through selfies and image generation. So we came up with Androidify. Let's take a photo of Diana and Androidify her.
Let me grab my favorite toy as an accessory. It's my daughter's.
Ooh. Okay. So while Androidify is Androidifying, let's see what's happening under the hood.
So the core of the app relies on two key AI-powered steps: getting a description of the person in the photo, and then creating an Android robot out of the description. Without AI, creating this experience would be nearly impossible. And to implement this, we used AI models running in the cloud via Firebase.
To get the description of the image, we took advantage of the fact that Gemini models are multimodal, so they can use text and also images, videos, and audio as input. So all we had to do is call generate content with a text prompt and the image the user provided, so the image of Diana. Then, to generate the Android robot based on the image description, we use the Imagen 3 model. We call generate image, and that's it. How easy was this? Okay, are you ready to see this?
I think so.
Ta-da!
Oh, that's so cute. Androidy with Android. You did all of this with what? AI and 5 lines of code? That's so cool.
The Androidify sample app is already available on GitHub for you to check it out.
As Florina showed, cloud-based models are powerful and ideal for Androidify. But what if you need to process prompts locally, directly on the device, without sending data to a server? That's where on-device AI shines. Gen AI APIs powered by Gemini Nano, our multimodal on-device model, offer APIs for common tasks like summarize, rewrite, and image description.
So we said earlier that excellent apps are delightful, performant, and work across devices. Let's talk about delightful apps first. For those of you who caught the Android show last week, and if you didn't, definitely check it out, you saw our biggest UI redesign in years, packed with delightful new features and improvements. We're helping you bring the same level of delight and playfulness to your own apps with an update to the Material 3 design system called Material 3 Expressive. We've already used it in our Androidify app. For example, take the camera button. You could use a circle, or you could use the cookie shape from the new shape library.
And who doesn't love cookies?
The button group shape morphs in the photo prompt button is so nice and smooth, and it's part of the expressive APIs. These small details are what separates a good app from a delightful app. Try out these APIs yourself using Compose Material Alpha.
Beyond material design, what else makes an app delightful? Helping users with more useful, relevant information. In Android 16, we added a new feature, Live Updates. They allow you to show time-sensitive updates for navigation, deliveries, or ride shares by using the new progress style template rolling out to devices over the next year.
Now, let's shift gears to another critical aspect of an excellent app, Performance. Make sure you enable R8 and baseline profiles. Both of these have been available for a while, and the performance results are impressive, and they translate into better Play Store ratings. With R8 and baseline profiles, Reddit's app improved so much, they got a full star rating increase within 2 months.
Next, an excellent app looks good across all the devices that users have, and we're making it easier for any app to move across devices out of the box, from foldables and tablets to Chromebooks. In Android 16, we're making API changes to no longer react to orientation, resizability, and aspect ratio restrictions, giving users more responsive UIs by default.
And we're putting your app in more places. For example, we've been collaborating with Samsung, building on the foundation of Samsung DeX to bring enhanced desktop windowing capabilities in Android 16 for more powerful productivity workflows.
To make your app beautiful across devices, we're continuing to make it as easy as possible to build adaptively with new features in our Compose Adaptive Layouts library, like pane expansion.
Optimizing your app to be adaptive has a real impact on business metrics. We've seen that when users engage with an app across multiple devices in app categories like music, entertainment, and productivity, there's a 2 to 3 times increase in engagement. And apps like Canva, who invested in large screens, found that cross-screen users are twice as likely to use Canva every single week.
But it's not just foldables and tablets. We're bringing Android apps to more devices automatically. So here's the great part. If you're building adaptively for Android, you're already building for 2 more form factors, cars and XR. With cars, whether users are waiting at a charging station or in line at school pickup, they can stay entertained with popular streaming and gaming apps like Farm Heroes Saga and more. You can adapt your existing large screen app to be used in parked cars by simply opting into distribution via Play Console and making minor optimizations. And if you're building adaptively, you're building for Android XR, the extended reality platform built together with Samsung. It powers glasses like the ones Nishta demoed earlier. We'll share more details on how you can develop for these later this year. It also powers headsets like Project Muhan from Samsung, which you can start building for right now, knowing it'll be in the hands of consumers later this year. Soon after, our partners at XReal will release a developer edition of the next Android XR device, codenamed Project Aura. It's a portable device that gives users access to their favorite Android apps, including those that have been built for XR. All the apps you're developing will scale directly to these 2.
With these upcoming devices, we're launching a developer preview 2 for Android XR SDK, with new Material XR components, updated emulator support in Android Studio, and spatial video support for your Play Store listings.
Okay, that's a lot of form factors, and we're enabling more for users out of the box. I love seeing when my apps look great across all of my Android devices. Once an app is adaptive, we unlock access to more than 500 million devices they can run on. We're already seeing incredible experiences with partners, whether it's Peacock, who put in the work to create a strong adaptive experience for their large screen app, and as a result, get a really nice XR app.
Or like Calm, who easily extended their Compose app to create multi-sensory mindful experiences only possible with XR.
Now, building these kinds of excellent experiences across devices means you need powerful tools. And that brings us to our next topic, boosting your productivity.
It's no surprise that we use Jetpack Compose for Androidify. It has the features, performance, libraries, and tools that we need to build an excellent app. 60% of the top 1,000 apps take advantage of the development speed Compose offers. The latest stable release brings the features you've requested, like autofill, text autosize, and visibility tracking. We're focused on making Compose performance better and better. In the latest release, we see barely any janky frames on an older generation Pixel device. And we heard your feedback. You want to use Compose throughout your UI. So we're releasing Camera X and Media 3 Compose libraries.
We know building navigation. Oh, yeah, clap if you want. We know building navigation for apps across different devices and screen sizes can be complicated, so we rebuilt the Jetpack Compose navigation library from the ground up. Our goal was to make it simpler, more intuitive, and incredibly powerful for managing screens in a stack, retaining state, enabling seamless animations, and adaptive layouts.
When we think about productivity, it's not just about writing code faster. It's about streamlining the entire development lifecycle, from refactoring to testing and even fixing crashes. That's where Gemini and Android Studio truly shines, by taking on those tedious tasks.
So let's head back to the demo desk to show you a few features that will change the way that you work.
So we all know the benefits of writing end-to-end tests. You get to test large parts of your app at the same time. But we also know that these are the ones we avoid doing the most because they tend to be hard to implement.
You can now use natural language to perform actions and make assertions with Gemini and Android Studio. So let's bring together some of the Androidify features we've shown so far and test them. The files here are journeys, like user journeys. Let's run one of them.
So if you read the first two actions, so they're just clicking on certain buttons with different text on them. So click on Let's Go, tap on Choose Photo. The journey is waiting until the actions are done before moving to the next action. So you don't have to synchronize these tests anymore. Then the third one is a bit more interesting. Select a photo of a woman with a pink dress. This is where natural language is a lot more powerful. So this could be the third photo, like here, or it could be the first one. So it would be hard to find with a regular command. Also, the UI you just saw is the platform's photo picker, and it can change from version to version of Android. The last action was just verifying that an Android figurine with an umbrella is displayed. And yeah, and that's it. The test passed.
Well, that was so easy, even a PM like me could do it.
Oh, so you're volunteering.
Let's change topics. How about updating dependencies to the latest versions? I know that's another task that developers love doing.
So it's definitely something I avoid doing because it's a tedious task. Although I know, we get the benefits of features and bug fixes that come with the latest libraries. Now, Gemini can help with this too. So let's demo a new AI agent coming soon in Android Studio to help with version updates. I have a project loaded here that, well, I haven't really touched it in a year, so this was actually before even Kotlin 2.0. There's a new option in the refactor menu called Update Dependencies. So what the bot has just done here is analyze the different modules in the app and checked what library updates we can apply. Next, the agent is trying to build a project and then use Gemini to figure out how to fix the problems. Then it's going to iterate until the build is successful. Let's give it a second and then see how it behaves. OK, so it found an issue. OK, the build succeeded. It's generating the upgrade summary. Let's see if we get to see the changes. OK, I'm going to click Show Changes. I'm going to minimize these just to have a bit more space. So the libraries have been updated to the latest version. In the plugins, we're using the new Compose compiler, plugin compiler. The compile SDK is now 36. OK, and then in the main activity, we not only get the change, but we also get an explanation of the change. So we can see that the platform class was replaced with an Android X class. Same here. So the build is successful. So we're done.
Nice. Now that you've seen some of the powers of Gemini and Android Studio in action, you might be wondering how you can get the same benefits in a corporate and enterprise environment, not just your personal projects. So today, once you subscribe to Gemini Code Assist, you'll have access to Gemini and Android Studio for businesses. It's specifically designed to meet the privacy, security, and management needs of businesses with the same Gemini and Android Studio that you're used to.
As you've seen today, across all of Android, we're making it easier for you to build the best experiences. creating apps that are delightful, performant, and adaptive across devices. And we're helping you be more productive with Compose and Android Studio.
So check out the Androidify app to see how this all comes together, use the latest versions of our APIs and tools, and go build the next generation of Android apps. Now, let's hear from Yuna and Adi about how you can go build the next generation of web apps.
One of the best things about the web is that its reach is virtually unlimited. With a single website, you can bring your ideas to almost any user on the planet. The challenge is creating applications that work well across the near infinite combination of users, devices, and browsers. Today, I want to introduce you to a slew of powerful new features in Chrome that will help you do just that. With these features, you can build better UI, debug your sites more easily with dev tools, and create AI features more quickly and cost-effectively with Gemini Nano in Chrome. All of these with the goal of creating a more powerful web made easier. Building engaging user interfaces is so critical. This is the cornerstone of what sets you and your app apart in a very crowded digital space. So let's begin there. We've been hard at work fixing core issues and expanding capabilities by leveraging HTML and CSS, the web's native building blocks. It should not only be possible, but simple to create beautiful, accessible, declarative, cross-browser UI. What better way to make this more tangible than by creating a website using everything that we're announcing today? We'll show you some new capabilities that make it easier to build common but surprisingly complex UI elements like carousels and hover cards. And we're going to build these right here on stage in a fraction of the time. To do that, my colleague Adi is going to help me out.
Thanks, Yuna. So here we have this work-in-progress virtual theater site built in React. Watch as we transform it into a rich, delightful experience, starting with turning these posters into a carousel. Now, there's a lot to juggle. Transitions, state management, DOM manipulation, performance. And after all that effort, it's still buggy in edge cases. Now, with Chrome 135, we've combined a few new powerful CSS primitives to make building carousels and other types of off-screen UI dramatically easier. Watch how you can build this in just minutes with only a few lines of code. So I'm going to head over to my editor, and I'm going to show you this carousel class. So here, I'm positioning the items, setting overflow, and requiring snapping at the center for each item. So we're just going to save this. We're using our carousel class on our poster list. And we're making some progress here. It's looking like a carousel. Great stuff. Now let's add some navigation affordances for the off-screen items. So I've got a class here. I've got a controls class. Let me just add that as well to that poster list and show you that. OK, so we've got some buttons using this controls class. And I want to show you the code for this. So here you can see that those buttons were created using scroll button pseudo elements. And this is what the code looks like. We've got a scroll button right and a scroll button left. Now we've styled these with the content property. Here's the content property down here. And we've given them accessible labels.
Can we navigate through this carousel a little bit faster? I've seen a lot of them have those little navigation dots on the bottom.
Yes, we can do that. So let me show you our indicators. That's what the new scroll marker pseudo is for. So this is another pseudo element which can be styled similarly to scroll buttons. So here's our scroll marker down here. And we've also got another new pseudo class called target current that manages the active marker classes. And that's target current right over there. So let me just add in our indicators class. And bam, we now have scroll indicators.
One early adopter of this new CSS-based method of building carousels is Pinterest. Before, their development team spent so much time maintaining their custom-built JavaScript carousels. But earlier this year, Pinterest made the switch to using new CSS APIs for carousels, cutting down around 2,000 lines of JavaScript into just 200 lines of more performant browser-native CSS. That whopping 90% reduction in code improved overall performance, and it also noticeably improved product pin load times by 15%, which is a huge quality of life improvement for their users like me. Addy, how's our carousel going?
I thought it could use a little more finesse, so I added in some hero images. Here they are. They look a little bit pretty. And I also put it on a virtual stage. So check this out.
Ooh. Fancy.
Isn't that nice? That's using scroll-driven animations. Now, I would love to put in a feature where you could easily hover and get a sense of what the view is like from there. So I'm going to add in the seat sections and seat details now.
I love that idea. Rich tooltips and preview cards are super common in web interfaces, but building and maintaining them, managing state, accessibility hooks, and events is still extremely challenging. So I can't wait for you to try the new experimental Interest Invoker API, which, when used with the existing anchor positioning and popover APIs, helps you build out accessible, complex, layered UI elements without JavaScript in a fraction of the time.
All right, so in this theater layout, we now have seat sections. Let's add in a seat preview for each of these sections so you can get a sense of what the stage looks like from them. So I'm just going to go ahead and click this eye icon. And ooh, check that out. Ooh. So right now, this is a popover. All right, this is a popover. This is a popover, which is triggered on click. So let's have it show up when hovering or focusing instead. So to make this change, all we need to do is change our popover target to interest target. So we go back to our editor. I've got our I button here. And I'm just going to change this popover target. I'm going to type in interest target instead and hit save. So let's do that hover. Let's do that again. Let's hover over the eye. Nice. So here, the browser is handling the state management, event listeners, ARIA labeling, and a lot more for you, making this complex interaction a breeze.
Building something like this was so hard to get right, and I can't believe how easy it is now. This is the power of modern CSS, turning complex UI challenges into straightforward, declarative code without frameworks, multiple libraries, and thousands of lines of JavaScript. But I know the big question that you're all asking is, will this work for my users? That's why we launched Baseline, to show you feature availability across all major browsers. But we know for Baseline to be truly useful, it has to be available in the tools that you use every day, like IDEs, linters, and analytics tools.
So here I am back in VS Code. Look what happens when I hover over some of these recent CSS additions. Right in the tooltip, you can see its baseline status and browser availability. No more switching between browser tabs to check on your compatibility. It's really nice.
And if these aren't your tools of choice, don't worry. ESLint can now be configured to warn you about anything that doesn't match your targeted baseline version for HTML and CSS files. This integration is also coming soon to VS Code-based IDEs and JetBrains WebStorm. Shall we get back to building our website, Addy?
Perfect timing. So I've made quite some progress. Come on, take a look.
Is that Find My Seat button new? It's not centered. Can we fix it?
Yeah, we can. So sure. This is actually a perfect opportunity to showcase some of our new AI features in Chrome DevTools. So let's take a closer look. I'm going to open up DevTools, and I'm just going to select the element that we're having some issues with, that Find My Seat. Now, if I right-click, if I go to Ask AI, check this out. This is something new. This is AI assistance that is baked in to the panel. Now, I'm just going to actually switch over right to here to show you this. One moment. Let's hope that the demo gods are with me. Alrighty. So we're going to go back to that Find My Seat. Going to select that one button there. Amazing. Now we're going to turn on AI Assistance. Just make sure that that is all turned on. Awesome stuff. All right. So what I'm going to do here is, oh, no. This is,
We're doing it live.
all right. So this is AI Assistance that's baked into the panel. What I want to do now is just use natural language. And I want to ask Gemini a question. What I'm going to say is, I set margin to 50%, but it's still misaligned. How do I fix it? So notice that I'm just using natural language. No complex queries. I'm just asking in plain language. And it seems to have come back with a solution in mind. So let's see what it does when it's applied CSS rules for the margin. OK, I think that what I need to do here is actually apply a transform fix. So let's see what it says. Perfect. All right, so it centered it for us. And now normally I'd copy this fix, I'd switch back to my editor, I'd find the right file, locate the right spot in the code, you know the usual drill. Well, with Chrome 137, AI assistants can actually create and apply a fix directly from DevTools. So I've connected DevTools to my local workspace. So if I expand unsafe changes here, and I hit Apply to Workspace, let's see what happens. So it's doing some magic behind the scenes. OK, let's see if the demo gods stay with us here. All right.
This usually works.
OK. A fix should be applied directly to my source code. So ideally, there's no context switching, no copy-paste errors. We just get immediate results.
Now, Addie, speaking of fixes, why don't we show everybody the completely redesigned performance panel?
Yes, let me pull that right up. So here, I've collected a quick performance trace. We're actually going to switch over to the other one. So here, I've collected a quick performance trace. And in the Performance Insight sidebar, I can see a layout shift culprit. So let's figure out why this comes up. So we've got our layout shift culprit here, and we've got our Ask AI button. So you see this? This is a game changer. I'm just going to select this layout shift insight, and I'm going to ask Gemini. OK, fine. I need to actually switch over to here. So let me go back to Ask AI, turn this on. Perfect stuff. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Gemini, how can I prevent layout shifts on this page? So we're just going to go ahead, have Gemini do its stuff, and it's come back with a response. So with the current web font, there's actually a lot of layout shift. And this is already useful, as it gives me a clear direction of what to do next. This is what I love about these new Chrome DevTools features. They don't just highlight problems. They help you understand and fix them without leaving your workflow.
AI in DevTools is such a great use case. And Gemini is not just helping you debug, but it also helps you to build. Last year, we announced Gemini Nano in Chrome and invited you to help shape the future of AI on the web. Since then, nearly 17,000 of you signed up for the early preview program, and we learned so much from you. Starting today, we're rolling out 7 AI APIs across various stages of availability. Backed by our best on-device models, from Gemini Nano to Google Translate, these APIs in Chrome have been fine-tuned for the web. We're also working with other browsers to offer these same APIs backed by their own AI models so that you can use them everywhere. With Gemini Nano and our built-in APIs, the data never leaves the device. That's huge for schools, governments, and enterprises with strict compliance and data privacy rules. And it also means that you can affordably scale AI features to a massive audience. So many of you, yeah, that's exciting. So many of you out there are already using the power of these APIs for your applications, like Deloitte. They're experimenting with an integration of Chrome's built-in AI APIs right into the Deloitte engineering platform to improve onboarding and navigation. 30,000 developers at Deloitte can find what they need at a projected 30% faster, while also giving better feedback to improve the platform.
So before we wrap up, I want to show you one more thing that's really exciting. Today, we're unlocking new multimodal capabilities from Gemini Nano. Our multimodal built-in AI APIs let you create experiences where users can interact with Gemini using audio and image input. Let me show you how this works. So going back to our theater example, we can help people to find their seat like an AI usher. So for this, we need a function that can extract information from a photo of our ticket and highlight it in the app. And I want this to work on every device and in every browser. So we've partnered with Gemini and Firebase to offer a hybrid solution that works everywhere, on device or in the cloud. So over here in our editor, we start by setting up Firebase and Gemini. And we define our model parameters. I'm just going to click through here and quickly show you we've got a prefer on device right over here set as a configuration. The AI returns our information here. We're just configuring the image that's being formatted, and we're finally getting a response. So let's go ahead and give this a try. Now, normally, I'd be doing this with my phone, but I'm just developing right now. And so I'm just going to use this webcam. I'm going to snap a photo of this ticket. Let's try this out. And bam. The built-in multimodal AI instantly located my seat section in the theater. It's awesome.
You don't have to wait to get your hands on these new tools. Many of these APIs are broadly available, and you can sign up for the early preview program today to start experimenting with these new multimodal AI and hybrid solutions. From building better UI and faster debugging to creating all new AI-powered features, we're constantly working to give you more tools to bring your vision to life. With your help, together, we can build a more powerful web made easier. And now let's check out how Firebase Studio is making it even easier to spin up a full stack app. Take it away, David.
Last month, we launched Firebase Studio, a cloud-based AI workspace where with a single prompt, you can create a fully functional app. You can lean on AI assistance throughout or dive into the code thanks to the full power of an underlying customizable VM that is open and extensible. Like product manager Erlen Van Riet, who had been kicking around an idea for a flexible platform for sharing things in your community for quite some time, but was actually able to bring it to life with Firebase Studio. You can prompt Firebase Studio to generate almost anything, like CRM tools, interview coaches, sales planners, and games. And today, we're adding more to Firebase Studio to help you build faster in every part of the development stack, from front end to back. Let's start with the front end. So if you're like me, then there are two stages you go through when you're handed an incredible looking design. In the first stage, you're excited to work on a project with such an awesome user interface. And in the second stage, well, you realize that you actually have to build it. Going from a design tool to a functional user interface running in a development environment can take a lot of work. And we wanted to simplify this process. So now you can bring your Figma designs right to life in Firebase Studio with some help from Builder.io. Now when you're in Figma, you can install the Builder.io plugin, click to export to Firebase Studio, and it translates all the component code and opens up a window with Firebase Studio for you to kickstart your development process. Let me show you it in action. So I'm here in Firebase Studio after importing a Figma mock of a furniture store app that was actually created in Stitch. Now we have this product grid listing page, and it's gone from a design to real app code up and running in a development workspace. I can scroll through all of these products, and since it's gone from design to real code, I can either dive right into the code, or I can ask Gemini in Firebase Studio to give me some advice on where to begin. And what I love about this Figma export is that it didn't just generate this large monolith of code, it generated individual, well-isolated components that make up the whole page. Now, this Figma mock, it only had a design for the product grid page, but not a single product detail page. So let's build one. So I'm going to open up Gemini in Firebase Studio, and I am going to paste in a prompt, but I will break it all down. So I'm going to ask it to, I asked Firebase Studio to build a single product detail page, and I wanted to use the existing component system and sample data. Then I'll give it a file name that I wanted to use, and I'll ask it to hook up to the routing system. And lastly, we're going to add a feature to create an add to cart button. Now, before I send in this prompt, I can use the model selector, and I can select to Gemini 2.5 Pro. And now, when I submit this, Gemini in Firebase Studio gives me a breakdown of all the changes that it wants to make. But it's not going to make them all at once, because nobody wants to review a giant file of code. It's going to break things into multiple steps, making it easier to stay in the loop and review each change. So it starts by creating the full product detail page. And then after I create this file, it goes and it updates the routing logic. Then, after that, it goes into the product detail card, and it wraps a link so it points from the detail card to the individual page. And then after that, it identifies that it needs to update the data flow, and by having the correct data flow by passing in the product's ID. And now this part is really cool. Gemini in Firebase Studio noticed that our product sample data didn't have a description property, so it wouldn't display any details about the detail page. So it updated the placeholder data, and it generated descriptions for each product. And lastly, it generates the Add to Cart button. And so now, once I update this file and go back into the web page, I can click around, and I have myself a fully working product detail page. So all of this was done in just a few minutes with a single import and a single prompt. So the front end, it brings the user experience to life. And for apps to truly perform, to handle complex data and connections, you need a backend. So right now in Firebase Studio, you can add your backend either by coding it yourself or with help from Gemini. But wouldn't it be great if it just added a backend for you? So normally, when you're prototyping apps in Firebase Studio, we generate an app blueprint that details some of the most important characteristics of the app, such as features and a style guide. Well, rolling out starting today, we're adding a backend section to the app blueprint. Firebase Studio will detect when your app needs a backend and provision it for you if your prompt includes a database or authentication. So from this blueprint, Firebase Studio will set up the configuration for the backend services, and then it will also generate code to authenticate users and save data to a database. And when you're ready to publish, Firebase Studio will provision those backend services and deploy to Firebase App Hosting. So you can still jump into the coding workspace and extend your apps with any backend if you prefer a different stack or if your needs change as your app grows. These features are starting to roll out today, and we're rapidly adding new capabilities to Firebase Studio based on your feedback. So try it out now. All right, another demo down, and we are into the home stretch. Next, if you want to start tuning your models, your own AI models, here's Gus to tell you all about what's new with Gemma.
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, too. Thank you very much. Today has been all about making it easier for you to build great things with Gemini. But sometimes you really want to fine-tune your own model. Like when you want AI to help you understand sensitive data, learn the details of your business, or even run offline. And that's why we released Gemma, our family of open models. With Gemma open models, we're bringing the magical AI experiences instantly and privately to our users' hands. A couple of months ago, we launched Gemma 3, state-of-the-art open models capable of running on a single cloud or desktop accelerator. But we kept cooking, and today I'm thrilled to announce Gemma 3N, a model that can now run on as little as 2 gigabytes of RAM. Gemma 3N shares the same architecture as Gemini Nano and is engineered for incredible performance. It's much faster and leaner on mobile hardware compared to Gemma 3. We've also added audio understanding, making it truly multimodal. We are sharing Gemma 3N in preview today. It starts on Google AI Studio and with Google AI Edge. And we're also bringing it to open source tools like Hugging Face, Ollama, and Unsloth, and the others, all in the coming weeks. The Gemma family is designed to be highly adaptable. And one domain where this openness and adaptability is showing incredible promise is healthcare. And today, I'm very excited to introduce MedGemma, our most capable collection of open models for multimodal medical text and image understanding. Yeah, there's a bunch of those. MedGemma works great across a range of medical image and text applications so that developers like you can adapt the model for their own health apps. For example, when you want to analyze radiology images or summarize patient information for physicians. And okay, I've talked a lot already. Let me show you something. Let me show you how easy it is to grab a Gemma model and build something completely unique for you. And so let me go here to a Google Colab. Nice. And what we are going to do is we will use Unsloth, which is a fantastic library for fine-tuning LLMs, like Gemma, for example. And it's much faster and uses less memory. And it runs great on NVIDIA GPUs that are on Google Colab's free tier. For this demo, I want to show you how easy it is to fine-tune. My daughter and I, we have a unique emoji language for texting. It would be great to create a personalized translator for us. For example, when we talk about our dog Luna, you know what? Let me show you something. This is Luna. Thank you. So when we talk about our dog Luna, it should automatically translate to her special emoji. So what I did is I created a custom data set to fine-tune Gemma to teach it our specific emoji dialect. And in Colab, we do the same, right? We load the model, set up the environment, just the usual. Colab caches popular models, so it loads really quickly. Training can take some time. Can take some time. So I've already formatted the data set. I did the training, and now I already have my custom model variant. And here we go. So, but the thing is, I would like to compare my custom model against the original one and see if it really learned from my data. And to do that, I'm going to build a UI using the new AI first collab that we've just launched. It's an entirely new way to build faster. It's an agentic first experience that transforms coding into a dynamic conversation that helps you navigate complex tasks. So let me show it for you right here. Open the feature. Let's put my prompt and execute. So Colab now is generate for me the code. Oh, nice. Done already. Let's see. And you can see here. I think everyone is using Colab today. Nice, it's here. And there it is. So just like that, Colab created this application for me. But the thing is, we should test this, right? Any suggestions for prompts? Anything? Oh, sure, I can do that. Luna loves, nervous. Strawberries. Correct? Yes, let's try that. Let's try that. And come on, demo. Ooh, worked. Let's zoom in for you. You see, there you go. You can see the difference between my custom model and the base one, and that it really knows the language and the details about our emoji dialect, right? Isn't that cool? So this is a really fun example that highlights the power that you have, right? You take a base model like Gemma, you take accessible tools like Unsloth, and use the new AI-first Colab, and you can quickly build and fine-tune with your own personal data. And you can also deploy this using Google Cloud with Cloud Run, Vertex, or you can even use Google AI Edge for local deployment. But the thing is, my emoji project just scratches the surface, showing how to quickly build on a Gemma model for our own use case. What is truly inspiring is the Gemmaverse. Tens of thousands of model variants, tools and libraries created by you, the developer community. Gemma has been downloaded over 150 million times, and we've seen the community create close to 70,000 Gemma variants, hundreds of which are specifically for the world's diverse languages. Like the incredible story we shared last year of Navarasa, a Gemma model fine-tuned to speak 15 Indic languages. Gemma is available in over 140 languages and is the best multilingual open model on the planet. And we're excited to announce that we're expanding Gemma even further to sign languages. Sign Gemma. That's a good one, guys. Sign Gemma is a new family of models trained to translate sign language to spoken language text, but it's best at American Sign Language in English. It's the most capable sign language understanding model ever. And we can't wait for you, developers, and deaf and hard of hearing communities to take this foundation and build with it. And that's not all. Gemma is also helping researchers expand our understanding to more than just human language. Just last month, we introduced Dolphin Gemma, the world's first large language model for dolphins. Yeah. Working with the researchers at Georgia Tech and the Wild Dolphin Project, Dolphin Gemma was fine-tuned on data from decades of field research to help scientists better understand patterns in how dolphins communicate. Can you imagine going to vacation someday and being able to talk to a dolphin? Let's check on the progress.
When I was 12 years old, I would page through the encyclopedia. I would stop on the whale and dolphin page, and I would go, I wonder what is going on in the minds of these animals. Language, to me, is the ultimate question about intelligence. The thing that we haven't been able to nail without a great tool. You know, how do you decipher another species? The main use of Dolphin Gemma is to eventually look at their natural language patterns and match it with the underwater video. That's how we really figure out their language if they had it. All right, beautiful day. Woohoo!
Imagine a world where you could talk to an animal. Dolphin Gemma is the first LLM for dolphins. We've leveraged over 40 years of Denise's vocalization research to create this large language model to generate new synthetic dolphin sounds. These sounds will help us to one day hopefully communicate with the dolphins.
Dad shows up at my office one day, and he's wearing one of his many wearable computers. And I'm like, ooh, this guy's like a techno man, right?
I was like, well, I do wearable computers. This sounds like a summer project. We'll get this done for you. Here it is 15 years later. We've engineered this Chat Junior device to play our synthetic dolphin sounds underwater. Let's see which one this one is. That is the signature whistle for Denise. So whenever she's approaching the dolphin, she can introduce herself.
So what they're doing is they're testing the distance at which the two chat boxes can efficiently recognize our synthetic sounds. Oh, there we go. All right.
We want it to work close to 100% before we take it in with the dolphins.
It's this dance between getting data and respecting their culture.
You know, I'm not very seaworthy, so.
You did great.
The true breakthrough for me with Dolphin Gemma is that I can generate so many of these so quickly. I just scroll through here and do days worth of work in minutes. If we can use this open model, people would take advantage of Denise's 40 years worth of research and use it to model for their own purposes.
Science is most exciting when you find something you're not expecting. You may discover something that you never even thought to look for. And that's the beauty. You don't know what's coming.
Isn't that amazing? The world's first large language model for dolphins. And it was made to run on this, right here, a Pixel 9 powered rig, just like this. So, all right, I can't help myself. We're gonna do one more demo and then it's a wrap. Does that sound good? All right. So does everyone remember the Keynote companion app that Paige built right here at the desk? Let's bring it back up on stage and let's just see what it thought. Hey, tell me, what did you think of today's announcements?
Oh, I thought they were amazing. All the new features for developers are so exciting, especially the stuff with Gemini and the AI tools in Chrome. It's going to make it so much easier.
What about my demo, the one I did?
Your demo was
Oh, it's a live demo. What?
Seriously, see?
What was some of advice you'd give people to build if you don't want to talk about my demo?
I definitely recommend trying out the new AI features in Chrome DevTools. It looks like it's going to make debugging so much easier, especially with the AI assistants helping you fix issues directly.
All right, can you maybe just close us? Bid a fond farewell to the crowd. What's on your mind?
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for being here today. We've seen some incredible innovations, and I can't wait to see what amazing things you'll build with all the new tools. Have a fantastic rest of I/O.
All right. Everything you've seen here is all going to be on io.google, so you can check it out. And don't forget to join your local Google developer program. You can connect to the local builders. And I hope all of you enjoy the rest of I/O. We're excited to see how you're going to change the future of software development. Thanks again.
This town ain't seen.
Having some fun. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Google I/O. So good to see everyone here in Shoreline, and hello to everyone joining virtually around the world. I learned that today is the start of Gemini season. I'm not really sure what the big deal is. Every day is Gemini season here at Google. Normally, you wouldn't have heard much from us in the weeks leading up to I/O. That's because we'd be saving our best models for this stage. But in our Gemini era, we're just as likely to ship our most intelligent model on a random Tuesday in March, or a really cool breakthrough like Alpha Evolve just a week before. We want to get our best models into your hands and our products ASAP. And so we are shipping faster than ever. We have announced over a dozen models and research breakthroughs and released over 20 major AI products and features, all since the last I/O. I'm particularly excited about the rapid model progress. You can see the step function change here. ELO scores, one measure of progress, are up more than 300 points since the first generation of Gemini Pro. And today, Gemini 2.5 Pro sweeps the LM Arena leaderboard in all categories. It is state-of-the-art on many, many benchmarks. And we've also made rapid progress in coding. Our updated 2.5 Pro reached #1 on WebDev Arena and now surpasses the previous version by 142 ELO points. It's getting a lot of love across the top coding platforms, thanks to all of you. On Cursor, the leading AI code editor, Gemini is the fastest growing model of the year, producing hundreds of thousands of lines of accepted code every single minute. Now, this last milestone might be the most impressive, at least in some circles. A couple of weeks ago, Gemini completed Pokemon Blue. It earned all 8 badges, traveled the victory road, defeated the Elite Four and the champion, bringing us one step closer to achieving API, artificial Pokemon intelligence. All of this progress is enabled by our world-leading infrastructure, the foundation of our full-stack approach to AI. Our 7th-generation TPU, Ironwood, is the first design to power thinking and inference at scale. It delivers 10x the performance over the previous generation and packs an incredible 42.5 exaflops of compute per pod. Just amazing. And it's coming to Google Cloud customers later this year. Our infrastructure strength down to the TPU is what helps us deliver dramatically faster models. Of the top models on the LM Arena leaderboard, Gemini holds the top 3 spots for highest output tokens generated per second, all while model prices are coming down significantly. There's a hard trade-off between price and performance. Yet over and over, we've been able to deliver the best models at the most effective price point. Not only is Google leading this parade of frontier, we've fundamentally shifted the frontier itself. The result, more intelligence available for everyone, everywhere. And the world is responding and adopting AI faster than ever before. As one marker of progress, this time last year, we were processing 9.7 trillion tokens a month across our products and APIs. Now, we are processing 480 trillion monthly tokens. That's about a 50x increase in just a year. We're also seeing a wave of adoption across our developer AI tools. Today, over 7 million developers have built with the Gemini API across both Google AI Studio and Vertex AI, over 5x growth since last I/O, and Gemini usage on Vertex AI is up more than 40 times since last year. AI adoption is increasing across our products. The Gemini app now has over 400 million monthly active users. We are seeing strong growth and engagement, particularly with 2.5 models. For those using 2.5 Pro in the Gemini app, usage has gone up 45%. You will hear a lot more about the Gemini app later. We're also seeing incredible momentum in search. Today, AI overviews have more than 1.5 billion users every month. That means Google Search is bringing generative AI to more people than any other product in the world. And along with AI overviews, AI mode is the next big step for search. You'll hear more about this later. What all this progress means is that we are in a new phase of the AI platform shift, where decades of research are becoming reality for people all over the world. I want to share 3 examples of how research is transforming our products today: Project Starline, Astra, and Mariner. We debuted Project Starline, our breakthrough 3D video technology, at I/O a few years back. The goal was to create a feeling of being in the same room as someone, even if you were far apart. We've continued to make technical advances, and today we are ready to announce our next chapter, introducing Google Beam, a new AI-first video communications platform. Beam uses a new state-of-the-art video model to transform 2D video streams into a realistic 3D experience. Behind the scenes, an array of 6 cameras captures you from different angles. And with AI, we can merge these video streams together and render you on a 3D light field display. With near-perfect head tracking down to the millimeter and at 60 frames per second, all in real time. The result, a much more natural and deeply immersive conversational experience. We are so excited to bring this technology to others. In collaboration with HP, the first Google Beam devices will be available for early customers later this year. HP will have a lot more to share a few weeks from now. Stay tuned. Over the years, we've been bringing underlying technology from Starline into Google Meet. That includes real-time speech translation to help break down language barriers. Here's an example of how this could be useful when booking a vacation rental in South America and you don't speak the language. Let's take a look.
Hi, Camilla. Let me turn on speech translation. It's nice to finally talk to you.
Es bueno hablarte finalmente. No puedo esperar a alquilar tu casa.
Te vas a divertir mucho y creo que te va a encantar. You're going to have a lot of fun, and I think you're going to love visiting the city. The house is in a very nice neighborhood and overlooks the mountains.
That sounds wonderful. Is the house
Eso suena maravilloso. ¿Es la casa cercana al transporte público o recomiendas alquilar un coche?
Hay un autobús cerca. There's a bus nearby, but I would recommend renting a car so you can visit the nature and enjoy it.
That sounds great.
Eso suena genial.
You can see how well it matches the speaker's tone, patterns, and even their expressions. We are even closer to having a natural and free-flowing conversation across languages. And today, we are introducing this real-time speech translation directly in Google Meet. English and Spanish translation is now available for subscribers, with more languages rolling out in the next few weeks. And real-time translation will be coming to enterprises later this year. Another early research project that debuted on the I/O stage was Project Astra. It explores the future capabilities of a universal AI assistant that can understand the world around you. We are starting to bring it to our products. Today, Gemini Live has Project Astra's camera and screen sharing capabilities, so you can talk about anything you see. People are using it in so many ways, whether practicing for a job interview or training for a marathon. We've been appreciating the feedback from our trusted testers and some who are a little less trusted. Take a look.
That's a pretty nice convertible.
I think you might have mistaken the garbage truck for a convertible. Is there anything else I can help you with?
What's this skinny building doing in my neighborhood?
It's a street light, not a building.
Why are these palm trees so short? I'm worried about them.
They're not short. They're actually pretty tall.
Sick convertible.
Garbage truck again. Anything else?
Why do people keep delivering packages to my lawn?
It's not a package, it's a utility box.
Why is this person following me wherever I walk?
No one's following you. That's just your shadow.
Gemini is pretty good at telling you when you're wrong. We are rolling this out to everyone on Android and iOS starting today. Next, we also have our research prototype, Project Mariner. It's an agent that can interact with the web and get stuff done. Stepping back, we think of agents as systems that combine the intelligence of advanced AI models with access to tools. They can take actions on your behalf and under your control. Computer use is an important agentic capability. It's what enables agents to interact with and operate browsers and other software. Project Mariner was an early step forward in testing computer use capabilities. We released it as an early research prototype in December, and we have made a lot of progress since. First, we are introducing multitasking, and it can now oversee up to 10 simultaneous tasks. Second, it's using a feature called Teach and Repeat. This is where you can show it a task once, and it learns a plan for similar tasks in the future. We are bringing Project Mariner's computer use capabilities to developers via the Gemini API. Trusted testers like Automation Anywhere and UiPath are already starting to build with it, and it will be available more broadly this summer. Computer use is part of a broader set of tools we will need to build for an agent ecosystem to flourish, like our open agent-to-agent protocol so that agents can talk to each other. We launched this at Cloud Next with the support of over 60 technology partners and hope to see that number grow. Then there is the Model Context Protocol introduced by Anthropic so agents can access other services. And today we are excited to announce that our Gemini SDK is now compatible with MCP tools. These technologies will work together to make agents even more useful. And we are starting to bring agentic capabilities to Chrome, Search, and the Gemini app. Let me show you what we are excited about in the Gemini app. We call it Agent Mode. Say you want to find an apartment for you and 2 roommates in Austin. You've each got a budget of $1,200 a month. You want a washer-dryer or at least a laundromat nearby. Normally, you'd have to spend a lot of time scrolling through endless listings. Using Agent Mode, the Gemini app goes to work behind the scenes. It finds listings from sites like Zillow that match your criteria, and uses Project Mariner when needed to adjust very specific filters. If there's an apartment you want to check out, Gemini uses MCP to access the listings and even schedule a tour on your behalf. And it'll keep browsing for new listings for as long as you need, freeing you up to do the stuff you want to do, like plan the housewarming party. It's great for companies like Zillow, bringing in new customers and improving conversion rates. An experimental version of the agent mode in the Gemini app will be coming soon to subscribers. This is a new and emerging area, and we are excited to explore how best to bring the benefits of agents to users and the ecosystem more broadly. The best way we can bring research into reality is to make it really useful in your own reality. That's where personalization will be really powerful. We are working to bring this to life with something we call personal context. With your permission, Gemini models can use relevant context across your Google apps in a way that is private, transparent, and fully under your control. Let me show you an example in Gmail. You might be familiar with our AI-powered smart reply features. It's amazing how popular they are. Now imagine if those responses could sound like you. That's the idea behind personalized smart replies. Let's say my friend wrote to me looking for advice. He's taking a road trip to Utah, and he remembers I did this trip before. Now, if I'm being honest, I would probably reply something short and unhelpful. Sorry, Felix. But with personalized smart replies, I can be a better friend. That's because Gemini can do almost all the work for me. Looking up my notes in Drive, scanning past emails for reservations, and finding my itinerary in Google Docs, trip to Zion National Park. Gemini matches my typical greetings from past emails, captures my tone, style, and favorite word choices, and then it automatically generates a reply. I love how it included details like keeping driving time under 5 hours per day, and it uses my favorite adjective, exciting. Looks great. Maybe you want to make a couple of changes to it and hit send. This will be available in Gmail this summer for subscribers. And you can imagine how helpful personal context will be across Search, Docs, Gemini, and more. Today, I've talked about intelligence, agents, and personalization. These are a few of the frontiers where we will make progress, and you'll hear more examples throughout the keynote. But first, I want to invite someone who can share more about the intelligence driving our future innovation. Last year, I introduced him as Sir Demis. This year, we can add Nobel laureate to his list of titles. Come on out, Demis.
Hey everyone, it's really great to be back here at I/O. We're living through a remarkable moment in history, where AI is making possible an amazing new future. It's been a year of relentless progress for us. As Sundar said, people love interacting with Gemini 2.5. We've seen you vibe code with it, building games and apps in a single shot. You've used its vast reasoning powers on everything from unpacking scientific papers to understanding YouTube videos. And you've told us how collaborative, insightful, and genuinely helpful you found using Gemini. It's so exciting for us to see the awesome things you've all been doing and building with it. Gemini 2.5 Pro is our most intelligent model ever, and the best foundation model in the world. Just 2 weeks ago, we shipped a preview of an updated 2.5 Pro so you could get your hands on it and start building with it right away. We've been really impressed by what you've created, from turning sketches into interactive apps to simulating entire 3D cities. The new 2.5 Pro tops the popular coding leaderboard Web Dev Arena. And now that it incorporates LearnLM, our family of models built with educational experts, 2.5 Pro is also the leading model for learning. And it's #1 across all the leaderboards on LM Arena. Gemini Flash is our most efficient workhorse model. It's been incredibly popular with developers who love its speed and low cost. Today, I'm thrilled to announce that we're releasing an updated version of 2.5 Flash. The new Flash is better in nearly every dimension, improving across key benchmarks for reasoning, code, and long context. In fact, it's second only to 2.5 Pro on the LM Arena leaderboard. I'm excited to say that Flash will be generally available in early June, with Pro soon after. We're making final adjustments based on your feedback, but you can go try out the preview now in AI Studio, Vertex AI, and Gemini app. As always, we're looking to push the state-of-the-art relentlessly forward, and we're excited about our latest research advances. To tell you more, I'd like to welcome Tulsi to the stage, but first, let's take a look at what you're building with Gemini today.
Can you make a bunch of like confetti circles explode out of my mouse?
I've updated the sketch.
Okay, what should we build next?
Okay, here's another 30 ideas for you.
Thanks, Demis. I'm so excited to share the improvements we're creating to make it easier for developers like all of you to build with Gemini 2.5, all based on your feedback, with improved capabilities, enhanced security and transparency, better cost efficiency, and more control. First, in addition to the new 2.5 Flash that Demis mentioned, we are also introducing new previews for text-to-speech. These now have a first-of-its-kind multi-speaker support for 2 voices, built on native audio output.
This means the model can converse in more expressive ways. It can capture the really subtle nuances of how we speak. It can even seamlessly switch to a whisper like this.
This works in over 24 languages, and it can easily go between languages.
So the model can begin speaking in English, but then ये हिंदी या किसी भी और भाषा में switch कर सकता है. And switch back, all with the same voice.
That's pretty awesome, right? You can use this text-to-speech capability starting today in the Gemini API. Yeah. The Live API will also have a 2.5 Flash preview version of native audio dialogue later today. So you can directly build conversational experiences with a more natural Gemini. It's even able to distinguish between the speaker and background voices, so it knows when to respond. And Logan and Paige will show you more in the developer keynote. Second, we've strengthened protections against security threats like indirect prompt injections. So Gemini 2.5 is our most secure model yet. And in both 2.5 Pro and Flash, we're including thought summaries via the Gemini API and Vertex AI. Thought summaries take the model's raw thoughts and organize them into a clear format with headers, key details, and information about model actions like tool calls. This gives you increased transparency for what the model is thinking, which is especially useful for high latency tasks, while also just being easy to debug and consume. You also asked us for more efficiency. So today's 2.5 Flash is even more efficient, reducing the number of tokens the model needs to use for the same performance, resulting in 22% efficiency gains on our evals. Finally, we launched 2.5 Flash with thinking budgets to give you control over cost and latency versus quality. And the response was great. So we're bringing thinking budgets to 2.5 Pro, which will roll out in the coming weeks, along with our generally available model. With thinking budgets, you can have more control over how many tokens the model uses to think before it responds, or you can simply turn it off. Now, as you heard from Demis, Gemini 2.5 Pro is incredible at coding. So now, let me show you how you can take any idea you have and bring it to life. So if you've ever been to the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, it has a set of amazing exhibits. So to bring that to you today, I got 2.5 Pro to code me a simple web app in Google AI Studio to share some photos and learn more. So here's what I have so far. But I want to make it more interactive. And I'm still brainstorming the design, but I've got some ideas. You've seen something like this before, right? Someone comes to you with a brilliant idea scratched on a napkin. As a PM, I'm often this someone. Now, standard two-dimensional web design is one thing, but I wanted to make it 3D. And I learned that jumping into 3D isn't easy. It requires learning about all kinds of new things, setting up a scene, camera, lighting, and more. Luckily for me, 2.5 Pro can help. So here, what I'm going to do is I am going to add the image I just showed you of the sphere. And I'm going to add in a prompt that asks 2.5 Pro to update my code based on the image. So we'll let 2.5 Pro get to work. And as you can see, it's starting to think, and it's going ahead and creating a plan based on what I asked for. And it'll apply it to my existing code base. Because Gemini is multimodal, it can understand the abstract sphere sketch and code beautiful 3D animations, applying them to my existing app. So this takes about 2 minutes. So for the purpose of time, we're going to do this baking show style. And I'm going to jump to another tab that I ran right before this keynote with the same prompt. And here's what Gemini generates. Whoa. We went from that rough sketch directly to code, updating multiple of my files. And actually, you can see it thought for 37 seconds. And you can see the changes it thought through, and then the files it updated. We did all of this in AI Studio, so once I finished prototyping, I can simply deploy the code along with my Gemini API key. So here's our final app in Chrome. Look at these animations. And I didn't need to have advanced knowledge of 3.js libraries or figure out the complex 3D math to build this. I know it would have taken forever to do this by hand, and instead, I was able to create this just based on a sketch. I can make this experience even richer with multimodality. So I used 2.5 Flash to add a question to each photo, inviting you to learn a little more about it. But what if it talked? That's where Gemini's native audio comes in.
That's a pangolin, and its scales are made of keratin, just like your fingernails.
Wow. Now we're talking. You can hear how you can add expressive audio right into your apps. And before I share more, I'll leave this demo with another fun layout that 2.5 Pro coded just for us. We've put the starter code for anyone to build on top of this demo in Google AI Studio, so go try it out. And this is just one example of how Gemini 2.5 is changing how we build and how you can leverage the incredible capabilities to integrate vision, speech, and coding into your own applications. 2.5 Pro is available on your favorite IDE platforms and in Google products like Android Studio, Firebase Studio, Gemini Code Assist, and our asynchronous coding agent, Jules. Just submit a task, and Jules takes care of the rest, fixing bugs, making updates. It integrates with GitHub and works on its own. Jules can tackle complex tasks in large code bases that used to take hours, like updating an older version of Node.js. It can plan the steps, modify files, and more in minutes. So today, I'm delighted to announce that Jules is now in public beta, so anyone can sign up at jules.google. And like Demis said, we're always innovating on new approaches to improve our models, including making them more efficient and performant. We first revolutionized image and video generation by pioneering diffusion techniques. A diffusion model learns to generate outputs by refining noise step by step. Today, we're bringing the power of diffusion to text with our newest research model. This helps it excel at tasks like editing, including in the context of math and code. Because it doesn't just generate left to right, it can iterate on a solution very quickly and error correct during the generation process. Gemini diffusion is a state-of-the-art experimental text diffusion model that leverages this parallel generation to achieve extremely low latency. For example, the version of Gemini diffusion we're releasing today generates 5 times faster than even 2.0 Flash Lite, our fastest model so far, while matching its coding performance. So take this math example. Ready? Go. If you blinked, you missed it. Now, earlier, we sped things up. But this time, we're going to slow it down a little bit. Pretty cool to see the process of how the model gets to the answer of 39. This model is currently testing with a small group. And we'll continue our work on different approaches, lowering latency in all of our Gemini models, with a faster 2.5 Flash Lite coming soon. And now, for more on the future of Gemini, back to you, Demis.
Thanks, Tulsi. We've been busy exploring the frontiers of thinking capabilities in Gemini 2.5. As we know from our experience with AlphaGo, responses improve when we give these models more time to think. Today, we're making 2.5 Pro even better by introducing a new mode we're calling Deep Think. It pushes model performance to its limits, delivering groundbreaking results. Deep Think uses our latest cutting-edge research in thinking and reasoning, including parallel techniques. So far, we've seen incredible performance. It gets an impressive score on USAMO 2025, currently one of the hardest maths benchmarks. It leads on Live CodeBench, a difficult benchmark for competition-level coding. And since Gemini has been natively multimodal from the start, it's no surprise that it also excels on the main benchmark measuring this, MMMU. Because we're defining the frontier with 2.5 Pro Deep Think, we're taking a little bit of extra time to conduct more frontier safety evaluations and get further input from safety experts. As part of that, we're going to make it available to trusted testers via the Gemini API to get their feedback before making it widely available. You'll hear more about our plans for 2.5 Pro Deep Think from Josh later today. Over the past decade, we've laid a lot of the foundations for the modern AI era. From our pioneering work inventing the Transformers architecture, which today underpins all large language models, to agent systems like AlphaGo and AlphaZero, we continue to double down on the breadth and depth of our fundamental research to invent the next big breakthroughs that are needed for artificial general intelligence. Gemini is already the best multimodal foundation model, but we're working hard to extend it to become what we call a world model. That is a model that can make plans and imagine new experiences by simulating aspects of the world, just like the brain does. This is something I've always been passionate about, having thought about virtual worlds since my early days, developing AI for simulation games like Theme Park. We've been taking strides in this direction for a while through our pioneering work training agents to master complex games like Go and StarCraft, to most recently, our Genie 2 model, capable of generating 3D simulated environments that you can interact with just from a single image prompt. You can already see these capabilities emerging in the way Gemini can use its world knowledge and reasoning to represent things in nature. And in Veo, our state-of-the-art video model, which has a deep understanding of intuitive physics, like how gravity, light, and materials behave. It's really incredible how well Veo maintains accuracy and consistency across frames. It knows what to do, even when the prompts get a little creative, like this person made out of life rafts. Understanding the physical environment will also be critical for robotics. AI systems will need world models to operate effectively in the real world. We fine-tuned a specialized model, Gemini Robotics, that teaches robots to do useful things like grasp, follow instructions, and adjust to novel tasks on the fly. For those of you here today, you can play around with the robots in the AI sandbox. Making Gemini a full world model is a critical step in unlocking a new kind of AI, one that's helpful in your everyday life, that's intelligent and understands the context you're in, and that can plan and take action on your behalf across any device. This is our ultimate vision for the Gemini app, to transform it into a universal AI assistant, an AI that's personal, proactive, and powerful, and one of our key milestones on the road to AGI. This starts with the capabilities we first explored last year in Project Astra, such as video understanding, screen sharing, and memory. Over the past year, we've been integrating capabilities like these into Gemini Live for more people to experience today. Of course, we continue to relentlessly improve and explore new innovations at the frontier. For example, we've upgraded voice output to be more natural with native audio. We've improved memory and added computer control. Let's take a look.
I'm here with the latest research prototype of Project Astra, and we're going to see how it can help me fix my bike. Hey, go online and look for a user's manual for a Huffy mountain bike.
I have found a user manual for you. What would you like to know about it?
Okay, cool. Now scroll until you find the section about the brakes.
Sure thing. Looking for that page now.
I think I stripped this screw. Can you go on YouTube and find a video for how to fix that?
Of course. I'm opening YouTube now. This looks like a good video.
Place a rubber band over the head of the screw.
Oh, nice.
Press down
Thanks.
firmly.
Can you go through my emails with the bike shop and find which size hex nut I need?
Sure. According to the email from Bicycle Habitat, you need a 3/8" hex nut for your sprocket. I've highlighted the correct bin for you.
It seems like I need a spare tension screw. Can you call the nearest bike shop and see what they have in stock?
Yep. Calling them now. I'll get back to you with what they have in stock.
I think my brake pads are wearing down. Can you check the manual again and see if it talks about them anywhere?
According to the manual, if you look on page 24...
Do you want to get lunch?
Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Can you finish what you were saying?
As I was saying, if you look on page 24, section 2, you'll see how to replace the brake pads.
Hey, any updates on that call?
Yep, I just got off of the bike shop. They confirmed they have your tension screw in stock. Would you like me to place a pickup order?
Could you show me some examples of dog baskets I can put on my bike?
Sure, I can help you with that. Just give me a moment. Here are some options. I think Zuka would look really great in these.
A universal AI assistant will perform everyday tasks for us. It will take care of mundane admin and surface delightful new recommendations. making us more productive and enriching our lives. We're gathering feedback about these new capabilities now from trusted testers and working to bring them to Gemini Live, new experiences in search, and the Live API for developers, as well as new form factors like Android XR glasses. You'll hear more on this later today. My entire career at its core has been about using AI to advance knowledge and accelerate scientific discovery. At Google DeepMind, we've been applying AI across almost every branch of science for a long time. In just the past year, we've made some huge breakthroughs in a wide range of areas, from mathematics to life sciences. We've built AlphaProof that can solve maths Olympiad problems at the silver medal level, co-scientists that can collaborate with researchers, helping them develop and test novel hypotheses. And we've just released AlphaEvolve, which can discover new scientific knowledge and speed up AI training itself. In the life sciences, we've built Amy, a research system that could help clinicians with medical diagnoses, AlphaFold 3, which can predict the structure and interactions of all of life's molecules, and Isomorphic Labs, which builds on our AlphaFold work to revolutionize the drug discovery process with AI, and will one day help to solve many global diseases. In just a few short years, AlphaFold has already had a massive impact in the scientific community. It's become a standard tool for biology and medical research, with over 2.5 million researchers worldwide using it in their critical work. As we continue to make progress towards AGI, I've always believed, if done safely and responsibly, it has the potential to accelerate scientific discovery and be the most beneficial technology ever invented. Taking a step back, it's amazing to me that even just a few years ago, the frontier technology you're seeing today would have seemed nothing short of magic. It's exciting to see these technologies powering new experiences in products like Search and Gemini, and also coming together to help people in their daily lives. For example, we recently partnered with Aira, a company that assists people in the blind and low vision community to navigate the world by connecting them via video to human visual interpreters. Using Astra technology, we built a prototype to help more people have access to this type of assistance. We're getting ongoing feedback from users, while Aira's interpreters are actively supervising for safety and reliability. With this, and all our groundbreaking work, we're building AI that's more personal, proactive, and powerful, enriching our lives, advancing the pace of scientific progress, and ushering in a new golden age of discovery and wonder.
I remember as a child playing till it got dark outside to make sure I could still play guitar without being able to see. I was diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa when I was probably about 4 years old. My vision is actively deteriorating, but music has been something that I can continue to do with the closing in of my visual reality. I feel free when I'm playing music. If Project Astra can help me be more independent, it would be, the greatest thing ever. Touring, for example, I love it because I get to go out and go to places I've never been before and meet new people, but it definitely is becoming more difficult.
Hello there.
Hello. Can you tell me what you see in this green room while I scan around?
I see a sign on the wall in the direction you're facing. The sign says Wi-Fi network, the Gray Eagle, and the password is live music.
Thank you very much. Can you help me locate a microphone stand?
Sure, I can help with that. Do you mind if I turn on the flashlight?
Yes, please.
I see a wall with several coiled cables, and what look like mic stands towards the top right in the video.
The most powerful thing I can do is to get on stage, pick up my guitar, and play. Helps people understand that there's more than just blind or not blind, disability and ability. If Project Astra could help me along the way, I'm all for it.
Have a great time at your show.
Thanks, Demis. It's amazing to see the possibilities for Project Astra to help with accessibility. It's another exciting example of how AI is advancing our timeless mission to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. No product embodies our mission more than Google Search. It's the reason we started investing in AI decades ago and how we can deliver its benefits at the scale of human curiosity. Our Gemini models are helping to make Google Search more intelligent, agentic, and personalized. One great example of progress is our AI overviews. Since launching at I/O last year, they've scaled up to over 1.5 billion users every month in more than 200 countries and territories. As people use AI overviews, we see they are happier with their results and they search more often. In our biggest markets like the US and India, AI overviews are driving over 10% growth in the types of queries that show them. What's particularly exciting is that this growth increases over time. It's one of the most successful launches in search in the past decade. AI overviews are also one of the strongest drivers of growth for visual searches in Google Lens. Lens grew 65% year over year, with more than 100 billion visual searches already this year. So people are asking more queries, and they're also asking more complex queries. With our latest Gemini models, our AI overviews are at the quality and accuracy you've come to expect from search and are the fastest in the industry. For those who want an end-to-end AI search experience, we are introducing an all-new AI mode. It's a total reimagining of search. With more advanced reasoning, you can ask AI mode longer and more complex queries like this. In fact, users have been asking much longer queries, 2 to 3 times the length of traditional searches. And you can go further with follow-up questions. All of this is available today as a new tab right in Search. I've been using it a lot, and it's completely changed how I use Search. And I'm excited to share that AI mode is coming to everyone in the US starting today. AI mode is where we will first bring our frontier capabilities into Search. And starting this week, Gemini 2.5, our most intelligent model series, is coming to Search. To share a whole lot more, here's Liz.
Thanks, Sundar. In just 1 year, there's been a profound shift in how people are using search. For years, people have come to Google to ask questions like this. And now, they're also asking questions that look more like this. They're asking longer questions, harder ones, and as you just heard from Sundar, lots more of them. They're experiencing what AI-powered search can do as we bring together our Gemini model's advanced capabilities with Search's unparalleled understanding of the web and the world's information. Today, you'll see how you can ask anything, and a more intelligent, agentic, and personalized search will take on your toughest questions and help you get stuff done. This is the future of Google Search, a search that goes beyond information to intelligence. And you're starting to see this come to life already with AI overviews. And AI mode takes this to the next level. AI mode is search transformed with Gemini 2.5 at its core. It's our most powerful AI search, able to tackle any question. And as Sundar announced, we're excited to start rolling out AI mode for everyone in the US, starting today. You'll find it as a new tab directly in Search or right from your search bar. AI mode will be loaded up with all of our best AI features and capabilities. But it's even more than that. It's a glimpse of what's to come. Over time, will graduate many of AI Mode's cutting-edge features and capabilities directly into the core search experience. That starts today as we bring the same models that power AI Mode to power AI overviews. So you can bring your hardest questions right to the search box. Today, we'll give you a tour of AI Mode, and you'll see how it works and how it's getting even better with personal context, deeper research, complex analysis and visualization, live multimodality, and new ways to shop. Now, that's a lot, because AI Mode can do a lot. So let's dive in. First, with AI Mode, you can ask whatever's on your mind. And as you can see here, search gets to work. It generates your response, putting everything together for you, including links to content and creators you might not have otherwise discovered, and merchants and businesses with useful information like ratings. Search uses AI to dynamically adapt the entire UI, the combination of text, images, links, even this map, just for your question. And you can follow up conversationally. Now, AI Mode isn't just giving you information. It's bringing a whole new level of intelligence to search. What makes this possible is something we call our query fan-out technique. Now, under the hood, search recognizes when a question needs advanced reasoning. It calls on our custom version of Gemini to break the question into different subtopics, and it issues a multitude of queries simultaneously on your behalf. It searches across the entire web, going way deeper than a traditional search. And it taps into all of our data sets of real-time information, like the knowledge graph, the shopping graph, and in this case, local data, including insights from our Maps community of over 500 million contributors. Search pulls together a response, and it checks its work to make sure it meets our high bar for information quality. And if it detects any gaps, it issues even more searches to fill them in. That means with AI Mode, you get all of this from just a single search, and you get it fast. Now let's take a look at what's coming next to AI Mode, starting in labs. Soon, AI Mode will be able to make your responses even more helpful, with personalized suggestions based on your past searches. You can also opt in to connect to other Google apps, starting with Gmail. We call this personal context, and you'll see when AI Mode is bringing yours in to help. So now, based on your recent restaurant bookings and searches, it gets that you prefer outdoor seating. And since you subscribe to those gallery newsletters, it suggests some cool art exhibits to check out while you're in town. But that's not all. Because your flight and hotel confirmations are in your inbox, you get event ideas that sync up with when you'll actually be in Nashville, with many nearby where you're staying. You can see how personal context in AI Mode makes search really yours, with recommendations customized just for you. Now, this is always under your control, and you can choose to connect or disconnect it at any time. Personal context is coming to AI Mode this summer. Next, for questions when you want an even more thorough response, we're bringing deep research capabilities into AI Mode. You already come to search today to really unpack a topic, but this brings it to a much deeper level. So much so that we're calling this deep search. Deep search uses the same query fan-out technique you just heard about, but multiplied. It can issue dozens or even hundreds of searches on your behalf. It reasons across all those disparate pieces of information to create an expert-level, fully cited report in just minutes. It includes links to the web throughout, so you can easily explore and take action. Now, that's a core part of how we've built AI Mode overall, and how we've always thought about AI in search. Because we believe AI will be the most powerful engine for discovery that the web has ever seen, helping people discover even more of what the web has to offer and find incredible, hyper-relevant content. You're starting to see how search is becoming more intelligent, and we've got more to show you. So I'll hand it over to Rajan, who will share how AI Mode is helping analyze complex data for one of his passions, sports.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, so I'm a huge baseball fan. And lately, there's been a lot of buzz about these new torpedo bats. If you don't follow baseball, it's a new bat design where more of the weight of the bat is in the sweet spot. As you can see, I've been digging in on whether it's making a real impact on the game. And now, I'm wondering what the numbers say. So I'll ask, show the batting average and on-base percentage for this season and last for notable players who currently use a torpedo bat. Think about it. There are so many parts to that question. Search needs to understand who the notable players are, which ones are using torpedo bats, and their stats. I get this helpful response, including this easy-to-read table. And I know that this is fresh and accurate since it uses our sports data that's continuously updated down to the last strike. Search even brings in important context, like that it's still early in the season. I can follow up and ask, how many home runs have these players hit this season? And just like that, I get this graph. This goes back to what Liz mentioned about AI mode dynamically generating the right UI for each response. Search figured out that the best way to present this information is a graph, and it created it. It's like having my very own sports analyst write in Search. Complex analysis and data visualization is coming this summer for sports and financial questions. Okay, so all this talk about baseball made me want to get closer to the game, like at the next game close. But finding the perfect tickets can be a chore. So I'm excited to share that we're bringing Project Mariner's agentic capabilities into AI mode. You've already seen how AI mode is becoming more intelligent and personalized. And here's where you start to see Search getting more agentic. Search can take work off my plate while still under my control. I'll say, find 2 affordable tickets for this Saturday's Reds game in the lower level. Search kicks off a query fan-out, looking across several sites to analyze hundreds of potential ticket options, doing the tedious work of filling in forms with all the criteria I asked for. And it puts it all together, reasoning across the results to analyze real-time pricing and inventory. Then, right here, task complete. I get great ticket options with helpful context so I can make an informed decision. Looks like these seats have a good view and at a reasonable price. Search helps me skip a bunch of steps, linking me right to finish checking out. Tickets secured. Search will help with tasks like this soon, starting with event tickets, restaurant reservations, and appointments for local services. Next, let's talk about multimodality. We've been blazing the trail for multimodal search since before it was really even a thing. We introduced Google Lens on this very stage back in 2017. And since then, we've made it even easier to see search what you see. Snap a picture with Google Lens or simply circle the search, and you can get an AI overview instantly. Like Sundar mentioned, visual search is on fire. And today, I'm excited to share that Lens has over 1.5 billion users every month. Now, we're taking the next big leap in multimodality by bringing Project Astra's live capabilities into AI mode. Think about all those questions that are so much simpler to just talk through and actually show what you mean, like a DIY home repair, a tricky school assignment, or learning a new skill. We call this Search Live. And now, using your camera, Search can see what you see and give you helpful information as you go back and forth in real time. It's like hopping on a video call with Search. I have 3 kids, and they ask about 1 million questions a minute. And with summer right around the corner, the team and I decided to put Search Live to the ultimate test, helping us and our kids tackle something new. We recorded at home with our families just this past weekend. Let's take a look.
It looks like you're about to do a fun science experiment.
All right. Ready, Anya? Ready, Adi?
Yep.
Okay.
Are you ready for your sizing experiment?
Yeah.
Can you guess which experiment I'm trying to do? I have hydrogen peroxide and dish soap and yeast.
You're likely going to make elephant toothpaste.
How do I know which one of these strawberries is ready to eat?
I'm trying to get this remote to work.
It looks like someone is ready to get their hands dirty and plant a green bean seedling. Pump it to about 50 pounds per square inch, but don't go over 90 psi.
I mixed baking soda. What do I do next?
It looks like someone tried dipping a finger into the cinnamon water.
What should I do to make this even more impressive?
You could try using a different catalyst. Potassium iodide is a good option.
Whoa, why is it doing that?
A ripe strawberry will also have a sweet smell. The green leaves at the top should look fresh and vibrant.
The chemical reaction is going well.
This is awesome. Thanks.
Whoa! Can we do it again? Go!
Oh boy. How do I get strawberry stains out of her shirt?
Try using a mix of 1 tablespoon white vinegar, half a teaspoon liquid laundry detergent.
With AI mode, we are bringing a new level of intelligence to help you shop with Google. As you heard earlier, AI mode brings in information from the web and our real-time data. In this case, that means you get the visual inspiration of Google Images and the world's most comprehensive set of products and retailers from our shopping graph, which has over 50 billion product listings that get constantly updated. Let me show you how this comes together. So I have been on the hunt for a new rug for my living room. I'll say, I have a light gray couch, and I'm looking for a rug to brighten the room. What I need first is visual inspiration. Search dynamically generates a browsable mosaic of images and some shoppable products personalized just for me. I see rugs from some of my go-to brands and some more modern options, since I often search for things in that style. Now, these are nice, but I know most of them wouldn't survive a day in my home. So I'll add, I have 4 active kids, and they like to have friends over. Search understands this involves plenty of messes. It recommends a low-pile and washable rug made from durable materials, along with some products that I can shop. But I don't know a lot about rugs, so luckily, Search points out some things to consider, and with helpful follow-ups like these, taking a few days of research down to just a few minutes. You can imagine how helpful this new experience in AI mode will be for all of your shopping needs. Speaking of, I want a few new dresses for summer. Search gave me some great options, but now I'm faced with the classic online shopping dilemma. I have no clue how these styles will look on me. So we are introducing a new try-on feature that will help you virtually try on clothes so you get a feel for how styles might look on you. Let me show you a live demo. Okay, so I looked at many dresses, and I really like this blue one. I click on this button to try it on. It asks me to upload a picture, which takes me to my camera roll. I have many pictures here. I'm going to pick one that is full length and a clear view of me, and off it goes. While it's processing, I'll show you what's happening behind the scenes. To create a try-on experience that works at scale, we need a deep understanding of the human body and how clothing looks on it. To do this, we built a custom image generation model specifically trained for fashion. Wow, and it's back. I have to say, I love a live demo when it works. All right, more on how it works. It brings in advanced 3D shape understanding, which allows us to perceive shapes and depths more accurately, helping us better visualize the human body. Our try-on experience works with your photo. It's not some pre-captured image or a model that doesn't look like you. And then, when it comes to clothes that you're interested in, the AI model is able to show how this material will fold and stretch and drape on people. This technology is the most state-of-the-art in the industry at scale, and it allows us to visualize how billions of apparel products look on a wide variety of people. And you can see it here, how it really gives me a feel for how this dress might look on me. All right, so I'm now set on the dress, and search can help me find it at the price that I want and buy it for me with our new agentic checkout feature. So let me get back here to the dress. And I'm going to click this thing to track price. I pick my size. Then I have to set a target price. I'm going to set it to about $50. And tracking is happening. Search will now continuously check websites where the dress is available and then let me know if the price drops. So now let's switch out of our live demo mode. And then I'm going to sprinkle some IO magic. And let's assume the price is now dropped. When that happens, I get a notification just like this. And if I want to buy, my checkout agent will add the right size and color to my cart. I can choose to review all my payment and shipping information, or just let the agent just buy it for me. With just one tap, Search securely buys it for me with Google Pay. And of course, all of this happened under my guidance. From inspiration to purchase, our new intelligent capabilities bring the best of shopping together with the best of AI right here in Search. Our new visual shopping and agentic checkout features are rolling out in the coming months, and you can start trying on looks in labs beginning today. And now, back to you, Liz.
Thanks, Vidya. As Sundar mentioned, this all gets an even bigger upgrade later this week when we bring a custom version of Gemini 2.5 to both AI overviews and AI mode. This is the next frontier of Google Search, where AI overviews bring the helpfulness of AI to everyone in the main search experience. And as you've seen today, AI mode is a totally reimagined AI search with all our most cutting-edge AI features and capabilities. We couldn't be more excited about this chapter of Google Search, where you can truly ask anything. And we mean anything. Your simplest and your hardest questions, your deepest research, your personalized shopping needs, your just take it off my plate tasks. All you have to do is ask.
Now here we go. I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got them shook. Hold up. I feel fabulous. Oh, I know you can show me how you gon' work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the full, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like work it out. Come and show me what you're all about.
What else should I do to make it stronger?
To make it stronger, consider adding more triangles to the design.
There's more than enough. Let it rain on you, 'cause you're fabulous. FABULOUS every day like if you want it, come get it, no disrespect. Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the full, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like work it out. Come and show me what you're all about. I'ma shout it real loud and proud like, baby, I'm fabulous. Work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. Bring it up into the full, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like work it out. Come and show me what you're all about. FABULOUS every day like if you want it, come get it, no disrespect.
For years, people have pursued building an AI assistant that doesn't just respond, but understands. One that doesn't just wait, but anticipate. A truly universal assistant that empowers you. And today, we're taking a new step forward to that future, and we're using the Gemini app to get there. Our goal is to make Gemini the most personal, proactive, and powerful AI assistant. And it starts with being personal. What if your AI assistant was truly yours? Truly yours. An assistant that learns you, your preferences, your projects, your world, and you were always in the driver's seat. And with your permission, you could share relevant Google information with it, making it an extension of you. We call this personal context, and we've already made it possible for you to connect your search history with Gemini so it can understand that you've searched for recipes in the past and craft responses like this. Starting soon, you'll be able to add even more personal context from across Google to Gemini, so it will be uniquely helpful. You can choose to turn this on, and you'll always be in control of the experience. You can view and manage your information, as well as connect and disconnect different Google apps. This level of personalization gives you a more proactive AI assistant, and this changes a lot. See, today, most AI is reactive. You ask, it answers. But what if it could see what's coming and help you prepare even before you ask? Imagine you're a student. You've got a big physics exam looming, and instead of scrambling, Gemini sees it on your calendar, a week out. But it doesn't just remind you. It comes with personalized quizzes, crafted from your materials, notes from your professor, even photos, handwritten notes. That's not just helpful. It's going to feel like magic. And imagine the step beyond that, where Gemini can go off and make custom explainer videos based on your interests, so you can understand a topic better. In this case, Gemini knows that I'm into cycling, so it explains this concept of thermodynamics to me using an analogy I'll understand. This is where we're headed with Gemini, and it's all possible because of the powerful capabilities in the underlying model. Last month, we shipped our latest 2.5 Pro model in the Gemini app, and it wasn't just an upgrade, it was a leap forward. People are doing extraordinary things in the app. They're not just vibe coding, they're inventing entire games and making fully featured websites in minutes. They're thinking things into existence. And it's fun to write software for the first time or create a video with our VO model, to generate and edit images. It's a new superpower for everyone. And so these 3 Ps, personal, proactive, and powerful, these are the frontiers of AI assistants. And thanks to 2.5 Pro, we're making big strides across all 3. So let's talk more about how all this is coming together to life in the Gemini app. We're launching 5 things today. First, let's talk about Gemini Live. People are blown away by how interactive and natural the conversations are. And it works in over 45 languages, more than 150 countries. It's so intuitive, so engaging. The conversations, in fact, are 5 times longer than the text conversations in the app. And I can tell you from personal experience, it's great for talking through things on the drive into work in the morning. Now, as Sundar mentioned, Gemini Live now includes camera and screen sharing, both of which are incredible. All of it is rolling out free of charge in the Gemini app on Android and iOS today. And in the coming weeks, you'll be able to connect Gemini Live to some of your favorite apps, like Calendar, Maps, Keep, Tasks. So soon, you can just point your camera and ask it to add an invite to your calendar, and it'll be done. Or if you need to decipher your roommate's handwriting for the shopping list, Gemini Live can turn those scribbles into a neat list in Google Keep. Our Gemini Live roadmap is overflowing with exciting things. They're all being prototyped in Project Astra, like you saw earlier. And as those ideas mature, we'll graduate them into Gemini Live for everyone. And since Gemini and Android work so closely together, many of those experiences will work great on Android across the entire ecosystem. So stay tuned for more. All right, real-time interaction is amazing, but sometimes you need to go deep, unravel something complex. This is where deep research comes in. Starting today, deep research will now let you upload your own files to guide the research agent, which is one of the top requested features. And soon, we'll let you research across Google Drive and Gmail, so you could easily pull in information from there too. So let's say you have this incredible detailed report. In this case, it's about the science of comets moving throughout space. How do you get all that brilliance distilled down into something digestible, engaging, something you can share? This is where Canvas comes in. It's Gemini's interactive space for co-creation. Canvas will now let you transform that report with one tap into all kinds of new things, like a dynamic web page, an infographic, a helpful quiz, even a custom podcast in 45 languages. But if you want to go further, you can vibe code all sorts of amazing things in Canvas with as much back and forth as you want. You can get exactly the experience you're looking for. Check out this interactive comet simulation that one of our Googlers made just by describing what they wanted to build and collaborating with Gemini to get it just right. And as you can share apps like this, others can easily jump in and view it and modify it and remix it. This is the power to transform anything, and it's a whole new way to use Gemini. There's another new way you can use Gemini today, too. We're introducing Gemini in Chrome. This will be your AI assistant that's there for you as you browse the web on your desktop. The amazing part is that you can use this, and it understands the context of the page that you're on automatically. So if you have a question, it can be answered. I especially love it for comparing reviews on long pages, like this camping website. We're starting to roll out Gemini in Chrome this week to Gemini subscribers in the US. All right, we've taken some quizzes, we've talked to Gemini Live, we've learned about comets and campsites. Now it's time to create some things. Starting today, we're bringing our latest and most capable image generation model into the Gemini app. It's called Imagine 4, and it's a big leap forward. The images are richer, with more nuanced colors and fine-grained details. The shadows in the different shots, the water droplets that come through in the photos. I've spent a lot of time around these models, and I can say this model and the progression has gone from good to great to stunning. And Imagine 4 is so much better at text and typography. In the past, you might have created something that looked good, but adding words didn't always work just right. So check this out. Maybe I want to create a poster for a music festival. We'll make the Chrome Dino the big headliner. Imagine 4 doesn't just get the text and spelling right. It's actually making creative choices, like using dinosaur bones in the font, or figuring out the spacing, the font size, the layout that makes it look like this great poster. So the image quality is higher, the speed is faster, the text is better. All of this lets you make posters, party invites, and anything else. And with Gemini's native image generation, you can easily edit these images too, right in the app. We've also made a super fast variant of Imagine 4. We can't wait for you to get your hands on it. In fact, it's 10 times faster than our previous model, so you can iterate through many ideas quickly. All right, I want to show you one last thing. Images are incredible, but sometimes you need motion and sound to tell the whole story. Last December, VO2 came out, and it redefined video generation for the industry. And if you saw Demis's Sizzling Onions post yesterday, you know that we've been cooking something else. Today, I'm excited to announce our new state-of-the-art model, VO3. And like a lot of other things you've heard about from stage today, it's available today. The visual quality is even better. Its understanding of physics is stronger. But here's the leap forward. Veo 3 comes with native audio generation. That means that Veo 3 can generate sound effects, background sounds, and dialogue. Now you prompt it, and your characters can speak. Here's a wise old owl and a nervous young badger in the forest. Take a listen.
They left behind a ball today. It bounced higher than I can jump.
What manner of magic is that?
Pretty cool, right? Veo added not just the sounds of the forest, but also the dialogue. We're entering a new era of creation with combined audio and video generation that's incredibly realistic. The quality is so good, it feels like you're there, on the boat with this guy.
This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
The photorealistic generation, the emotion, the movement of his mouth and the ocean in the background. It's incredible how fast Veo continues to evolve as a powerful creative tool. And we've been working closely with the film industry to imagine what's possible with Veo and to get this right. And you'll hear more about that in a few minutes. So that's what's happening around Gemini. Starting today, Gemini Live capabilities are free and rolling out across Android and iOS. Deep Research and Canvas are getting their biggest updates yet. There's a new agent mode coming for multi-step actions that you heard about earlier. We're introducing Gemini in Chrome to help you navigate the web, and you can create stunning images and videos with sound using the new Imagen 4 and Veo 3 models. It's all coming together in the Gemini app as we work to deliver the most personal, proactive, and powerful AI assistant. And now, to go into more detail about how these generative models are unlocking creative expression, here's Jason.
Thanks, Josh. Whether you're a creator, a musician, or filmmaker, generative media is expanding the boundaries of creativity. By working closely with the artistic community since the very beginning, we continue to build technology that empowers their creative process. For example, we worked with musicians to develop Music AI Sandbox. It's a tool for professionals to explore the possibilities of our generative music model, Lyria, in their work. Let's watch a clip starring the legendary Grammy Award-winning singer and composer Shankar Mahadevan putting Music AI Sandbox and Lyria to use.
I'm Shankar Mahadevan, and I'm a music composer, singer, producer, and a happy man. Working with Sandbox was great. We inputted our requirement, and it gave us a bed. We used that bed, and we came up with the song. For a musician, but it's such an inspiring tool. You open a door and you see, hey, there's another room there. And then you open one more door and you say, one more room there. So that's what AI does.
Amazing. We recently launched Lyria 2, which can generate high-fidelity music and professional-grade audio. The music is melodious, with vocals in solos and choirs. As you hear, it makes expressive and rich music. Lyria 2 is available today for enterprises, YouTube creators, and musicians. This focus on collaboration carries over not just into what we build, but how. Right now, it's not easy for people or organizations to detect AI-generated images. This will become only more true as technology improves and the music, audio, images, and videos become more lifelike. So, we're continuing to innovate in this space. 2 years ago, we pioneered SynthID, which embeds invisible watermarks into generated media. To date, over 10 billion pieces of content have been watermarked. We're also expanding our partnerships to ensure that more content is watermarked with SynthID, and that more organizations can detect it too. Finally, we're also making it easier to detect the watermark. Our new SynthID detector can identify if an image, audio track, text, or video has SynthID in it, whether it's in the whole piece or even just a part. We're starting to roll this out to early testers today. Our collaboration efforts have also helped us explore Veo as a filmmaking tool. Recently, we teamed up with visionary director Darren Aronofsky and his new storytelling venture, Primordial Soup, to shape Veo's capabilities to meet the needs of storytellers, putting artists in the driver's seat of innovation. Together, we are putting the world's best video generation model into the hands of top filmmakers to push the boundaries of technology as a tool for more creative and emotional storytelling. The first of the partnership's 3 short films is director Eliza McNitt's Ancestra. Let's take a peek.
Film has always been this deeply human act of connecting people with each other's stories. It has the ability to rip us out of our experience and take us on another journey. I don't think that ever changes.
This is a story that traverses the entire history of the universe. But it's really about a mom and what happens when her child is born with a hole in her heart. We filmed really emotional performances, but then generated video we could never capture otherwise. I want the baby to be holding the mother's finger.
Just the bliss of the two of them.
Yeah. Veo is a generative video model, but to me, it's another lens through which I get to imagine the universe around me.
It's been incredibly interesting to see the strengths of these models, the limits of the models, and try to shape them to make storytelling tools.
To be honest, I never thought about telling the story of the day I was born, but here we are.
This was supposed to be a checkup.
Crash C-section.
Baby's in distress. We need help here.
We need to go.
Is my baby gonna be okay?
We can do everything we can.
Am I gonna be okay?
For every creature that came before you, from every star that died so that you could begin.
Incredible work. Eliza combined live-action performance with Veo-generated video, like the microscopic worlds, the cosmic events, and herself as a newborn. This approach opened up completely new storytelling possibilities, empowering Eliza to bring cinematic scale and emotion to a deeply personal story. This partnership also helped shape Veo's capabilities to meet the needs of storytellers like Eliza. We built new capabilities for filmmakers, so when you're making a video, it will use ingredients you give it, characters, scenes, or styles, and keep them consistent. Or you can direct Veo, giving it precise camera instructions, and have it shoot along a specific path. These capabilities help filmmakers fluidly express their ideas with Veo. We then took things one step further. To tell you more, let's get Josh back out here.
Thanks, Jason. Based on our collaboration with the creative community, we've been building a new AI filmmaking tool for creatives, one that combines the best of Veo, Imagine, and Gemini. A tool built for creatives by creatives. It's inspired by that magical feeling you get when you get lost in the creative zone and time slows down. We're calling it Flow, and it's launching today. Let me show you how it works. Let's drop into a project I'm working on. Our hero, the grandpa, is building a flying car with help from a feathered friend. These are my ingredients, the old man and his car. We make it easy to upload your own images into the tool, or you can generate them on the fly using Imagine, which is built right in. We can create a custom gold gear shift just by describing it. There it is, pretty cool. Next, you can start to assemble all of those clips together. With a single prompt, you can describe what you want, including very precise camera controls. Flow puts everything in place, and I can keep iterating in the scene builder. Now, here's where it gets really exciting. If I want to capture the next shot of the scene, I can just hit the plus icon to create the next shot. I can describe what I want to happen next, like adding a 10-foot-tall chicken in the back seat, and Flow will do the rest. The character consistency, the scene consistency, it just works. And if something isn't, quite right, no problem. You can just go back in like any other video tool and trim it up if it's not working for you. But Flow works in the other direction as well. It lets you extend a clip too, so I can get the perfect ending that I've been working towards. Once I've got all the clips I need, I can download the files. I can bring them into my favorite editing software, add some music from Lyria, and now the old man finally has his flying car. Pretty awesome, pretty awesome. I want you to hear just a few words from a few of our AI filmmakers who we've been working with to shape Flow, how they describe how it feels using it, and how they're making it even better. Let's take a watch.
I don't know if I'm on the right path, but I'm trying to find it. I'm questioning, searching, and then something shifts, and I'm not trying anymore, I'm just doing. And all of the pieces start falling into place.
It all feels pretty clear in my head. I see these like flashes of possibilities, almost like I'm traveling through dimensions.
I'm looking down at myself and my characters in these different worlds, and it's almost coming to life on their own, even though I know I'm in control of that narrative. It feels like it's almost building upon itself at some point. You know, you could have an infinite amount of endings to your story.
So the work isn't built brick by brick by brick. It blooms like a spontaneous garden. It grows naturally, fully vibrant and complete.
I'm not forcing it, I'm just finding it. And that's when I know I'm in the right place.
So amazing to hear those filmmakers talk about bringing their incredible visions to life. And that feeling of building, of creating, that's exactly what we want to put in your hands today. So I'm excited to share that we're upgrading and 2 AI subscription plans today. We will have Google AI Pro and the all-new Google AI Ultra. With the Pro plan, which is going to be available globally, you'll get a full suite of AI products with higher rate limits and special features compared to the free version. This includes the Pro version of the Gemini app that was formerly known as Gemini Advanced. Then there's the Ultra plan. It's for the trailblazers, the pioneers, those of you who want cutting-edge AI from Google. The plan comes with the highest rate limits, the earliest access to new features and products from across Google. It's available in the US today, and we'll be rolling it out globally soon. You can think of this Ultra plan as your VIP pass for Google AI. So if you're an Ultra subscriber, you'll get huge rate limits and access to that 2.5 Pro Deep Think mode in the Gemini app when it's ready. You'll get access to Flow with VO3 available today. And it also comes with YouTube Premium and a massive amount of storage. We can't wait to see what you build, create, and discover with these new Google AI plans. And now, to give you a look ahead into how AI is interacting with the physical world, please welcome up Shahram.
Hi, everyone. There's so many exciting things happening in Android right now. It's the platform where you see the future first. Just last week at the Android show, we unveiled a bold new design and major updates to Android 16 and Wear OS 6. And of course, Android is the best place to experience AI. Many of the Gemini breakthroughs you saw today are coming soon to Android. You can already access Gemini instantly from the Power button. It understands your context and is ready to help. But Android is powering more than your phone. It's an entire ecosystem of devices. In the coming months, we're bringing Gemini to your watch, your car's dashboard, even your TV. So wherever you are, you have a helpful AI assistant to make your life easier. But what about emerging form factors that could let you experience an AI assistant in new ways? That's exactly why we're building Android XR. It's the first Android platform built in the Gemini era, and it supports a broad spectrum of devices for different use cases, from headsets to glasses and everything in between. We believe there's not a one-size-fits-all for XR, and you'll use different devices throughout your day. For example, for watching movies, playing games, or getting work done, you'll want an immersive headset. But when you're on the go, you'll want lightweight glasses that can give you timely information without reaching for your phone. We built Android XR together as one team with Samsung and optimized it for Snapdragon with Qualcomm. Since releasing the Android XR developer preview last year, hundreds of developers are building for the platform. We're also reimagining all your favorite Google apps for XR. And it's Android after all, so your mobile and tablet apps work too. Now, today, I want to share how Gemini transforms the way you experience both headsets and glasses. On these devices, your AI assistant understands your context and intent in richer ways to help you throughout your day. Let's start with Gemini on headsets. This is Samsung's Project Muhan, the first Android XR device. Muhan gives you an infinite screen to explore your apps with Gemini by your side. With Google Maps in XR, you can teleport anywhere in the world simply by asking Gemini to take you there. You can talk with your AI assistant about anything you see and have it pull up videos and websites about what you're exploring. So many of us dream about sitting front row to watch our favorite team. Imagine watching them play in the MLB app as if you were right there in the stadium, while chatting with Gemini about player and game stats. Samsung's Project Muhan will be available for purchase later this year. We can't wait for you to try it for yourselves. Now, let's turn our attention to glasses. As you know, we've been building glasses for over 10 years, and we've never stopped. Glasses with Android XR are lightweight and designed for all-day wear, even though they're packed with technology. A camera and microphones give Gemini the ability to see and hear the world. Speakers let you listen to the AI, play music, or take calls. And an optional in-lens display privately shows you helpful information just when you need it. These glasses work with your phone, giving you access to your apps while keeping your hands free. All this makes glasses a natural form factor for AI, bringing the power of Gemini right to where you are. So, unlike Clark Kent, you can get superpowers when you put your glasses on. Okay, who's up for seeing an early demo of Android XR glasses? Let's see how they work in the most hectic environment possible right now, backstage at I/O. Our very own superwoman, Nishta, is back there to show us how these glasses work for real. Let me send her a text now, and let's get started.
Hey everyone! Right now, you should be seeing exactly what I'm seeing through the lens of my Android XR glasses. Like my delicious coffee over here, and that text from Shram that just came in. Let's see what he said. All right, it's definitely showtime, so I'm gonna launch Gemini and get us going. Send Shram a text that I'm getting started, and silence my notifications, please.
Okay, I've sent that message to him and muted all your notifications.
Perfect.
Oh, hey, Nishta.
Hey, Dieter.
I see the lights on your glasses, so I think it's safe to say that we're live right now?
Yes, we're officially on with the I/O crew.
Hey, everybody. It is pretty great to see I/O from this angle. Nishta, you promised me I could get my own pair of Android XR glasses if I helped out back here. So what do you say?
Of course. Let's get coffee after this, and I'll bring you those glasses.
Awesome. We'll see you then. Good luck.
Thank you. As you all can see, there's a ton going on backstage. And is that pro basketball player Giannis wearing our glasses?
I love it. This fits out both of my hands for double high fives.
Nice. Let me keep showing you guys what these glasses can do. I've been curious about this photo wall all day. Like, what band is this, and how are they connected to this place?
A legend rock band shows at Shoreline Amphitheater, which are often seen as homecoming shows for the band.
No way. Can you show me a photo of one of their performances here?
Sure, here's one. Want me to play one of their songs?
I'd love that. I can listen while I make my way to the stage.
Great. Here's Under the Aurora by Counting Crows.
Okay, who's ready to see these glasses? Here comes Nishta. Welcome, Nishta.
Hey, everyone.
Thanks for that star-studded behind-the-scenes look. By the way, do you want to book that coffee with Dieter now?
Yes. The crew actually gave me some awesome coffee backstage, so let me try something fun. Gemini, what was the name of the coffee shop on the cup I had earlier?
That might have been Bloomsgiving. From what I can tell, it's a vibrant coffee shop on Castro Street.
Great memory. Can you show me the photos of that cafe? I want to check out the vibes.
Definitely. Do these photos from Maps help?
Oh, I know that spot. It's a flower shop as well as a coffee shop, but it is downtown.
Okay. Gemini, show me what it would take to walk here.
Getting those directions now. It'll take you about an hour.
Okay. I can get some steps in, and these heads-up directions and a full 3D map should make it super easy. Go ahead and send Dieter an invite for that cafe and get coffee at 3 p.m. today.
I'll send out that invite now. Enjoy the coffee.
As you saw, Gemini helped Nishta search what she sees, remember details like the coffee cup, book an event, even navigate, all without taking her phone out of her pocket. I'm even wearing the glasses right now too. They're my personal teleprompter, and I have prescription lenses so I can see you all. Okay, Nishta, this is a big moment for glasses. Let's capture it.
Yes, get ready for a quick photo, everyone, and let's bring out our star.
Here comes Dieter.
All right, Gemini, take a photo for me. All right, Gemini, take a photo for me and add it to my favorites.
That looks amazing. I'm completely starstruck. Okay, one last thing. Sundar showed what's possible with live chat translation earlier. Let's see what that's like on glasses. This is a very risky demo, but we're going to give it a shot. Nishta and I are going to speak to each other in our mother tongues. Nishta's going to speak Hindi. I'm going to speak Farsi, very poorly. And you'll see the feed from both of our glasses back here. And so you can all follow along. We'll show an English translation in real time. Okay? Let's give it a shot. Fingers crossed. بسیار خوب. حالا میتونی ببینی حرفای من ترجمه میشن از فارسی به انگلیسی.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. अब मेरी पूरी दुनिया खुल जाती है और मैं सब कुछ समझ सकती हूँ आसानी से.
حالا میتونی با همه آدمای دنیا صحبت بکنی و برای مامان و بابام ببخشین. فارسی من خیلی بده. See, we said it's a risky demo. Let's. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nishta, for that awesome tour of Android XR glasses. We're so excited about the possibilities when you have an incredibly helpful AI assistant by your side with these Android XR devices. But that's not all. We're taking our partnership with Samsung to the next level by extending Android XR beyond headsets to glasses. We're creating the software and reference hardware platform to enable the ecosystem to build great glasses alongside us. Our glasses prototypes are already being used by trusted testers, and you'll be able to start developing for glasses later this year. Now, we know that these need to be stylish glasses that you'll want to wear all day. That's why I'm excited to announce today that Gentle Monster and Warby Parker will be the first eyewear partners to build glasses with Android XR. We want you to be able to wear glasses that match your personal taste. This is just the start. I can't wait for you to try Android XR for yourself, and we'll have lots more to share in the months ahead. Thank you so much.
Those XR glasses are amazing. Research to reality, literally right in front of our eyes. Okay, so we are nearing the end of the show. Today you've heard a lot about ELO scores, benchmarks, and state-of-the-art performance. But I know there's one metric you've all been waiting for, our AI counter. So let's take a look at one last leaderboard. Looks like, I guess, we have a new entrant. Gemini takes the lead, coming in at 95. Very exhilarating. On a more serious note, here's everything we've announced today, from new launches and product expansions to glimmers of what's to come. The opportunity with AI is truly as big as it gets. And it'll be up to this wave of developers, technology builders, to make sure its benefits reach as many people as possible. I want to leave you with a few examples that inspire me. The first is top of mind for those who live here in California and so many places around the world. So many of us know someone who has been affected by wildfires. They can start suddenly and grow out of control in a matter of minutes. Speed and precision can make all the difference. Together, with an amazing group of partners, we are building something called FireSat. It's a constellation of satellites that use multispectral satellite imagery and AI, aiming to provide near real-time insights. Just look at the resolution. It can detect fires as small as 270 square feet, about the size of a one-car garage. Our first satellite is in orbit now. When fully operational, imagery will be updated with a much greater frequency, down from every 12 hours today to every 20 minutes. Speed is also of the essence in other kinds of emergencies. During Hurricane Helene, Wing, in partnership with Walmart and the Red Cross, provided relief efforts with drone deliveries. Supported by AI, we were able to deliver critical items like food and medicine to a YMCA shelter in North Carolina based on real-time needs. We can imagine how this could be helpful in disaster relief in other communities, and we are actively working to scale up. These are examples of ways AI is helping society right now. It's especially inspiring to think about the research of today that will become reality in a few short years. Whether it's building the next generation of helpful robots, finding treatments for the world's deadliest diseases, advancing error-corrected quantum computers, or delivering fully autonomous vehicles that can safely bring you anywhere you want to go. All of this is very much possible within not decades, but years. It's amazing. This opportunity to improve lives is not something I take for granted. And a recent experience brought that home for me. I was in San Francisco with my parents. The first thing they wanted to do was a ride in a Waymo, like a lot of other tourists. I had taken Waymos before, but watching my father, who's in his 80s, in the front seat, be totally amazed, I saw the progress in a whole new light. It was a reminder of how incredible the power of technology is to inspire, to awe, and to move us forward. And I can't wait to see what amazing things we'll build together next. Thank you.
I see infinite possibilities with Flow.
What manner of magic is that?
AI mode is the biggest revolution since the search engine was invented.
You tell Gemini exactly what you want built, and it builds it for you.
No! Coding with Gemini 2.5 Pro, it is awesome.
Project Mariner is going to change how we use our browsers.
It's an AI agent that gets things done for you.
Notebook LM's mind map completely transforms learning.
Why is this person following me wherever I walk?
That's just your shadow.
Wait, you're gonna turn right!
AI is completely changing how we fight fires.
Generative media is expanding the boundaries of creativity.
It was magic the first time I saw this.
This isn't just another tool.
It's a game changer.
This is just like mind-blowing to me.
The potential's almost limitless.
So let's hear you make some noise so everybody. All right, everybody, we have an amazing crowd here today. We're going to be live streaming this, so let's hear you make some noise so everybody can hear that you're here. Let's go. Not bad. I'm Alex Kantrowitz. I'm the host of Big Technology Podcast, and I'm here to speak with you about the frontiers of AI with two amazing guests. Demis Hassabis, the CEO of DeepMind, is here. Google DeepMind. Good to see you, Demis.
Good to see you too.
And we have a special guest, Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, is also here. All right, so this is going to be fun. Let's start with the frontier models. Demis, this is for you. With what we know today about frontier models, how much improvement is there left to be unlocked? And why do you think so many smart people are saying that the gains are about to level off?
I think we're seeing incredible progress. You've all seen it today, all the amazing stuff we showed in the keynote. So I think we're seeing incredible gains with the existing techniques, pushing them to the limit. But we're also inventing new things all the time as well. And I think to get all the way to something like AGI, I think may require one or two more new breakthroughs. And I think we have lots of promising ideas that we're cooking up, and we hope to bring into the main branch of the Gemini branch.
All right, and so there's been this discussion about scale. Does scale solve all problems, or does it not? So I want to ask you, in terms of the improvement that's available today, is scale still the star, or is it a supporting actor?
I think I've always been of the opinion you need both. You need to scale to the maximum the techniques that you know about. You want to exploit them to the limit, whether that's data or compute scale. And at the same time, you want to spend a bunch of effort on what's coming next. Maybe 6 months, a year down the line, so you have the next innovation that might do a 10x leap in some way to kind of intersect with the scale. So you want both, in my opinion. But I don't know, Sergey, what do you think?
I mean, I agree. It takes both. You can have algorithmic improvements and simply compute improvements. Better chips, more power, bigger data centers. I think that historically, if you look at things like the n-body problem and simulating, just gravitational bodies and things like that, as you plot it, the algorithmic advances have actually beaten out the computational advances, even with Moore's law. If I had to guess, I would say the algorithmic advances are probably going to be even more significant than the computational advances. But both of them are coming up now, so we're kind of getting the benefits of both.
And Demis, do you think the majority of your improvement is coming from building bigger data centers and using more chips? Like, there's talk about how the world will be just wallpapered with data centers. Is that your vision?
Well, no, look, I mean, we're definitely going to need a lot more data centers. It's amazing that, it still amazes me from a scientific point of view, we turn sand into thinking machines. It's pretty incredible. But actually, it's not just for the training. It's now we've got these models that everyone wants to use, and actually we're seeing incredible demand for 2.5 Pro, and I think Flash, we're really excited about how performant that is for the incredible sort of low cost. I think the whole world's going to want to use these things. And so we're going to need a lot of data centers for serving, and also for inference time compute. Giving, you saw DeepThink today, 2.5 Pro DeepThink. The more time you give it, the better it will be. And certain tasks, very high value, very difficult tasks, it will be worth letting it think for a very long time. And we're thinking about how to push that even further. And again, that's going to require a lot of chips at runtime.
Okay, so you brought up test time compute. We've been about a year into this reasoning paradigm, and you and I have spoken about it twice in the past as something that you might be able to add on to traditional LLMs to get gains. So I think this is like a pretty good time for me to be like, what's happening? Can you help us contextualize the magnitude of improvement we're seeing from reasoning?
No, well, we've always been big believers in what we're now calling this thinking paradigm. If you go back to our very early work on things like AlphaGo and AlphaZero, our agent work on playing games, they will all have this type of attribute of a thinking system on top of a model. And actually, you can quantify how much difference that makes if you look at a game like chess or Go. We had versions of AlphaGo and AlphaZero with the thinking turned off, so it was just the model telling you its first idea. And it's not bad, it's maybe like master level, something like that. But then if you turn the thinking on, it's way beyond world champion level. It's like a 600 ELO plus difference between the two versions. So you can see that in games, let alone for the real world, which is way more complicated. And I think the gains will be potentially even bigger by adding this thinking type of paradigm on top. Of course, the challenge is that your models, and I talked about this earlier in the talk, need to be a kind of world model, and that's much harder than building a model of a simple game, of course. And it has errors in it, and yet those can compound over longer-term plans. So, but I think we're making really good progress on all those fronts. Okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, as Demis said, I mean, DeepMind really pioneered a lot of this reinforcement learning work, and what they did with AlphaGo and AlphaZero, as you mentioned, it showed, as I recall, something you would take 5,000 times as much training to match what you were able to do with still a lot of training and the inference time compute that you were doing with Go. So it's obviously a huge advantage. And obviously, like most of us, we get some benefit by thinking before we speak. Although...
Not always.
I always get reminded to do that. But I think that the AIs obviously are much stronger once you add that capability, and I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg right now in that sense. It's been less than a year than these models have really been around.
Especially if you think about, obviously, with an AI, during its thinking process, it can also use a bunch of tools, or even other AIs, during that thinking process to improve what the final output is. So I think it's going to be an incredibly powerful paradigm.
DeepThink is very interesting. I'm going to describe it. I'm trying to describe it right. It's basically a bunch of parallel reasoning processes working and then checking each other, and then it's like reasoning on steroids. Now, Demis, you mentioned that the industry needs a couple more advances to get to AGI. Where would you put this type of mechanism? Is this one of those that might get the industry closer?
I think so. I think it's maybe part of one.
Okay.
Shall we say? And there are others too that we need to, maybe this can be part of improving reasoning. Where does true invention come from? Where, you're not just solving a maths conjecture, you're actually proposing one or hypothesizing a new theory in physics. I think we don't have systems yet that can do that type of creativity. I think they're coming. And these types of paradigms might be helpful in that, things like thinking, and then probably many other things. I mean, I think we need a lot of advances on the accuracy of the world models that we're building. I think you saw that with VO, the potential VO3 of how it amazes me, like how it can intuit the physics of the light and the gravity. Having someone who, I used to work on computer games, not just the AI, but also graphics engines in my early career, and remember having to do all of this by hand, and program all of the lighting and the shaders and all of these things, incredibly complicated stuff we used to do in early games, and now it's just intuiting it within the model. It's pretty astounding.
I saw you shared an image of a frying pan with some onions and some oil. There was no subliminal messaging about that?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. Just maybe a subtle message.
Okay. So we said the word AG or the acronym AGI a couple times. There's, I think, a movement within the AI world right now to say, let's not say AGI anymore. The term is so overused as to be meaningless. But Demis, it seems like you think it's important. Why?
Yeah, I think it's very important, but I think, maybe I need to write something about this also with Shane Legg, who's our chief scientist, who was one of the people that invented the term 25 years back. I think there's sort of two things that are getting a little bit conflated. One is like, what can a typical person do, an individual do? And we can, we're all very capable, but we can only do, however capable we are, there's only a certain slice of things that one is expert in, right? And, or, you could say, what can you do what like 90% of humans can do? That's obviously going to be economically very important, and I think from a product perspective also very important. So it's a very important milestone. So maybe we should say that's like, typical human intelligence. But what I'm interested in, and what I would call AGI, is really a more theoretical construct, which is what is the human brain as an architecture able to do, right? And that's, the human brain's an important reference point because it's the only evidence we have maybe in the universe that general intelligence is possible. And there, it would have to be able to, you would have to show your system was capable of doing the range of things even the best humans in history were able to do with the same brain architecture. It's not one brain, but the same brain architecture. So what Einstein did, what Mozart was able to do, what Marie Curie, and so on. And that, it's clear to me today's systems don't have that. And then the other thing that why I think it's sort of overblown the hype today on AGI is that our systems are not consistent enough to be considered to be fully general yet. They're quite general, so they can do thousands of things. You've seen many impressive things today. But every one of us have experience with today's chatbots and assistants. You can easily, within a few minutes, find some obvious flaw with them. Some high school math thing that it doesn't solve, some basic game it can't play. It's not very difficult to find that, those holes in the system. And for me, for something to be called AGI, it would need to be consistent, much more consistent across the board than it is today. It should take like a couple of months for maybe a team of experts to find a hole in it, an obvious hole in it. Whereas, today it takes an individual minutes to find that.
Sergey, this is a good one for you. Do you think that AGI is going to be reached by one company and it's game over? Or could you see Google having AGI, OpenAI having AGI, Anthropic having AGI, China having AGI?
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, I guess I would suppose that one company or country or entity will reach AGI first. Now, it is a little bit of a, kind of a spectrum. It's not like a completely precise thing, so it's conceivable that there will be more than one, roughly in that range at the same time. After that, what happens? I think it's very hard to foresee. But you could certainly imagine there's going to be multiple entities that come through. And in our AI space, we've seen when we make a certain kind of advance, like other companies are quick to follow, and vice versa. When other companies make certain advances, it's a kind of a constant leapfrog. So I do think there's an inspiration element that you see, and that would probably encourage more and more entities to cross that threshold.
Demis, what do you think?
Well, I think we probably do. I think it is important for the field to agree on a definition of AGI, so maybe we should try and help that to coalesce. Assuming there is one, there probably will be some organizations that get there first, and I think it's important that those first systems are built reliably and safely, and I think after that, if that's the case, we can imagine using them to shard off many systems that have safe architectures sort of built sort of provably underneath them. And then you could have, personal AGIs and all sorts of things happening. But it's quite difficult, as Sergey says, it's pretty difficult to predict, sort of see beyond the event horizon to predict what that's going to be like.
Right. So we talked a little bit about the definition of AGI, and a lot of people have said AGI must be knowledge, right? The intelligence of the brain. What about the intelligence of the heart? Demis, briefly, does AI have to have emotion to be considered AGI? Can it have emotion? I
think it will need to understand emotion. I don't know if, I think it will be a sort of almost a design decision if we wanted to mimic emotions. I think I don't see any reason why it couldn't in theory. But it might be different, or it might be not necessary, or in fact not desirable for them to have the sort of emotional reactions that we do as humans. So I think, again, it's a bit of an open question. As we get closer to this AGI timeframe and sort of event, which I think is more on a 5 to 10 year time scale. So I think we have a bit of time, not much time, but some time to research those kinds of questions.
When I think about how the time frame might be shrunk, I wonder if it's going to be the creation of self-improving systems. And last week, I almost fell out of my chair reading this headline about something called Alpha Evolve, which is an AI that helps design better algorithms and even improve the way LLMs train. So, Demis, are you trying to cause an intelligence explosion?
No, not an uncontrolled one. I think it's an interesting first experiment. It's an amazing system, great team that's working on that, where it's interesting now to start pairing other types of techniques, in this case, evolutionary programming techniques, with the latest foundation models, which are getting increasingly powerful. And I actually want to see in our exploratory work a lot more of these kind of combinatorial systems and sort of pairing different approaches together. And you're right, that is one of the things, a self-improvement, someone discovering a kind of self-improvement loop would be one way where things might accelerate further than they're even going today. And we see that before with our own work, with things like AlphaZero, learning chess and Go and any two-player game from scratch within less than 24 hours, starting from random with self-improving processes. So we know it's possible, but again, those are in quite limited game domains, which are very well described. So the real world is far messier and far more complex. So it remains to be seen if that type of approach can work in a more general way.
Sergey, we've talked about some very powerful systems, and it's a race. It's a race to develop these systems. Is that why you came back to Google?
I think as a computer scientist, it's a very unique time in history. Honestly, anybody who's a computer scientist should not be retired right now, should be working on AI. That's what I would just say. There's just never been a greater sort of problem and opportunity, a greater cusp of technology. So I wouldn't say it's because of the race, although we fully intend that Gemini will be the very first AGI, clarify that. But to be immersed in this incredible technological revolution, it's unlike, I went through sort of the Web 1.0 thing. It was very exciting, and whatever. We had mobile, we had this, we had that. But I think this is scientifically far more exciting, and I think ultimately the impact on the world is going to be even greater. In as much as the web and mobile phones have had a lot of impact, I think AI is going to be vastly more transformative.
So what do you do day to day?
I think I torture people like Demis. It was amazing, by the way. He tolerated me crashing this fireside. I'm I'm across the street, pretty much every day, and they're just people who are working on the key Gemini text models, on the pre-training, on the post-training. Mostly those I periodically delve into some of the multimodal work. VO3 as you've all seen. But I tend to be pretty deep in the technical details, and that's a luxury I really enjoy, fortunately, because guys like Demis are, minding the shop. Yeah, that's just where, my scientific interest is. It's deep in the algorithms and how they can evolve.
Okay. Let's talk about the products a little bit, some that were introduced recently. I just want to ask you a broad question about agents, Demis, because when I look at other tech companies building agents, what we see in the demos is usually something that's contextually aware, has a disembodied voice, is often interacted. You often interact with it on a screen. When I see DeepMind and Google demos, oftentimes it's through the camera. It's very visual. There was an announcement about smart glasses today. So talk a little bit about if that's the right read, why Google is so interested in having an assistant or a companion that is something that sees the world as you see it.
Well, it's for several reasons. Several threads come together. So as we talked earlier, we've always been interested in agents. That's actually the heritage of DeepMind. Actually, we started with agent-based systems in games. We are trying to build AGI, which is a full general intelligence. Clearly, that would have to understand the physical environment, the physical world around you. And two of the massive use cases for that, in my opinion, are a truly useful assistant that can come around with you in your daily life, not just stuck on your computer or one device. It needs to we want it to be useful in your everyday life for everything. And so it needs to come around you and understand your physical context. And then the other big thing is I've always felt for robotics to work, you sort of want what you saw with Astra on a robot. And I've always felt that the bottleneck in robotics isn't so much the hardware, although obviously there's many companies and working on fantastic hardware, and we partner with a lot of them, but it's actually the software intelligence that I think is always what's held robotics back. But I think we're in a really exciting moment now where finally, with these latest versions, especially 2.5 Gemini, and more things that we're going to bring in, this kind of VO technology and other things, I think we're going to have really exciting algorithms to make robotics finally work in its, and sort of realize its potential, which could be enormous. So I think this, and then in the end, AGI needs to be able to do all of those things. So for us, and that's why you can see we always had this in mind. That's why Gemini was built from the beginning, even the earliest versions, to be multimodal. And that made it harder at the start because it's harder to make things multimodal than just text only. But in the end, I think we're reaping the benefits of those decisions now, and I see many of the Gemini team here in the front row, of the correct decisions we made. They were the harder decisions, but we made the right decisions, and now you can see the fruits of that with all of what you've seen today, actually.
Sergey, I've been thinking about whether to ask you a Google Glass question.
Fire away.
What did you learn from Glass that Google might be able to apply today, now that it seems like smart glasses have made a reappearance?
Wow, yeah, great question. I learned a lot. I mean, that was, I definitely feel like I made a lot of mistakes with Google Glass, I'll be honest. I am still a big believer in the form factor, so I'm glad that we have it now. And now it's like, looks like normal glasses, doesn't have the thing in front. I think there was a technology gap, honestly. Now in the AI world, the things that these glasses can do to help you out without constantly distracting you, that capability is much higher. There's also just, I just didn't know anything about consumer electronics supply chains really, and how hard it would be to build that and have it be at a reasonable price point, managing all the manufacturing and so forth. This time we have great partners that are helping us build this. So that's another step forward. What else can I say? I do have to say I miss the airship with the wingsuiting skydivers for the demo. Honestly, it would have been even cooler here at Shoreline Amphitheater than it was up in Moscone back in the day. But maybe we'll have to. We should probably polish the product first this time.
This time. We'll do it that way around.
It's ready and available, and then we'll do a really cool demo. So that's probably a smart move.
Yeah, what I will say is, I mean, look, we've got obviously an incredible history of glass devices and smart devices. So we can bring all those learnings to today. And I'm very excited about our new glasses, as you saw. But what I've always talking to our team and Shahram and the team about is that, I mean, I don't know if Sergey would agree, but I feel like the Universal Assistant is the killer app for smart glasses. And I think that's what's going to make it work, apart from the fact that it's all the hardware technology has also moved on and improved a lot. I feel like this is the actual killer app, the natural killer app for it.
Okay. Briefly on video generation, I sat in the audience in the keynote today and was like fairly blown away by the level of improvement we've seen from these models. And I mean, you had filmmakers talking about it in the presentation. I want to ask you, Demis, specifically about model quality. If the internet fills with video that's been made with artificial intelligence, does that then go back into the training and lead to a lower quality model than if you were training just from human-generated content?
Yeah, well, look, we know there's a lot of worries about this so-called like model collapse. I mean, video is just one thing, but in any modality, text as well. There's a few things to say about that. First of all, we're very rigorous with our data quality management and curation. We also, at least for all of our generative models, we attach synth ID to them. So there's this invisible AI actually made watermark that is very robust, has held up now for a year, 18 months since we released it. And all of our images and videos are embedded with this watermark. So we can detect, and we're releasing tools to allow anyone to detect these watermarks and know that that was an AI-generated image or video. And of course, that's important to combat deepfakes and misinformation, but it's also, of course, you could use that to filter out, if you wanted to, whatever was in your training data. So I don't actually see that as a big problem. Eventually, we may have video models that are so good, you could put them back into the loop as a source of additional data, synthetic data it's called. And there, you just got to be very careful that you're actually creating from the same distribution that you're going to model. You're not distorting that distribution somehow. The quality is high enough. We have some experience of this in a completely different domain with things like AlphaFold, where there wasn't actually enough real experimental data to build the final AlphaFold. So we had to build an earlier version that then predicted about 1 million protein structures. And then we selected, it had a confidence level on that. We selected the top 300,000-400,000 and put them back in the training data. So there's lots of, it's very cutting edge research to like mix synthetic data with real data. So there are also ways of doing that. But in terms of the video sort of generator stuff, you can just exclude it if you want to, at least with our own work. And hopefully other gen media companies follow suit and put robust watermarks in. Also, obviously, first and foremost, to combat deepfakes and misinformation.
Okay, we have 4 minutes. I got 4 questions left. We now move to the miscellaneous part of my questions. Let's see how many we can get through and as fast as we can get through them. Let's go to Sergey with this one. What does the web look like in 10 years?
What does the web look like in 10 years? I mean...
You've got 1 minute.
Boy, I think 10 years, because of the rate of progress in AI, is so far beyond anything we can see. Not just the web. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we really know what the world looks like in 10 years.
Okay. Demis?
Well, I think that's a good answer. I do think the web, I think in nearer term, the web is going to change quite a lot if you think about an agent-first web. Like, does it really need to, it doesn't necessarily need to see renders and things like we do as humans using the web. So I think things will be pretty different in a few years.
Okay. This is kind of an under-over question. AGI before 2030 or after 2030?
2030. Boy, you really kind of put it on that fine line. Yeah. I'm gonna say before.
Before?
Yeah.
Demis?
I'm just after.
Just after.
Yeah.
Okay.
No pressure, Demis.
No, exactly. What? I have to go back and get working harder.
Is that?
I can ask for it. He needs to deliver it. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop sandbagging. We need
That's
next
true.
week.
That's true.
I'll come to the review. All right. So, would you hire someone that used AI in their interview? Demis?
Oh, in their interview? Depends how they used it. I think using today's models, tools, probably not. But I think that would be, well, it depends how they would use it, actually. I think it's probably the answer.
Sergey?
Yeah.
I mean, I never interviewed at all. So, I don't know. I feel it would be hypocritical for me to judge people exactly how they interview.
Yeah, I haven't either, actually. So snap on that. I've never done a job interview. So.
Okay. So, Demis, I've been reading your tweets. You put a very interesting tweet up where there was a prompt that created some sort of natural scene.
Oh, yeah.
Here was the tweet. Nature to simulation at the press of a button does make you wonder, with a couple of emojis, and people ran with that and wrote some headlines saying, Demis thinks we're in a simulation. Are we in a simulation?
Not in the way that, Nick Bostrom and people talk about. I do think, though, so I don't think this is some kind of game, even though I wrote a lot of games. I do think that ultimately underlying physics is information theory. So I do think we're in a computational universe, but it's not just a straightforward simulation. I can't answer you in 1 minute. But I think the fact that these systems are able to model real structures in nature is quite interesting and telling. And I've been thinking a lot about our work we've done with AlphaGo and AlphaFold and these types of systems. I've spoken a little about it. Maybe at some point I'll write up a scientific paper about what I think that really means in terms of what's actually going on here in reality.
Sergey, you want to make a headline?
Well, I think that argument applies recursively, right? If we're in a simulation, then by the same argument, whatever beings are making the simulation are themselves in a simulation for roughly the same reasons, and so on and so forth. So I think you're going to have to either accept that we're in an infinite stack of simulations, or that there's got to be some stopping criteria.
And what's your best guess?
I think that we're taking a very anthropocentric view, like when we say simulation in the sense that some kind of conscious being is running a simulation that we are then in, and that they have some kind of semblance of desire and consciousness that's similar to us. I think that's where it kind of breaks down for me. So I just don't think that we're really equipped to reason about sort of one level up in the hierarchy.
Okay, well, Demis, Sergey, thank you so much. This has been such a fascinating conversation.
Thank
you all.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Sergey.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
You to our Hello, everyone. My name is Ronneke Rashkeide, and I lead developer relations at Google DeepMind.
Hi, everyone. I'm Josh.
And we're very excited to welcome you to our session, Google's AI Stack for Developers. We'll start by giving you a quick overview of Google's AI Stack. Who's at I/O for the first time? Can I see some hands up? Oh, OK. Welcome to Google I/O. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. So we'll start by giving you an overview of Google's end-to-end ecosystem of AI. And as you know, we've been leading the way in AI for decades. Since we open sourced TensorFlow in 2015, from when we published our field-defining research with Transformers in 2017, to Gemini. And we are now in the Gemini era. So we've been releasing a lot, relentlessly, as it's been called today. We've been shipping many features, many new products. And in our talk, we're actually going to give you an overview of everything that's new for developers throughout the AI stack. Our mission is to empower every developer and organization to harness the power of AI. And Google Stack is so good and flexible because it combines very robust infrastructure with state-of-the-art research. And all of these enables real-world applications come to life that change entire fields, industries, and companies. We'll start by discussing foundation models, touching upon our Gemini, Gemma, and some of our domain-specific models.
After foundation models, we'll take a look at AI frameworks that we use to build them. So we'll talk about JAX, which is really great for researchers. We'll talk about Keras, which is really amazing for applied AI. Later on, we'll even talk a little bit about the work we're doing with PyTorch.
We'll also touch upon some developer tools for all types of experience, from beginners to advanced.
Then we'll talk a little bit about infrastructure. And this talk is about software, not hardware. Our hardware infrastructure is TPUs, which you've probably heard a lot of. But in this talk, I'll briefly talk about XLA, which is a machine learning compiler. And I'll talk about some of the work we're doing for inference. So making it possible to serve models at scale super efficiently with really cool new things with XLA for JAX and PyTorch.
OK.
Oh, and then one more thing to mention. I went too fast, so sorry about that. So a lot of this talk is about these huge foundation models. Towards the end of the talk, I'll talk about Google AI Edge. And we'll talk about deploying small models on device, which is also super important for many reasons.
Awesome. OK, let's start by exploring our core intelligence within our stack. We'll start with our Gemini models, which are our most capable and versatile model family. And our core philosophy here at Google is to provide developers with state-of-the-art models and tools that you can use to build powerful applications all throughout. And our Gemini models, they are known for being multimodal, have a long context window, and having very powerful reasoning. But we've built a variety of models for different use cases. So depending on what you're trying to build, Google will have a model that is tailored for your use case. And I would like to just give you a quick walkthrough of these models. I know you've heard it during the keynote, but just very quickly, Gemini 2.5 Pro, which is our most advanced model yet, especially for high complex tasks that benefit from deep reasoning. It's really good at coding and also more complex prompts. It leads coding benchmarks, including WebDev Arena Leaderboard, and it's really our most powerful model. Gemini 2.5 Flash, which developers love it because of its efficiency and speed, and it's now even better at almost every single dimension. So we improved all the benchmarks across reasoning, coding, multimodality, and also long context. Then we have our Gemini 2.0 Flash, which is fast and cheap, works fine, and our Gemini Nano, which is optimized for on-device tasks. And as you've heard, we've been shipping relentlessly, and I would like to give you just a quick highlight of everything that we've been shipping in AI Studio and the Gemini API. There's a talk tomorrow that I would like to invite you to attend, which is by Shrestha Bazumalik, a group product manager on Gemini API, and Luciano Martins, our technical lead for Gemini API from DevRel, and they're going to do a deep dive into everything that's new within the Gemini API, so you definitely don't want to miss that session tomorrow. But for now, just a glimpse to get you excited about what's new in AI Studio. We've built a new tab that is called Build that instantly generates web apps. And it's really cool because it enables developers and builders alike to prototype very quickly with natural language. We have a new generative media experience in AI Studio as well, and I'm going to demo all of this so you can see how it actually works. And we are always listening to the community. We listen to your feedback, and we always build with developers in mind. And that's why some of these features were actually requested by community, and that's what happened with the built-in new dashboard. You requested, we built it, and we also have some new native audio and TTS support in AI Studio. On the Gemini API side of things, we're also new capabilities for text-to-speech, allowing you to control emotion and style for a more expressive and dynamic audio. And it's both available on the Live API and also on Unary API for real generating audio. And some of the use cases here that we had in mind when we built this were more dynamic audiobooks, some more engaging podcasts, or even for those of you in customer support producing more natural voices into your workflows. We also have an unstooling, which is really cool because now you can use grounding with Google Search, also with code execution together in just one API call, and URL context, which you heard during the keynote, which provides the model with depth content from web pages. And since you can chain it to other tools, it's actually really powerful to build search agents. So really cool stuff. Lastly, just to call out that we now offer Gemini SDK support for MCP, which reduces a lot of developer friction and simplifies building agentic capabilities. So you don't want to miss tomorrow's talk to learn more about this. And Google AI Studio. Who here uses Google AI Studio? Can I see some hands? OK, awesome, awesome. We have a lot to chat after this session then. Google AI Studio is the perfect place for anyone to start developing with AI. It's the simplest way to test the latest DeepMind models. We typically bring them to Google AI Studio so you can start prototyping and playing with the models. And you don't need Google Cloud knowledge in order to set up your environment. It's free of charge, and you can create and test and save your prompts. And there's also starter apps that will inspire you. And that's exactly what I'm going to demo here today for you. I am going to show you some of the work that the team has been doing. So if we go to Google AI Studio here, we go into Build, and Mumble Jumble is something that we've literally just created, and it's one of my favorite apps. So Mumble Jumble is one of those applications that with just natural language allows you to interact with the model so you can build those more dynamic and interactive audio experiences. So let's have a look. So first of all, it uses 2.5 preview native audio dialogue. You can choose if it's easy to interrupt or hard to interrupt. And then you can come and pick your voice, high pitch. So there's multiple things that you can play with, and then you can customize. I really like the fox, so let's go ahead and pick the fox. Let's get the cowboy. Happy because we're at Google I/O. We're all super happy to be here. And let's get a microphone because I have one.
Howdy, partner. Finley Flicker Fox here, ready to charm the boots off ya.
Hello. What's the weather like today in Mountain View?
Well now, it's a fine day in Mountain View. Sunny and quite pleasant, perfect for moseying on out and about.
I agree. Are there any hiking trails near the Google campus?
Why, sure as shootin', there are plenty of trails near the Google campus, perfect for a grand adventure and some fresh air.
E qual é o melhor caminho para chegar a estes trails?
Well now, the best way to get to those trails is to head towards the foothills, following the marked paths. Y'all find them right along the way.
E depois da minha hike, há algum café perto do trail?
You betcha! There are a few cozy cafes nearby, perfect for a spell of rest and a good cup of coffee after your hike.
Thank you so much.
It was my pleasure, partner. Happy trails, and enjoy your coffee.
Thank you. So, as you could see, there's some really cool experiences that we're bringing into AI Studio. Audio is getting better, more natural experiences with voice. And in case you didn't notice, I even changed the language in how I interacted with the model. I spoke in Portuguese, my mother tongue, and it actually replied with very good information. So what I did here, Josh is going to show you exactly what's happening on the API side of things in just 1 second. I have one prompt that I just want to very quickly show you. You roll a dice twice, and what's the probability of the result being 7? Okay, let's just run this very quickly because I just want to show you one thing before I hand it over to Josh. So as you can see, thought summaries. The model is actually showcasing how it thinks, and you can see the summaries here. We have the result, and then basically what is available in the UI in AI Studio is also available in the API, and Josh is going to show you that right now.
Thanks. Okay, great. So very briefly, we have something called the Gemini Developer API, which is really great. It's the easiest possible way to develop with Google's foundation models. The best place to get started is ai.google.dev. There is a whole lot of capabilities in the API. It's got code execution, it's got function calling. I remember sitting down with a team to build this from a blank piece of paper starting about 2 years ago. We had basically, you could prompt it with text, And now we have image understanding, video understanding, but now we can also generate images and videos that Joanna will show you later. Very, very briefly, ai.google.dev has all of our developer documentation. There's lots of really great guides. There's information about the models, everything you need to get started. We also have the Gemini API cookbook. We have a link to this at the end. It's basically Google/cookbook, goo.gle/cookbook. And this will take you to a whole slew of notebooks that the team has put together. And basically, all of these notebooks are end-to-end examples that show you one thing that you might be interested in, like what's the best way to do code execution, what's the best way to do function calling. You'll find that in the cookbook. I also very, very quickly want to show you how easy it is to get started with the API. So basically, in Google AI Studio, you don't need a credit card or anything like that. In about a minute, you can just click Get API Key, create your key. Now, if you're doing this for the first time, behind the scenes, this will automatically create a cloud project for you, but that detail is not important. Basically, now I have an API key, and I'm ready to install the SDK and call the model. If you open up any of the notebooks in the cookbook, well, let's just say it's in a different directory here, but let's just say we've opened up, we'll just say we opened up this one, which is in the quick starts directory, and this shows you exactly what Joanna showed, how to get the thinking summaries. You can add your API key in Google Colab. If you zoom in, you can hit Add New Secret, and in this particular notebook, it's called Google API Key. But you can call it whatever you like, so you would add Google API Key there, you would paste your key there, and now you're ready to run this. So if you do runtime and run all, you're calling the API, and you're running all the examples. You can also, directly in Google Colab, we have this thing where you can grab an API key straight inside Google Colab. So it's just really quick and easy to do. OK, we can go back to the slides. So very, very quickly as a recap, Gemini Developer API is the easiest way to get started. It's super lightweight. It's fast to install. And you can get up and running, like, honestly, in about a minute. OK? I will use the clicker. This is the flow to get started with Google AI Studio. Go to Google AI Studio, get your key. Try one of the code examples on ai.google.dev or in the codebook. I see people taking pictures. That makes me happy. Please try this. We spent so much time on making this easy, and I hope it works for you. If not, please file an issue, and we'll get on it. This is the GenAI SDK for the Gemini API. And this is something we've been rolling out. It's our latest SDK. We've been rolling it out gradually over the course of the last, 6 months. It's super user-friendly. It's really easy to use. Really, the only point I want to make here, because I don't want to read the code examples or the documentation to you, you can call the API in a few lines of code. Basically, add your key, select a model, write a prompt. You can go ahead and call it. You can also get access to advanced functionality in one line of code. So if you'd like to get the thinking summaries that Joanna showed you, you can just add a thinking config, say include the thoughts. Now you've got the thinking summaries. And a good use case for this could be any time you need to explain the model's reasoning. Particularly, you can imagine if you're building an education app or a tutoring app, you can get the thinking summaries. In addition to really cool things that you can do with a single line of code, there's some more advanced stuff that you can do with the SDK as well. So I know there's a lot of code on this slide, but we've talked a lot about building agents and agentic experiences. In this example, you could imagine that you have a Python function on your laptop called weather function. And maybe that calls your own weather server to get the weather. What you can do is you can pass the definition of that function to the Gemini API in JSON, including the function name and the parameters that it takes. Then what you can do is you can write a prompt. So here the prompt happens to be, what's the temperature in London? When you send the prompt and the function to the model, what the model will do is assess whether it makes sense to call that function based on your prompt. If so, it won't actually call it, but you can see in the function call.name that it returns and the function call.args, it returns the name of the function and the arguments to pass to it. So if you want, you're ready to call this function on your laptop, and we have code that you can copy and paste to do that. What's really cool, too, is this works with multiple functions at the same time. So you can imagine you have a function like schedule a meeting or something like that, and you can very easily, well, with some work, you can build an agent to actually do that. So function calling is super important, and it works extremely well. So now Joanna's going to talk about Gen Media.
Awesome. So as you could see, what you can build in the UI within AI Studio, also available in the API, and also just building on the capabilities of our foundation models. Our core intelligence also encompasses a powerful suite of generative media models, and they are designed to transform creative experiences across content generation across different modalities like images, video, and audio. And I would also like you to demo one of these new apps that we have in AI Studio. So I'm going back to the laptop, and I'm going to show you something that the team also just created. So AI Studio also got a facelift and has some new features, and the chat interface is still the same, but you've seen the Talk to Gemma live during the keynote. We have the new generative media console, which allows you to create and interact with our most creative models. And then we have the build, which is where all these new apps are coming to. So I just wanted to show you very quickly this one. There we go. And then we basically can choose here what are the sounds that we want. And this is all powered by Lyria, our music generation model. And just for the interest of time, I'm not going to keep playing it, but you can see some of the capabilities of these models that we're bringing to AI Studio. We'll continue to the slides. In the console, as you could see, you have access to our image generation, our video generation, and music generation models with applets to get you started. And so that's a really cool thing for you to play with after this session. Some of our videos, very realistic images with a really good understanding of real-world physics and dynamics, improved quality, and more capabilities coming to these models. And this is the example that I just showed. We've made Lyria Real-Time our interactive music generation model, which powers Music FX DJ. It's available in the API and AI Studio, and you can check our API documentation for more information. This also allows everyone to interact, to create, and to perform generative music in real time. It's really cool. You might remember that in the show before the first keynote, you might have seen this console. That's exactly why I wanted to show you this particular app in this session, but there's a lot more that you can try afterwards. And shifting the gears towards Gemma, early this year we released Gemma 3, which is our most advanced model, and it comes in 4 sizes, 1, 4, 12, and 27B, and offers developers the flexibility to optimize performance for diverse applications, from efficient on-device inference to also scalable cloud deployment. And in particular, 4, 12, and 27B is multimodal, multilingual, and has a long context window up to 128,000 tokens. And the fact that it's available in more than 140 languages is really cool, because 80% of our users are actually outside the United States. And you heard during the keynote as well that MedGemma is our most capable collection of open models for multimodal medical text and image comprehension. It's a really good starting point for building medical application, and it's available in 4B and 27B. You can download the model and adapt it to your use case via prompting, fine-tuning, or agentic workflows. And we also announced Gemma 3N. It's optimized for on-device operation on phones, tablets, and laptops. And as you can see, the Gemmaverse is booming with all these new variants coming and being developed all the time. Chill Gemma, Dolphin Gemma, now MedGemma, Sign Gemma, so many different capabilities and options that it's truly exciting to see. And one last thing that we are really excited about is the fact that we brought to AI Studio the possibility to deploy the Gemma models directly from AI Studio into Cloud Run with one click. So you can use the Gen AI SDK to call it, and just requires a 2-line change. Change API key, change base URL, and you're set. That's the easiest deployment. And now Josh is going to tell you all about frameworks.
Thanks. OK, so we've talked a lot about foundation models, Gemini and Gemma. Now we'll talk a little bit about the frameworks that Google and the community use to build them. So a lot of cool stuff to cover. Let's start with the easiest possible way to get started to fine-tune a model. So in the developer keynote, Gus showed a version of Gemma that speaks emoji. And this is a language that he came up with his daughter. One way to do that is you could just prompt the model to speak emoji. And in a lot of cases, you can get away with the prompt. But if you have a very large amount of data, or maybe you're building a really serious application, like something in healthcare or medicine, what you can do is you can fine-tune the model to work even better with your data. And a really, really great thing about this is the truth is it sounds complicated, but it's not in practice. All you really need is a 2-column CSV file. And here what you're looking at is something with a prompt and a response. And if you've got a couple thousand rows, using our framework Keras, and Keras is my favorite way by far of doing just applied AI. That means using AI in practice. You can tell I care a lot about, both of us care a lot about healthcare and medicine, so there's a lot of wonderful, like more than you could ever count, opportunities to do good in the world in those fields using technologies like this. You can train the model to do something really useful. So we have a really great tutorial about this. It's honestly about 5 key lines of code. You import a model of Gemma from Keras Hub. This model is already instruction tuned. You can prompt it in a line of code. And you can also do LoRa fine-tuning in about a line of code, which also sounds fancy, but it's not. So Keras is great for applied AI. If you're doing research, we have a really wonderful framework called JAX. And JAX is a Python machine learning library. And I guess I have 2 things to say about it. One is that at the highest scales, JAX is the best place to go. So it scales really easily to tens of thousands of accelerators. It's super powerful. We use it to build Gemini and Gemma. The community uses it to build a bunch of really large, awesome foundation models as well. But one thing I like about JAX, because I'm operating at a much simpler level, at its core, JAX, it's a Python machine learning library with a NumPy API. And when a new model comes out or a new paper, it takes me a long time to understand it. What I like to do is basically implement it line by line in NumPy. And I very carefully just understand the input, the output, the shapes, debug it just in NumPy. And what's really wonderful, if you use JAX, you can do that in NumPy. There's transforms that you can read about. You can add a line of code like grad to get the gradients. You can add a line of code JIT to JIT compile your model. And now without changing anything else, you can run it on GPUs and TPUs. So JAX core gives you this really good way to think very carefully through different techniques in machine learning. And then when you're ready, you can scale them up without really changing your code. And that's really, really awesome. On top of JAX, which is out of scope for this talk, there's a huge ecosystem of libraries. So there's great libraries from Google and the community for things like optimizers and checkpoints and implementing neural networks. You don't have to do that from scratch if you want. But just as I'm learning things, if you do it totally from scratch once, you really can, at least it helps me get my head around it, even though it takes a little while. If you want to skip that part and you want to go straight to just show me a super optimized large language model implemented in JAX that's ready to scale to hundreds or even thousands of accelerators, then there's 2 really cool GitHub libraries that I point you to. MaxText, as you might guess, has reference implementations of large language models. And Max Diffusion has, as you might guess, reference implementations of models that you can use to generate beautiful images and stuff like that. Those can take some work, but we're working on making them super user-friendly. But right now they're designed for, I think the way I think about it is like, well, anyway, they take some work to scale, but they're great. Using JAX, this just came out yesterday. I wanted to point you to new, really amazing work from the community. And so we've been talking about Google's foundation models. This is a new foundation model that Stanford University just released. This is called Marin. It happens to be built with JAX and TPUs, which is great. But what's really special about it is that Marin is a fully open model. And so in addition to sharing the weights and the architecture, they've shared the data sets that they used to train it, the code they used to filter the data sets, the experiments that worked, the experiments that didn't work. So this is a really great foundation for open science and building these really cool models in the open. And they trained this model using Google's TPU Research Cloud. And this is a collection of TPUs that if you're a researcher, you can apply for access to. And it's basically a free of charge cluster of TPUs that you can use to do really cool research like this. Very briefly, we talked about doing LoRa post-training in Keras. And now I'll show you a little bit about what we're working on for tuning in JAX. So we're working on a new library called Tunix. And the vision here, it's very, very early stage. We're building it with the community, so we're working with researchers from these great universities. And the vision is to make it a really easy-to-use library for developers, but also a really good framework for researchers to implement like the latest post-training algorithms in JAX. And we're working on a bunch now. I think it's going to be really good, and stay tuned. So that's Tunix. In addition to the libraries, very briefly, just want to talk about infrastructure. So TPUs, hardware, out of scope. But there's a really cool software package that I wanted to briefly mention called XLA. And XLA, it's basically a compiler for your machine learning code. The way this works is that when you use a library like JAX or Keras or TensorFlow or even PyTorch, what you're doing is you're writing code in Python. And then somehow, it gets compiled and optimized and run on GPUs and TPUs. And XLA is the compiler that we use at Google to do that. It powers our entire production stack. It's used by some of the largest large language model builders in the world. And what it does is it takes your Python code, does a whole bunch of optimizations, and gets it ready to run on accelerators. One thing that's really cool about XLA is it's portable. So if you run on XLA, you're never locked into TPUs. You can use your exact same code to run on GPUs and other types of accelerators. So it's really great for that. We like it a lot. The important thing here is that PyTorch now also works with XLA. So if you're a PyTorch developer, it has a wonderful ecosystem, really great libraries. If you want, you can use PyTorch XLA to train your models on TPUs and get all the really good price performance benefits that come with that. In addition to training models, we've done great work with the VLLM community. So now you can also serve your PyTorch models using VLLM on TPUs. And VLLM is a super popular inference engine. We've added TPU support. So that's available to PyTorch developers now as well. And we're also working on adding JAX support to VLLM. Here's some more really great work that's happening with the community. So this is a new partnership between Red Hat, NVIDIA, and Google. And it's working on a project called LLMD. And the vision here, this is for distributed serving. The vision here is to bring the very best of serving into open source and make it available to everybody, and to have this work with both JAX and JAX and PyTorch. So really cool new project. There's some more sophisticated stuff which you can check out, and stay tuned for this. It's going to be really good. OK, so at Warp Speed, we've talked about basically foundation models Google has, different frameworks that we use to train them, different ways that you can serve them on the cloud. Now let's briefly look at how you can deploy them on mobile devices. The way that you would do this is using Google AI Edge, which is basically a framework for deploying machine learning models on things like Android, iOS, get them running in the browser, and also on embedded devices. And I know it's Google I/O. A lot of you are mobile developers, so a lot of this is probably intuitive to you. But if you're coming from, like, I'm a Python machine learning developer, I work on the back end, this is all like really awesome points. There's many good reasons why you might want to deploy on mobile. Like, one is latency. So you can imagine if you're doing something like sign language recognition, and maybe the user is holding up their hand and they're signing, you don't want to drop frames. And if you're sending those frames to a server on the cloud, unless you happen to have like the world's fastest internet connection, you're probably going to drop frames. But if you have that gesture recognition model running locally, you're not going to. So that's one huge advantage. Others, of course, are privacy. Data doesn't need to leave the device. I mean, a lot of this, like offline, I know this is obvious to mobile folks, but if you're working on an airplane, maybe you want to run your machine learning model there. Cost savings is a really important one, too. So if you're serving a model to lots of users on the cloud, you might be paying for the compute that you need to serve it. But of course, if it's running on the phone, the compute's happening locally, so you don't need to bother with serving infrastructure. There's a lot of really cool new stuff in Google AI Edge. On our side, we've added support for things like the latest Gemma models. And by the way, this is for both classical machine learning, well, deep learning, which is now suddenly becoming classical, like things like gesture recognition, which were state of the art like 4 years ago. Now that's classical ML, because we're talking about large language models and generative AI. But you can run small large language models on device. We have a new really awesome community with Hugging Face, and there's a lot of really smart people putting together models that are ready to run pre-optimized on device. And we have a private preview, this is coming soon, for AI Edge Portal, which is basically a testing service. So you submit your model to a cloud service, and it runs it on a fleet of real devices of different sizes, just to verify that it works really well. So if you're interested in mobile development, check out Google AI Edge. Google AI Edge, it's really cool. And with that, I'll hand it over to Joanna to talk about what's next.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh. And you've heard it in the keynotes, in the previous session with Demis and Sergey. We're pushing the boundaries of what's possible to build with AI here at Google and Google DeepMind. And we're really excited to bring all this innovation and put it in the hands of developers, in the hands of the community, And it's never been a better time to build and co-create together. So we really believe in a future where AI is changing various fields across scientific discovery, healthcare, and so many more. And we're going to achieve this radical abundance in a safe and responsible way, and we want to get there with you, with the community. So let's have a look at some of the domains that we believe that have a huge potential for developers and humanity at scale. AlphaEvolve, a Gemini-powered coding agent for designing advanced algorithms, a self-improving coding agent that, and we all know that large language models can summarize documents, they can generate code, you can even brainstorm with them, but with AlphaEvolve, we're really expanding these capabilities, and we are targeting fundamental and highly complex problems on mathematics and coding. AlphaEvolve leverages Gemini, Flash, and Pro, and it's one of the big promises for the future. Another one, and I'm really excited about AI co-scientists, it's another scientific breakthrough that we're seeing, especially in the medical, in medicine, and research fields. And our goal is to accelerate the speed of discovery and drug development. And with AI co-scientists, you literally give, a scientist can give a research goal to the agent in natural language. And then the AI co-scientist is designed to give you an overview, a hypothesis, and a methodology. So in order to do so, it uses a coalition of different agents that work together, and we have the generation, agent review, ranking, evolution, proximity, and meta review that are all created within the inspiration and driven from the scientific method in itself. So it's another huge breakthrough and another domain that we'll continue to see evolving here at Google DeepMind. And lastly, an area where we're seeing tremendous progress and we expect to continue having more future breakthroughs is in domain-specific models. And Gemini robotics models, which are currently in private early access, are advanced vision language action models with the addition of physical actions as a new output modality specifically for controlling robots. These models are robot agnostic, and it uses multi-embodiment, which is a technique that it can be used on anything from humanoids to large-scale industrial machinery. So this is really, really exciting. And Gemini robotics has been fine-tuned to be dexterous, and that's why you can see so many different cool use cases and applications here on stage, from folding an origami, which is something a bit more complex, and just holding a sandwich bag. So many new innovations are coming to you, are coming to life, and will continue pushing the boundaries of what's possible across all these different domains. And now, if you want to learn more, there's many ways that you can keep engaging with us, that you can keep giving us feedback. We're also active on social media, and we have a developer forum where you can interact directly with Googlers. So in order to learn more, Josh, what do our developers have to do?
We have just a few links for you, so no problem. But we talked about a lot of different tools in the stack.
Did.
So I don't want to read the slide, but let me just point you to a couple highlights. AI.google.dev is the best place to go to get started with Gemini and Gemma. We have a cookbook for Gemini. We have a cookbook for Gemma. Google AI Studio is aistudio.google.com. If you're interested in JAX and Keras, there are the links. If you happen to be interested in XLA, please check it out, openxla.org. Google AI Edge is at the very bottom if you're a mobile developer and you're interested in mobile deployment. And there's, just to be clear, there's so many amazing things in the Google AI stack we didn't have time to talk about today. Vertex has really amazing tools for enterprise developers, but please start here, have fun, and yeah, we're around after the talk.
Yes, absolutely. And the developer relations team is just outside. We have some really cool demo stations that you can experience, engage with the team, check out the sessions tomorrow, especially on the Gemini API, Gemiverse, and robotics. We have a lot of cool stuff that we want to put in the hands of developers, many early access programs as well. Stay in touch, stay engaged, and let's co-create the future of AI together. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Compose is our recommended introduced Compose as this new UI toolkit for all. I'll start with a bit of a deep dive into what we're doing to make you as developers more productive. And then John and Jingyu will cover the wide variety of changes and improvements that we're making to help you build excellent apps across devices. And because I get to start, of course, I'm going to start with my all-time favorite topic, Jetpack Compose. Now, I was actually preparing this talk, and I was looking for some inspiration, right? And so I watched the 2019 talk, the What's New in Android talk back then. And it made me realize that we've come such a long way. Back then, we introduced Compose as this new UI toolkit for all of you to try out. And now, Compose is our recommended toolkit for building UI on Android. And year over year, we see the adoption grow. We are now at 60% of the top 1,000 apps using it and loving it in production. And Compose gives us the features, the performance, the stability, and the libraries that you need to help build you beautiful, adaptive apps. And also to build those apps faster, so that you can be focusing on those things that truly matter to your users. With the stable release of Compose, we've added lots of new functionalities. with more to come in the alphas as well. And today I want to highlight a few important ones for you. So let's start with autofill. Autofill allows users of your app to automatically fill out form fields with personal information that they filled out sometime before. And you've been asking for autofill supporting Compose for quite some time now. And we've actually been working on it for quite some time now, to be honest. But it was quite a difficult thing to implement because we needed to do quite a big rewrite of our internal semantic system. We did that rewrite, it's done, and so the basic autofill APIs are available for you to use in the latest stable version of Compose. So let's take a look, right? Here you see a typical login screen with two text fields, username and password. And those two text fields both play a role in authentication, which we somehow have to convey to the autofill APIs. So how would we implement that? First, we get a semantics modifier. You've been using this probably in some other cases in your app as well. And inside, we have a new content type property. When you set that content type property, you can give it the role of the authentication that that text field has. So in this case, I'm setting the first one to the type username, and then the second one to type password. And that's all we need to make autofill work. Now, if you use the alpha version of Compose, this is actually even easier because we've added a new modifier, content type, which lets you just set this directly with one line of code. Next up is auto-sizing text, or making your text automatically adapt to the size of its container. This is as easy as adding this new auto-size parameter to your text composable. And you can even configure it with minimum and maximum font sizes, or with the granularity of each step. Another modifier we've added is animate bounds, which lets you automatically animate the position and the size of a composable in its container. This is similar to animated content size, which you might already be using, but this one does both the size and the position at the same time, given that you're in a look-ahead scope. Then another new modifier, this time to do visibility tracking. In the latest stable version of Compose, we added onLayoutRectChanged. This is a low-level API that you can use to track a composable's position within either its root, the window, or the screen. And it unlocks various use cases, mostly related to visibility tracking or position tracking. Now, it's similar to onGlobally positioned, which you might already be using to track the location, but this one is more performant out of the box, and it allows you to add throttle or debouncing, which makes it OK to use for use cases like tracking the location of an item while you're scrolling a lazy list. And in the alpha versions of Compose, we've added some higher-level APIs on top of this low-level API, which are very, very specific for various use cases. So first of all, we added onVisibilityChanged, which gives you a callback anytime the visibility of that composable changes. So it enters or it exits the viewport. This is great for use cases like automatically playing or pausing a video when it comes into view. And we're actually using it in Androidify. We've also added onFirstVisible, which is great for use cases like impression tracking, because it gives a callback anytime a composable has been in view for a certain amount of time. So you can already start using this stable onLayoutRectChanged modifier in your stable version of Compose, and then you can use these higher-level APIs when you use the alpha version. You can learn more about these APIs and many more in the 2 brand new technical talks that we're releasing as part of this year's I/O, for best practices in text input and best practices in accessibility. But we haven't been focusing only on adding new features to Compose. And new features also shouldn't be the only reason why you're upgrading your Compose version. Another consideration is performance. When you run your app on older versions of Compose, you might sometimes see some jank. This is what some of you have mentioned. When you run older versions and you run them on lower-end devices, there might be some jank. In this case, we're using an internal benchmark project. And in that internal benchmark project, we've just built an app, and we're running it with versions of Compose from 2023. We're running it on a Pixel 3a device, and we're seeing jank rates of about 2%. Now, what we did is we kept the source code exactly the same, but we updated the version of Compose. And so what we see is that with later versions of Compose, this jank rate already drops to about 1%. Then if we update the Compose version to March 2025, this drops to less than 0.5%. And with the latest stable version of Compose, we hardly have any jank left. We're at less than 0.1%. Now, this is just one example benchmark that demonstrates all the work that our engineers have been doing in the past years to make the performance of Compose better. But our engineers are constantly finding and applying other optimizations as well. For example, we're introducing pausable composition, which splits the composition over several frames. We are offloading some of the harder work of the main thread, starting with text measurements. And we're allowing you to customize the prefetching of items in a lazy list. So between these new features that I just mentioned and the performance updates, now really is a time for you to prioritize upgrading your Compose version and get access to all of these added benefits. Now, remember that I said that 60% of the top 1,000 apps are using Compose? Several of those are actually Google apps. Google Photos, Maps, and Drive, and more, have been using Compose in production for years. And recently, we've been working with these app teams to improve the stability of our Compose releases by catching bugs at an earlier stage. Because some of you have mentioned that upgrading Compose versions can sometimes be difficult. So let me show you a little bit more about how we did this. What you're used to is that whenever we have a Compose change, we merge this into the Compose main branch, and then it goes through this alpha, beta, RC, and stable release cycle. But for Google Apps, this actually works a little bit differently, because all of the Google apps share a single version of Compose among them. And we used to update that version about once a month. But recently, we've been working to update that about once every day. So any change in Compose that makes it into the main branch actually makes it to all of these Google apps within days and can make it to millions of users within a week. Now, that also means that for new features, we are adding feature flags to make sure that we allow for early testing by these Google apps or by you in alpha versions of Compose. And you can test them, and you can let us know if there are any performance regressions or bugs with the implementation. And so we have this quick iteration of testing out new functionality. And at some point, whenever the changes make it into a beta or a stable version of Compose, they've often been running in production in these Google apps with millions of users for weeks, if not months. That should give you a lot more certainty in upgrading to the latest Compose stable version whenever it comes out. Now, another stability improvement that we did is that we did a big sweep of all of our experimental APIs. You shared with us that having too many of these experimental APIs can sometimes make the API service feel a little bit less stable. So we went through them, and for many of the APIs, we cleaned them up and made sure that we could stabilize them. But some of them were actually experimental for several years now because we eventually wanted to get around to fixing them. But they're either good enough as they are, and we stabilize them now, or we deprecated them and we will remove them for now. So with that, we reduced 32% of the experimental APIs over the course of just 1 year. And looking at some of the biggest contributors, Foundation and Compose UI, that number even increases to 66%. So this should give you much more security in using stable APIs when you're using Compose. And also, we plan to remove even more of those in the future as well. Now, so far, I've been talking about... Thank you. Now, so far, I've been mentioning Compose, and I've been talking about all the core modules, right? Foundation, runtime, UI, etc. But actually, we are working on a wider suite of libraries. Compose is part of the set of Jetpack libraries. And we've been working on adding Compose support on more of these libraries as well. You've heard a little bit about this in the developer keynote, but I wanted to expand a little bit more in this talk. So first of all, any app has navigation. And we've heard that the Jetpack navigation solution can sometimes be challenging in a compose world, especially when you're dealing with the backstack or with hoisting state. It doesn't seem to quite fit that use case. And so we sat down and we re-envisioned what we think compose should look like, what we think navigation should look like in a compose world. And thus we're introducing Navigation 3, a first alpha of a new artifact that makes it much easier to work with navigation in a compose app, because this is built with compose and using compose. And so let me show you what that library offers. The library makes it easy to do transitions between different destinations using animations, to implement predictive back, or to create shared element transitions. It has a flexible, layered architecture that is adaptive out of the box and works across form factors, including XR. And it even has a material design integration. But most importantly, it is fully customizable. So if you need more control, we give you all the control you need. You can, if you want to, control the full backstack and implement navigation exactly the way that it is needed for your app. Now, this library is currently in alpha, so we're still working on it. But we really want to make sure that this is the best navigation library we could be building. So please go and check it out. There's full documentation available. And we would really like to hear from you if this works for your use cases. Then another thing we heard from you loud and clear is that you want compose support for camera and media experiences. And so we've been working on adding this support. We have Media 3 and Camera X as our recommended solutions for these experiences in your Android apps. And here as well, we re-envisioned what this should look like in a compose world. So we didn't just wrap preview view or player view and call it a day. We're actually building building blocks from the ground up and making sure that you can build whatever your app needs, as much or as little. That unfortunately does mean that it will take a little bit longer to get to full parity with player view and preview view, but it also means that you have full control over your camera or media experience. So let me demonstrate what we mean with that for the Media 3 artifact. Here you see Androidify, and Androidify has this use case where we wanted to show a tutorial video. It's quite a trivial video, like we know the URL, we know the aspect ratio. The only thing we want to do is automatically play it and then show a play pause button on top of it so that this video can be paused for accessibility purposes. Let's implement it. We start with a video player composable in our sample app. And what you see is that we're passing in a player instance, which is coming from a Media 3 library. Then what we do is we simply forward this player instance to the player surface composable as part of the new artifact. And that surface composable actually takes care of the rendering. Nothing we have to do. Then, to add a play pause button, instead of calling the library directly and letting it render it for us, we actually implement our own, and we pass the player into it. So how does that my play pause button look like? Well, what do we do with the player instance? We create a play pause button state. This is part of the artifact, and it allows us to interact with the player, and it allows us to show data from the player. So we control the UI, but the artifact controls all the pesky logic of whether we should be showing a play or a pause button, and what to do when we click it. And with that, it works. That's all. And with that, you saw how Compose makes it easy and how it has all the features, performance, stability, and libraries for you to build apps. But UI is not all there is. So let's move on to the business layer. Kotlin multi-platform allows you to allows you to share business logic across platforms. As you can tell, it is a very popular library, and of course, we see this in the community as well. Only last year, there were 900 new KMP libraries being published. And within Google, we also support KMP, and we make sure that where it's possible and necessary, and where it's logical to share business logic in our Jetpack suite of libraries, we add KMP support. So last year, we already stood here and we discussed room, data store, and collections. This year, we're adding saved state, view model, lifecycle, and paging to that list of stable support. Now, what do I mean when I say stable support? Because KMP is vast, right? There are so many platforms that our code could be running on. And so within the Jetpack library suite, what we've done is we've divided this into 3 different categories or tiers of platforms, where each tier has different kind of commitments from our side. So in this case, tier 1 not only has Android, but we've added iOS and JVM to this list. With those 3, you can build a mobile app that shares business logic across Android and iOS and across a Kotlin backend. It has the full support that you're used to for Jetpack libraries for Android, now also available for these other platforms. And then tier 2 and tier 3 have varying lower levels of support. So let's say that you have an Android or an iOS app and you want to start sharing your business logic. Where are you going to start? My 2 colleagues, Ben and Dustin, have also created a technical talk that you can watch that helps guide you through this process. We also published 2 new code labs that guide you through the process step by step. And within Android Studio, we've added a new KMP module template. So given that you have an Android app already in Android Studio, you can get started through this module template as well. Now, I'm talking about developer productivity. I discussed Kotlin multi-platform. I discussed Compose. Of course, I have to talk about Gemini and Android Studio. And in the developer keynote, you already heard about journeys and about the version update agent with some great demos. And instead of me going into more detail here, I would like to invite you to watch the What's New in Tools talk. With that, we've seen how Kotlin, multi-platform, Compose, and Gemini and Android Studio help you be more productive. So we can move on to excellent apps. Because your users want to see excellent apps that are safe and performant, that work across devices, that are delightful, and that give you helpful experiences through UI. But before we handle all of these 5 different topics separately, I want to give you an update about Android 16. Because Android 16 is kind of the cornerstone of all of these 5 pillars. It creates beautiful experiences, but it also makes you do some changes to your code, which I know can be difficult to handle. So we've actually changed the release cycle of Android 16. Last year, we were here talking to you about a beta version of Android 15. Now we're here talking to you about the actual release of Android 16 coming very soon. So any changes that we're discussing today are going to be very relevant very soon for all of you. Also, at the end of the year, also new change, we're adding another minor SDK release. This one does not have any breaking behavior changes, only new APIs that you can opt into if you want and can help you build these excellent apps. Now, throughout the rest of this talk, whenever we're discussing any Android 16 changes, to make it easier for you to follow along, we've added this traffic light system. So whenever we're talking about an awesome new feature or a new API, we will add this green light that gives you an indication that you're allowed to update, but we're not forcing you to do anything. Then orange means a required change, but only when you update your target SDK version. So you are in charge on timing on this one. And finally, Android 16 required changes, the red ones, are those that will be effective regardless of your target SDK version. So when you see this red symbol, you probably want to look out and start testing your app. And with that, I would like to hand it off to John to start talking about how to build safe apps. Thank you.
I don't know why I did that. I've never boxed a day in my life. Hi, everybody. I'm John Zoller. I work on Wear OS and Android Identity, and I'm here to talk to you about excellent apps. So let's go ahead and start with Safe. And the first topic is authentication. Now, Credential Manager is the key topic here. This is our unified auth API. It is a simple and secure solution for users, and it is interoperable across the universe. It supports credentials, sign in with Google across all form factors, passwords also across all form factors, and then passkeys with phones, tablets, Wear, and XR. But this is table stakes, right? You already know all this, and this is what's new in Android. So we've got some new stuff for Credential Manager. First is digital credentials verification, digital credentials verification. This allows you to verify IDs for age content checks, academic degrees, all kinds of stuff like that. And the best part is it's built right into the Get credential flow. So you're already used to that kind of logic. All you have to do is furnish that API call with a digital credentials object, and it takes care of the rest for you. Next up, we've got the Restore Credentials API. Now, when a user gets a new device, it can get a little bit frustrating to re-authenticate into all of those apps, right? They have to remember their passwords. They're like, what did I sign in with? So we've got Restore Credentials for you. Now, this is great because it allows users to auto-authenticate into their app on orientation when they set up a new device, right? So this is a great option for users, really helps engagement. And it's the same story as before. It's just the Get Credentials call. You set it up with a Restore Credentials option, and that's that. Check out these resources. You can learn more about both of those topics. All right, Privacy Sandbox. Now, we know you love 3P code. It's great. You don't have to own it. You don't have to maintain it. It's nice and simple. But you also don't love it, right? Because you've got to maintain someone else's privacy contract or worry about someone else's privacy contract. So what are you going to do? How are you going to handle this? Well, you're going to do the same thing my little brother did when he hid all of my toys from me when I was 6 years old. You're going to bury it in a sandbox, baby, a privacy sandbox, all right? Privacy Sandbox allows you to isolate 3P code in a dedicated, isolated runtime environment, all right? You can isolate any code, in fact, not just 3P code, all right? So this can be sensitive logic, gaming subsystems, ads, anything of that nature. Just make sure you understand that data sharing between the runtime and your app is not implicit. You have to handle it explicitly. So as long as you handle that, you're going to be all right. The new news for Privacy Sandbox is we've got an all-new learning pathway. So if you're out here trying to learn, should I use it? How am I going to use it? This is your go-to resource here. Take a look. Even if you're familiar with it, hopefully you learned a thing or two. All right, privacy and security. Now, your users expect that you're not going to make any compromises to their security or to their privacy. So we've got some new features here to help. We've got a lot of new features in privacy and security. I picked my favorite too, but wow, there are a ton. So first up, Android Advanced Protection Mode. Now, this is a suite of security features that users can toggle on in their device. I'm not going to list them all, but your app might be affected depending on what kind of app you have, all right? So take a look into this, and if you're affected, you will need to integrate UX with those features to account for that. It's really simple. The code looks like this. You just opt into the permissions check. The API is dead simple. It's just 2 callbacks and a Boolean. So have a look at the documentation for this and give it a shot. Next up is theft protection with identity check. Now, this is for apps that have sensitive user actions. Think like a banking app where you need to check the amount of money in your account. This, I see people excited about this already. This is great because if you're in an untrusted location, identity check is going to enforce an extra layer of biometric security so that you have to put in your fingerprint if you're in a location where your device is not familiar with. So it adds a lot of security, and once again, the code is really nice. You just check to see if identity mode is active, identity check is active, and if you do, you add the extra biometric prompt API like you're probably used to. Oh wow, this is a huge water. The resources for that are right there. Next up, Health Connect. All right, everybody, sit up straight, take a deep breath, be mindful. I'm going to take a drink of water because, you know, to health. If I can get this thing undone. There we go. Cheers. All right. So Health Connect is great because it allows you to share users' health data between apps. You're able to find insights about things like sleep, movement patterns, all kinds of different health data. And it is growing rapidly. We've got 50% active user growth over just the last 6 months. It's incredible to see it grow so much. Adoption is flourishing. We've got new apps. We've got Flow. We've got Runna. We're even picking up Garmin next month. So this is an exciting time for Health Connect. And we want to help you connect to this growth. Did it? No, OK, that one fell flat. That's OK. All right. First up, first new thing for Health Connect, medical records APIs. We've got a couple new ones there. Now, this helps you consolidate health data. You can read and write things like allergies, immunizations, and other kinds of health data to enable richer experiences. This helps make your health apps more informed and provides users with like vital, everyday medical context. It's nice to see there are a couple different APIs in this suite here, but I'm going to direct you towards the medical data source API. Now, I moonlight as an MD, actually. I've been doing brain surgery on the side. It's pretty easy. And if I add my brain surgery clinic to this medical data source object, I can use it within my app for all kinds of logic. You should give it a try, too. You can provide your users all kinds of new data. We're adding 2 new data types as well. First, we've got background reads. This helps you provide timely insights to your users. And second, we've got history reads. This allows you to help your users spot trends over time, which if you've used Helps apps is really helpful. The code for both of these is very similar. You just need to check the availability and the permission of either read type. And then for background reads, schedule a periodic work builder. And for history reads, just make sure you set a data origin, and we'll take care of the rest for you. So here are the resources for both of those. Take a look. Next up, performant. All right, before I start performant, I got to say, if your app is as performant as this AC, you can just take a nap. You won. All right. Let's get started on performance. So runtime performance. This is critical for a nice app. I think all of you know when you have great runtime performance, it helps your Play Store rating. You can earn really good Play Store ratings if your app is nice and smooth and performant. So the first feature for this is R8. Now, this already exists. We're just encouraging you to go ahead and add it to your app. You add Minify Enable to your Android manifest file. It's really simple. That's all you have to do, and you get this huge suite of benefits. It's reduced ANRs. You get improved startup and runtime performance. So R8 is great. We've got a whole new set of guidance for it. Go ahead and take a look at that. Next up is the UI Automator API. This one is like pretty self-explanatory. It automates UI. So if you're writing benchmark tests for your UI, this helps you do it. You can automate and manipulate UI. Once again, I've got my brain surgery clinic I'm testing out there, so it's going well. All right, if you're going to have good runtime performance, you got to have good battery performance. Users love good battery performance. So we've got some new features here. The first one, we've got a new core Android vitals metric. This is excessive wake locks. Now, this is a battery drain proxy metric. And the deal here is that wake locks are really heavily impacted by job execution duration. So we've made some optimizations here, and we've got some new quota enforcement. So this applies to jobs in the active standby bucket, jobs running concurrently with a foreground service, and jobs started from the app visible state. So take a look at your app, account for that if necessary. We've got some resources for you as well. And the other thing for battery, set expedited. We are migrating off set important while foreground and on to set expedited. So if you're using that call for SDK 36, you need to go ahead and make that migration. And those are the resources for that. All right, switching over to adaptive, or across devices, that is. But the topic is adaptive. So we learned a little bit more about this today, but here's the section here. It's important to be adaptive, you know, or else you might walk into your first day of kindergarten and tell little Stephen Rigdon that he's coloring corn teal instead of yellow, and then you get punched in the face. And you should have been more adaptive. The consequences won't be that severe for you, I hope, but the point still applies. So we're talking about large screens here, focusing on SDK 36, of course, with devices larger than 600 dp. And for these devices, certain manifest tags are going to be ignored. So we're talking about screen orientation, resizable activities, and aspect ratios. Now, for those, you got to throw out all these assumptions about how they're going to act with activity recreation. you're going to have to go ahead and handle that explicitly from now on. So if you don't, you could run into some consequences. You'll have null states and activities. This could cause a crash. You'll have UI spacing logic, could also cause a crash. Or just sad-looking UI, which could cause an emotional crash or something. Not quite a crash, but you get it. We realize this is an important change. It's far-reaching, so we've got some limitations here to prevent it from hitting everybody at once. First of all, it's only SDK 36. Second of all, it's no games. Third, only big screens. We've mentioned 600 dp. Fourth, users can have the option to opt out of this change. And fifth, you can have the option to opt out as well temporarily. Eventually, we are going to enforce this a little bit more, but for now. Speaking of that, reorienting and resizing, these are already current concepts. So no matter what your Android version is, you should take a look into this. It's going to help you prepare for the future, and it's going to help you gear up to support 500 million new devices. When you are able to support cars and XR, it's a whole new set of devices for the future. So if you want to learn more about this, you could jump into a wormhole and do the whole time paradox thing, or you could just attend tomorrow's Adaptive Android talk with Alex and Emily. All right, Wear OS, going from the biggest devices to the small, the cute little boop, boop, boop. Oh, I love Wear OS. OK. First feature for Wear OS, Watch Face Push. Now, this allows you to create your own Watch Face mobile marketplace apps. Instead of having to upload your entire watch face lineup one by one to play, you get to use cloud storage. You can take things straight from the cloud to your watch. It's really convenient for users. It's a nice, easy API. Go ahead and take a look. We're also updating health permissions granularity. We're making them more granular for users to give them more control over their health data. We are deprecating those 2 permissions and replacing them with the 4 permissions on your right, which I'm not going to read all of those. But the most exciting update for Wear OS is the Wear OS 6 developer preview. This is available in Android Studio right now. I'm clapping, even though you're not. I think this is pretty cool. This allows you to leverage Material 3 Expressive. It's optimized for Wear. It's got a whole set of features just for Wear. If you want to learn more about it, you can take a look at the Wear resources and have a look at each of those. I'm going to bring up Jingyu for the next part of the show. And for now, go ahead and take a look at Material 3 Expressive.
Create a playlist for a 10-minute mile run.
It's awesome to see this new design system coming to Android 16, Wear OS 6, and Google Apps. But what does this really mean for your app? How can you create this visually stunning and more usable UIs to showcase the unique value of your product? So let's take a look. Material 3 Expressive brings 15 new and improved components and major style updates with unexpected shapes, eye-catching colors, flexible typography, and a new motion physics. To be clear, this is not a new version. It's an expansion pack, and it's fully compatible with the existing M3 features. And you can start building today with our latest alpha libraries. And watch this talk to learn more. M3 Expressive paves the way for a delightful experience. And our next stop in building that excellent app is with System UI. Starting with live updates. It is a new notification-based paradigm that helps our users stay focused on critical, time-sensitive, ongoing tasks. For those of you who build ongoing notifications with foreground services in the past, this is a major upgrade to notifications. Whether your user is waiting for a taxi, or food delivery, or using maps for navigation, they now have this real-time view with live updates, as you just saw it in action in Waymo, Uber Eats, and Google Maps. As part of this update, we're releasing a new notification template called Progress Style. It is a highly customizable notification template with rich visualization to show you milestones and stages of this ongoing task. Live updates are rolling out to Android devices later this year, with our device manufacturer partners like Pixel, Samsung's Nowbar, OnePlus Live Alerts, Vivo, and Xiaomi are also integrating it with our custom system UI. This means we're providing you with a consistent API with the maximum reach. And to find out about the criteria and best practices for building notification live update, check out this talk. Next, let's talk about widget. It's one of my favorite UI elements, and I know I'm not the only one, because we're bringing it back to the lock screen. Hub mode is already on Pixel tablet and soon coming to mobile phones as well. Alongside Hub mode, we're also boosting widget discoverability on Google Play by recommending the highest quality widget and adding a new feature for that easy search. To find out about the quality of widget, check out this documentation. To help you, we continue to help you build widgets easier with Jetpack Glance. Glance 1.2 is now available in alpha, providing you with better preview of your content, and the new canonical layouts are available in Figma. We heard your feedback that you want to measure the impact of your widget to understand your users. So we're introducing the new Widgets Metrics API available this year, so you can get insights of your widget's impressions and interactions. Through all this effort, we want to increase your ROI for widget development. As our partner SoundCloud has shared, they were able to implement widget within just 2 weeks using Jetpack Glance and found that their users were interacting with it multiple times a day on average to get read back within their application. Now that we've covered the screens outside of your app's UI, let's switch back to within your application. There are 2 behavior changes that might impact your app: edge to edge and predictive back. First, edge to edge. Starting Android 16, there will no longer be an opt-out option. So when you are updating your Target SDK version, make sure your app content is not obscured by the system bars. To help you handle window insights appropriately, check out this documentation. We already mentioned that predictive back is being integrated into Compose Adaptive and Navigation 3. This is the final update in Android 16. Predictive back is enabled by default for back to home, cross apps, and cross activity. And our animations are available for 3-button navigation as well. If you are currently intercepting the back event, make sure you're updating your app and migrate to our supported back navigation APIs. Otherwise, no action is needed from your app. And for those of you who are currently not able to migrate, a temporary opt-out flag is provided. You've already heard that Compose support for Camera X and Media 3, but we're adding a lot more features to help you build this rich and engaging media experience. So let's take a look. We offer built-in effects in Camera X and Media 3, which are designed to work seamlessly together. With the effects frameworks shared across these libraries, you can define an effect like grayscale once and use both in Camera X during capture and Media 3 when editing. In Android 15, we introduced the auto exposure mode, which leverages the device's camera sensor and ISP to brighten up the preview stream. But what about the devices that don't have the auto exposure mode? So this year, we introduced the Google Low Light Boost library that leverages the computational photography techniques and machine learning to dynamically adjust the brightness of the camera stream in real time. This extends the feature to more devices, from Pixel 6 to 9 series, as well as the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra to S25 Ultra series. If your app offers a fast-paced, swappable video feed, this update is for you. We launched the Preload Manager API in Jetpack Media 3. It allows you to preload multiple media sources and is designed to optimize short-form video playback with Axel Player. especially when implemented with a scrolling list of videos. You will get faster app startup as well as more smooth user experience. Use the default preload manager to get that out-of-the-box implementation, or if you want to customize how much Axel Player tries to preload, then use the target preload status control. Next, an audio update. If you want to preserve battery and provide a better performance for your users during long audio playback with the screen off, Android 16 introduces the native PCM audio offload feature to the Android NDK. At its core, it lets the Android system to offload the primary audio processing to a dedicated hardware like DSP rather than the CPU. To enable it, first check that the device supports offloading the audio file's properties and format, then simply enable it by setting the performance mode. Besides these features we're adding and Jetpack libraries improvements, we're also adding a series of new features for the professional creators out there in Android 16. And to check out these features, to learn more about them, make sure to visit our documentation and watch this talk for recommendations on Camera X and Media 3. Now that we've covered building an intuitive and delightful experience, what about creating that wow moment, which is unique and helpful to your users? The path forward, as I believe, is through this intelligent experience powered by AI. If you're like me, you can feel the future of truly intelligent, personalized, and agentic experiences getting closer than ever. In Android, we've been focused on using this technology to solve real problems. During the keynote, you already heard that we're expanding Gemini, our powerful and helpful assistant, across devices. So instead, I'll focus on how you can build this intelligent experience in your app. For years, backend servers have been doing the heavy lifting for AI features. But now, Android is bringing AI directly into the hand of your users with on-device Gemini Nano model, as well as APIs to allow you to access our bigger models on the cloud. And like this, you no longer need to rely on backend server to build that incredible AI feature. Our unique strength lies in pushing the boundaries of what's possible on device, introducing GenAI API, which uses Gemini Nano under the hood. It's straightforward to implement with a few lines of code. After defining the AI task, you want to set the options to get the model's input and output processing. Make sure that the device have the model and features available, then simply run inference. Currently, GenAI API lets you build for 4 common text and image tasks, and we're actively expanding on this with more features to come later this year. In Androidify, you saw our larger and more capable models in action, like Imagine. Through this SDK, you get direct-to-cloud AI capabilities in your app. And we're iterating quickly, make sure that you get access to our latest models and new features. One such example that I'm eager to highlight is the Gemini Live API. It is your key to have that real-time interactive experience. We're talking bidirectional audio streaming that fully leverages the multimodality of Gemini. And of course, this is directly available in your app code by using Firebase. First, create an instance of live model, then start a connection with Gemini by calling the start audio conversation method. And it's not just Android devices. If you're looking to build smart home experiences, we've got you covered. Because later this year, we're bringing the powerful Gemini capabilities into the home APIs, allowing your users to create automations easily and have that smart camera experience using natural language. Home API is cross-platform and gives you access to 750 million devices. To find the right Gemini solution for your app, watch this talk. Explore our documentation for the latest model updates and APIs, and use our GitHub sample catalog to get started quickly. We covered a lot today, from the incredible potential of Gemini in your apps. The updates and features in Android 16 to the continuous evolution in Jetpack libraries. It is our commitment to help you build that excellent app, which is safe, performant, intelligent, and absolutely delightful across devices. And with that, that's a wrap on what's new in Android. Thank you all.
we empower to talk to you about the last session of the one. My name is Harish, and I'm the developer and monetization lead for Google Play. This is the last session of the day, and you probably had a very long day. So deeply appreciate that you're still here, and I would like to extend you a warm welcome. It's an honor to be here to share the exciting new ways that we have been working to support your success. Everyone at Google Play is passionate about connecting users with experiences that they will love, while empowering developers like you all to build successful businesses. Your partnership is essential for that mission, and I want to thank you for all the ways that you've been working with us to improve Play. Our Android teammates earlier showed you how we are helping to lower your developmental costs. Now, I'm excited to share how our Play teams are helping you maximize your business results. First, I'll share how we are helping your apps and games succeed with powerful tools and insights throughout your life cycle, that is from testing all the way to monetization. Then Mecca will tell you how we are building an even more content-rich play that keeps users deeply engaged and has them coming back for more, and how these enhanced discovery and engagement opportunities can help you drive your revenue growth. Then Jave will talk to you about how we are making Play the best place for your games with cross-device growth and gamer engagement enhancements. Now, that's a lot to cover, and there's a block party waiting after this, so let's get started. We'll begin with the latest tools that we have developed to fuel your growth. We are proud to bring your apps and games to over 2.5 billion users worldwide. Throughout your app lifecycle, we empower you to test and release your apps, monitor and improve your performance, grow your audience, and build powerful monetization strategies. All on a global platform that you and your users can trust. You'll find all of these tools and more in Google Play Console. And today, I'm excited to share new enhancements that will give you even more actionable insights. We've recently redesigned the app dashboard, putting your essential insights front and center. We have grouped the most important metrics into 4 key developer objectives, making it easier to find them and take action on them. Each objective, in addition, highlights the top 3 metrics for a quick overview. And if you'd like to personalize your insights, simply scroll down to the Monitor KPI section, where you can select the trends that you would like to monitor. We are also adding overview pages for each core objective, starting with Monitor and Improve and Test and Release. These new pages bring together more objective-related metrics, relevant features, and a Take Action section with contextual and dynamic advice. We have added new features across our developer objectives. For example, we know that optimizing app layouts for seamless cross-device experiences, that is, phones to large tablets, can be quite challenging. So to help you test, we have launched 2 new pre-review checks. One that flags incorrect edge-to-edge rendering, while the other notifies you about large layout issues like letterboxing, with clear guidance on how to fix them. When it's time to submit your app for review, those final steps can be nerve-wracking. Historically, once you've actually release goes 100% live, there is no turning back. That is, a broken release is a broken release, and your users are stuck with it. That is why, coming soon, you'll be able to halt fully live releases directly from the console and publishing API, stopping the distribution of problematic versions for new users. That's pretty cool. And after you launch, knowing your app's performance is vital. We already have key metrics like crash rates and ANRs in our production release dashboards. We have also now added a new panel that surfaces quality issues and recommendations to quickly fix these issues impacting your latest release. And in Android Vitals, we have added a no new low memory kill metric. I think this was talked about in the previous talk. This new insight helps you track down when your app is closed by the system due to low memory. And for the game developers out there, monitoring this is crucial, as any interruption to gameplay can be highly frustrating to your gamers. And finally, we are discussing with OEMs on how to define consistent benchmarks for technical quality across Android devices. So just last month, we launched the first of these new metrics in beta, excessive wake locks. I think this is the leading cause for battery drain. A strong store presence is crucial for attracting the right users, especially leveraging custom store listings for different audiences. To help you streamline your listings and to keep your visuals fresh, we are now launching the new asset library. Soon, you'll easily be able to upload files directly from Google Drive, organize and search for assets using tags, and even crop assets. To better understand how your store listings are helping you acquire, engage, and re-engage users, we're introducing the new store listing open metrics. With this, you can also see opens and open rates, covering everything from initial engagement to installs and ongoing engagement. Opens will be a very key metric for you to monitor alongside acquisitions and pre-registrations. So log on to Play Console today to check out all of these features and more. So changing gears a bit, let's talk about monetization. I'm excited to tell you about all our platform-wide initiatives that will help you grow your business revenue. Our investments focus on helping users be ready to make a purchase, no matter where they're in the world or where they're in their user journey. So to help you maximize revenue, we're continuously working to reduce buyer onboarding friction so that more users are ready to make a purchase. Last year, we announced several initiatives like proactive payment setup, cross-Google payment applications, and seamless biometric authentication. Now, these efforts have driven higher conversion rates and new customer acquisition for your business. And this year, we're continuing that commitment by focusing on reaching users throughout their purchase journey. That is, from before they make a purchase to during the checkout experience, and even after they've completed a purchase and navigated away from your app. First, we've included the biometrics consent feature as a device setup for Android devices. By integrating this option, a user can select a trusted method for Play purchases right at the start of their device journey. This also eliminates the need to remember passwords, reducing friction in your buy flow later on. Post-device setup. We've introduced prompts for users in highly visible areas like the Play account menu and Google account surfaces. These prompts remind users to set up their payment information ahead of time. This makes them more likely to complete a transaction when they are ready. On top of these proactive reminders, we continue to enable even more local currencies. We already support over 300 local payment methods in over 65+ markets, and we are continuing to add even more. So these are just some of our proactive interventions to get users purchase ready even before they actually make a purchase. But what about what happens during the actual purchase flow? So over the last year, we have been working on purchase optimizations that work quietly in the background within the purchase flow. And when users are making a purchase in your app, our AI models suggest the right payment method at the right time. This means our models, which are trained on billions of transactions, present the most relevant form of payments to users at a critical moment in the purchase flow, making them more likely for the user to complete the purchase. And our efforts don't stop when a user leaves your app. We are seeing fantastic results from the launch of cart abandonment reminders. These reminders help you recapture potential lost revenue by gently nudging users to complete their intended purchase. I think we have talked a lot about these investments. Now let's actually talk about the results that we are seeing. In 2025 alone, we have added more than 200 million purchase-ready users, bringing the total to over 700 million purchase-ready users on Google Play. I think if there's one number that you would take away from this presentation, this would be it. And this one is not just a big milestone or a large number. I think it translates into tangible benefits for each of you. Global conversion rates are up 3% just this year alone. In 2025, Google Play has seen an increase of over 7% new paying users. And all of this kind of translates to over $240 million in incremental global consumer spend. These numbers highlight our ongoing investments in building a strong foundation for your monetization success. So we are not just connecting you with users, but we are also connecting you with users who are ready to pay for the experiences that you will create. That's just a glimpse of how Google Play Commerce is evolving to boost your revenue, to fully unlock the power of Play Billing platform, including the new features that we have talked about today. We strongly recommend that you upgrade to Play Billing Library 8.0, which will be available at the end of June. So again, changing gears a bit, I think another essential aspect of growing a successful business is a secure and a trusted ecosystem that protects your business and your users. The Play Integrity API is a vital tool in any comprehensive security strategy, helping you defend your entire app experience. It's crucial in preventing abuse that can lead to revenue loss and also harm your user base. Developers who have been using this API are seeing over 80% lower unauthorized usage compared to other apps. That means less fraud, less cheating, or data theft. And we are continuing to evolve this Play Integrity API to stay ahead of all the threats that are out there. So today, we are rolling out stronger verdicts for all developers with no additional developer work required. This makes it faster, more reliable, and more privacy-friendly to check if a device is trustworthy. Developers can also now check if a device has recently installed a security update, I think which is very important for apps which are protecting sensitive actions. Finally, our device recall feature is now in public beta. With this, you can now detect if a device is being reused for abuse or a repeated action, even after a device is reset, or an app is uninstalled and then reinstalled. And it works in a privacy-preserving way without the need for persistent device identifiers. This is a powerful new defense to help you maintain a high-quality, secure experience. You can express in this beta at the link shown below. We're continuously investing in making Play one of the safest and the most secure platforms. This safeguards your business from bad actors so that you can focus on innovation and expansion. Building on that foundation, we'll now share how we are enhancing user discovery to fuel that growth further. Next, I'm pleased to invite Mecca to the stage and share how Play is becoming an even better place for your apps and content. Thank you.
Thanks, Harish. Hi, everyone. I'm Mecca, General Manager for Apps for Google Play. As Harish mentioned, our teams are so excited about Play's evolution into the ultimate destination for app and content discovery. We're not just helping people find the apps that they need, we're creating engaging experiences that draw them back again and again, unlocking more opportunities for discovery, engagement, and monetization for your apps and content. Last year, we shared our vision for an indispensable, content-rich Google Play. It's already proving successful for app businesses, with year-over-year metrics showing over a 25% increase in monthly visitors on Apps Home, a 10% increase in acquisitions. And most importantly, this is leading to a double-digit growth in app spend for those monetizing on Play. Today, I'll update you on that vision, including some major updates to the tools helping you take full advantage of this new Play by driving discovery and engagement both on and off the store. And finally, building on Harish's commerce updates, we'll also delve into some new subscription capabilities to convert that increased user activity into revenue growth. So let's dive in. Play is becoming a must-visit destination by offering people the personalized experiences they're looking for. Last year, we began introducing new features like curated spaces, which help users discover more app content relevant to their interests. For example, we celebrated local interests with a curated space for football in Brazil and cricket in India, as well as an evergreen space for comics in Japan. These discovery experiences help app developers connect with enthusiastic fans while giving users new daily content, such as match highlights, promotions, and editorial articles, right on the app's home. These spaces have been a huge hit with fans. Over 920,000 highly engaged users in Japan are returning monthly to explore our comic space, making us a part of their routine. And of course, with more people visiting Play to explore their favorite topics, it also increases the opportunity for them to discover more apps and content across Play, and ultimately guides those users into your apps. Based on the success of the existing spaces, you can expect to see more this year, featuring an even wider range of countries and interests. But we're not stopping there. We're making the Play Store even more explorable by offering users a deeper experience. Introducing Topic Browse Pages. Topic Browse Pages present relevant, focused, and visually engaging content on a specific topic, say a movie, TV show, or sports game. They empower users to explore and deep dive into the featured topics by clicking through an interactive browsing experience. We leverage our large user model to reach the right users and help them discover these pages across various touchpoints, such as store listings, search, and the app's home. We're starting with media and entertainment topic browse pages. Now, for example, fans of the movie Wicked can find all the relevant information in one place, such as trailers, ratings, cast, where to watch, and related content. US users can explore these pages for shows, movies, and select sports this month, with more topics and markets coming soon. Part of a great browsing experience is the ability to find what you're looking for with ease. Suppose you hear about a great movie for your kids, like the new Despicable Me, but you're not sure what streaming service it's on, or if you're already subscribed, right? And what's the easiest way for you to watch it? Our recently launched content search feature, Where to Watch, helps solve all of this, showing you all your available options. It's now available to users in more markets, including India, Japan, and South Korea. Users can easily search for and browse a truly massive library of entertainment content, with already over 100,000 different topic browse pages. Our early results are really promising. Users who discover app content through Where to Watch return to Play and increase their content search activity by over 30%. And with each revisit to the store, it also increases the potential for them to discover other apps and content across Play. Content curation that is truly tailored to users' interests is vital for becoming a must-visit destination. Equally important is the way in which your content is presented. You've already poured your hearts and souls into your app content, and we want to make sure that it shines. This is why we're continuing to enhance how your content is presented and displayed on Play. First, we're giving you the ability to add a hero carousel to show off your best content at the top of your listing page. This new visually appealing space is an opportunity to spotlight a new feature, in-app content, or repurpose your existing marketing. Second, we're making it easier for you to use your existing marketing content, like YouTube videos. Last year, we gave game developers the ability to feature a YouTube playlist carousel directly on their store listing page. Starting this July, we'll begin rolling out this feature and hero carousel to all app developers, enabling you to experiment with these new content formats directly through Play Console. I see we have a fan of this feature over here. While strong visuals drive engagement, some apps shine their best through audio content. So I'm thrilled to also announce audio samples directly on the app's home. A simple tap offers users a brief escape into your audio sample, whether that's the calming sounds of nature or a bite-sized meditation. In our early testing, an audio sample made users 3 times more likely to install or open an app. This feature is now available to all health and wellness app developers with users in the United States, with more app categories and markets coming soon. You can express interest in promoting your audio content at the link shown here. So as you can see, the new Play is a dynamic discovery engine with fresh placements and richer experiences designed to bring people back again and again and surface your content in exciting new ways. So far, we've mostly talked about the benefits of more content-forward Play Store, but we're committed to pushing the boundaries of what an app store can be. That's why we're also expanding the Play experience beyond the store, helping you bring your content to where your users are. Last year, we introduced Engage SDK, a unified solution to engage your users with your personalized content across multiple surfaces. When users interact with any content delivered by Engage SDK, it seamlessly guides them into the relevant in-app experience within your app. We designed Engage SDK with your needs in mind, which is why it's a simple and lightweight client-side integration that leverages on-device APIs. It only takes about a week to implement. And because the content stays on the device, it maintains the relationship between your users and your installed app data. Plus, it presents your iconography and content as intended for strong brand recognition. Integrating your app with Engage SDK unlocks Collections, our full-screen, immersive surface that brings your content directly to users' home screens. Collections is the first on-device surface powered by Engage SDK, and it offers multiple ways to engage your users. First, it allows your users to effortlessly pick up where they left off within your app, whether that was listening to a playlist or completing a purchase. These continuation journeys are the cornerstone of the Collections experience and appear at the top of most spaces. Second, Collections lets you create up to 5 recommendation clusters. You can attract users back to your apps with personalized content like trending posts or special offers. And lastly, Collections spotlights your hero content in a featured cluster, a larger, more premium UI placement. But what makes Engage SDK truly special is that you don't even need to create any new content. You can simply reuse the recommendations from your app's homepage. And if that wasn't enough, we're making several updates to help you expand your reach even further. First, in addition to existing spaces like Collections and Entertainment Space on select Android tablets, we're bringing Engage SDK content to the Play Store this summer. Second, we're expanding Engage SDK to new categories. Starting today, we're rolling out travel. We all know that booking travel rarely happens in a single app session. Users research, compare, and often return multiple times before finalizing their plans. With Engage SDK, you can reconnect users with their recent searches, bringing them back to your app to finish their booking. And once the trip is booked, you can provide reservations so users can easily find timely itinerary information all in one place. And finally, Collections is expanding globally to all Google Play markets. We're kicking off our global rollout today, starting with 8 new markets, including Brazil, Indonesia, and the UK. Many of our app partners are already using Engage SDK to re-engage their users, and we want all of you to try it too. To learn more and express your interest in the developer preview, go to the link shown here. If your app is in one of these supported content categories and meets our eligibility criteria, we'll be in touch to help you get started. By empowering you with tools like Engage SDK and evolving Play into a more enticing, content-rich destination, both on and off the store, we aim to help you forge deeper connections with more highly engaged users, and ultimately convert that engagement into revenue growth. And for many app businesses, recurring revenue through subscriptions is a critical part of the monetization strategy. With over 250 million subscriptions, Google Play is one of the world's largest subscriptions platforms. We know that by offering users more convenience and flexibility, we can drive business growth and ROI. So now we're doubling down on this. We're making subscriptions even easier to use and even more flexible to your customers' needs. Let's start with streamlining your purchase flow. Google Play now offers multi-product checkout for subscriptions. This means that you can sell subscription add-ons right alongside your base subscriptions, all with a single aligned payment schedule. For users, it's one simple purchase, one price, one transaction, and everything stays in sync. And for you, it offers more control. You can decide how subscribers upgrade, downgrade, or manage their add-ons, making billing simpler for everyone. Next, let's talk about how to keep those hard-earned subscribers and prevent voluntary churn. From a recent study, we learned that 70% of subscribers that cancel due to a perceived lack of value. Many respondents said it was either due to the cost or simply feeling that they don't use the service enough. They don't use all of the benefits that you offer. To help make sure that your customers truly understand and take advantage of all of their subscription benefits, we're now showcasing them in even more places across Play. This includes within the subscription center, in reminder emails, during the purchase, cancellation flows, and other surfaces across Play. Already, this increased visibility has reduced voluntary churn by 2%. All you have to do is enter your subscription benefit details in the Play console to take advantage of this powerful capability. And for an even deeper understanding, remember that all of you can find your own cancellation responses and more insights right in the Play console. This will help you have a better understanding of why your users might be leaving. Now, let's talk a little bit about reducing involuntary churn. Imagine this. Play tries to bill your subscriber, and their payment is declined. What's the best next step? Immediate cancellation? Or giving them a chance to fix it? We've learned that by offering your subscribers a grace period where service continues, or placing their account on a temporary hold where service is paused, can significantly reduce lost subscriptions. You now have more flexibility over this. You can choose any grace period of up to 30 days and account hold periods of up to 60 days with a total combined duration of between 30 and 60 days. Developers who increased the decline recovery period from 30 to 60 days saw an average 10% reduction in involuntary churn for renewals. By offering this flexibility, you can dramatically reduce subscribers lost due to billing issues. While grace periods help us recover from payment issues, we're also focused on preventing those payment failures from happening in the first place. Payment issues are another major contributor to involuntary churn. So we're helping you reduce this further by enabling users to manage multiple backup forms of payment at the Google account level. This means that they no longer have to set up a backup form of payment for each of their individual subscriptions. There is so much more to share about subscriptions that we have an entire session dedicated to it. Check it out in the I/O Digital Content Drop. Next, I'd like to invite my friend Jiahui to the stage to share the latest in games. Thank you.
Thanks, Mecca. Hi, everyone. I'm Jiahui, engineering lead for games at Google Play. We are a team who loves games. We are constantly focused on helping players discover great games and helping developers to be more successful. Today, I'm excited to share how we're expanding Google Play games to reach more gamers on PC and upgrade Play game services to drive deeper engagement. Google Play Games lets players enjoy Android mobile games on PC. This opens up a whole new audience for mobile game developers. The impact has been significant. We saw that users spend twice as much time on PC each week compared to mobile, and 57% of Google Play games on PC spend are coming from entirely new buyers. We've seen fantastic results with Whiteout Survival. Players migrating from mobile to PC via Google Play games engaged a lot more. They achieved twice longer sessions and 3 times higher revenue per active user compared to mobile-only players. This year, Google Play games on PC will move into general availability. We're also expanding support to bring in more native PC games to the platform. To help your mobile game get maximum discoverability, we will make all mobile games available on PC by default. You can opt out anytime in Play Console. We are also focused on enhancing the game experiences on PC with more device compatibility and custom controls. What's exciting is the ability to add custom keyboard controls to virtually any mobile game on a platform. This opens up new ways for players enjoying your game on PC. Finally, we're making the entire Google Play ecosystem more rewarding for PC players. The play points were more seamless on PC, which means deeper engagement and more monetization for your titles. For PC-first games, we've added more helpful tools to our native PC program, including a dedicated SDK for native PC game development. We streamlined the distribution processes on Play Console, making it easier for you to manage both your mobile and PC game builds in one place. To further boost your growth, we also introduced a new earn-back program. You can bring your PC games to the platform to unlock up to 15% additional earn-back. To learn more about Google Play games on PC, check out the news we shared at GDC. Our platform is expanding to power gaming wherever users want to play. To support this, our core technologies are evolving to enhance your gamers' experiences. This helps you reach, engage, and retain your gamers across the platform. At the heart of this is PGS, Play Games Services. It's how games communicate directly with Play to enhance your gamers' experiences and deliver relevant content for each individual user. It offers the best gaming experiences with seamless continuity and dynamic content. We launched the Recall API to make PGS work better with your game, with your existing identity systems. Your game can instantly recognize gamers on any Android device with PGS Identity Sync. They can pick up where they left off with automatic sign-in that connects to your identity systems. Recently, we started showing PGS achievements on game's details page. This celebrates a player's progress throughout your game and show them what they can achieve next. Players love achievements, so we've added a new search filter to help players find the game's wisdom. Play will generate achievement-based quests to reward the gamers with play points for completing the achievements. Quests have been very popular with gamers and has driven real results for developers. For example, Heyday from Supercell ran a great new user quest with us. And they saw up to 177% more installs and 18% more transactions and up to 10% higher total user spend. To be eligible for Quest, your game must participate in Play Points, integrate with Play Game Services version 2, and have achievements configured in Play Console. Creating achievements to keep your gamers engaged is now even easier. Today, we're launching new capabilities in Play Console. You can now create achievements with CVS files or import them directly. This lets you easily add new achievements and quickly integrate them into your game. To make the signing experiences more seamless for all players, we are now upgrading PGS version 1 to PGS version 2. Version 2 offers faster integration and more powerful features. To learn more about integrating PGS version 2 and creating compelling achievements, check out the video session in our digital content drop. And that's a wrap for today's latest from Google Play. We're committed to helping people discover great experiences they love and empowering you to build successful businesses. Your partnership is essential to this, and we sincerely thank you for your collaboration. We hope today's session has given you a deeper understanding of how our latest tools, discovery enhancement, and cross-device capabilities are designed to maximize your growth. Thank you for joining us today. We hope you have a great I/O.
incredibly grainy description. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, isn't it a great time to be a web developer, eh? How many times was HTML in the key? Oh, it's brilliant. I was amazed. Anyway, I'm Paul Kinlan. I lead the developer relations team in Chrome. But before we dive in, I've got a little demo to show you today. It's not the best looking demo. It was made by me, but I think it tries to demonstrate everything that we're working on inside Chrome, at least anyway. So I'm learning Welsh. I live in North Wales. My daughter speaks Welsh in school, Japanese at home. Learning languages is unbelievably hard for me, and I have a Welsh teacher, and the way that she teaches me is she gives me images, and then she asks me what is in the image in Welsh, basically, and I have to describe it. As a learning method, it works surprisingly well. So I built a tool to help me. Can we just switch over to the demo? So this is the demo that I built, not a vibe coding site. It was all handcrafted by me, as you can tell. So this is the new select element. We can style everything inside this. I think it's pretty neat. We have this kind of proficiency mode where you can select the level, a language level. It's got Brit mode because Brits are really good at learning languages, right? We have capture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to capture an image, and what we're going to do is we're going to send it off on device to our multimodal model, prompt model, and it's going to generate a whole list of questions for us to kind of practice on. So here we go. There we go. It's a nice photo, I think. So in the background, it's going through the multimodal model. We have this little hover thing here, so it's already got the description. No JavaScript in sight. It's just a bit of HTML, popover, and the interest invoker. Here we go. We have the questions, and I can delete some of these using view transitions to get rid of elements from the DOM. We've never been able to animate them before. Unbelievably brilliant. And then if we press play, I've sent every single question through our new translation API that's on device, no data leaving, and it's generated the list of questions which are now in our carousel that we showed a little bit earlier. And then I think this is, what color is my shirt? Green. Here we go, it's gone off and checked. It says I got it wrong because I didn't answer in French. But this is the power of what we've got right now, is that with just a small bit of JavaScript and everything in HTML and CSS, we can build beautiful applications. We can build better ones than that look like this. Can we just switch back now, please, to the main presentation? Cool. So what I'm going to talk about today is how we're hopefully making the ecosystem more powerful, more capable, and easier to use. And you'll be able to build applications that look and feel way better than the one I just built now. But you'll be able to do it just with a small piece of HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So I lived with the web. I grew up around it. This is me in 1998 when monitors were tiny but unbelievably heavy. And this is literally the best photo that we've got. It's incredibly grainy. But I had hair. I can't believe it. It was incredible. My mum loves it still. Anyway, I've been here long enough and working in the web for long enough to see a huge amount of different transitions. You know, the dial-up to broadband transition, desktop to mobile. Maybe there's an AI-enhanced kind of transition that's happening right now. But fundamentally, the web has just changed so much in the last 30 years. And it's not slowing down. In fact, the web is accelerating in capability, in performance, and I think also in opportunity. And it's at the center of every major technological shift. The browser is now an operating system. It works for everyone, everywhere, across mobile, desktop, tablet, on your server, even in your car. It's kind of amazing. But before we dive in, I just want to acknowledge something about this presentation today. Chrome has changed so much in the last year, with hundreds of new features just shipped. Amazing capabilities, CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. We've only got about 30 minutes, so I'm not going to be able to cover everything that everything that's coming through Chrome. I've just got a couple of major themes that I want to try and talk about today. But there is a major tension that I do want to talk about first. Like, the web means so much to me because it just gives us the ability to do what no other platform can do. You can just write once and reach everyone. And the web's superpower is that it's a medium that is accessible to all in any browser just by clicking on a link. And I think that's incredibly powerful. And yes, in Chrome, we build features kind of that to demonstrate the future of the web that we think is needed on the platform. But no matter what that Chrome does, the web only advances when all browsers advance together. And also at the same time, the common perception of the web is it can't do this and it can't do that. It's just this pervasive story everywhere. But the web is more capable and it is more versatile than we give it credit for. And the question is, like, what is causing that perception gap? And I think it's two things. It's clarity and compatibility. They're two big major areas where developers just don't have enough confidence. And it's, it comes from a lot of issues, but like browsers have either prioritized different web standards, we all implement different things, and sometimes we implement them differently as well. And this makes it very difficult for developers to understand what features work well across all browsers. And so we are working with other browsers to address this in two ways. The first, you might know, is called the Interop project. And Interop addresses compatibility issues by bringing browser vendors together to identify focus areas that you, the developers, have said are important for you to fix. Like in 2025, we hope things like anchor positioning, view transitions, the navigation API, we hope that these are all addressed so that they're available across the entirety of the platform. And the second is the Baseline project, which you heard a little bit more about today. Now, the goal of Baseline is it gives you clarity on what feature areas, things like CSS Grid, are supported across all browsers, and it breaks it down by feature availability into 3 different categories: limited availability, newly available, and widely available. So limited availability is when the feature is only in 1 or 2 browsers, and it's only really usable with polyfills or other different mitigations. You're very unlikely to use it for a production site, but they're kind of interesting APIs at that time. But when a feature becomes interoperable, it's the moment when it's available across all major browser engines, we consider it newly available. Now, it still might not be ready for you to use in your production sites, based on your browser support, but it's at least something that you can start to plan for. And then the third stage, after 30 months, we consider it widely available. And this is the point when we think developers can confidently use the feature on the platform. Now, I'm incredibly excited by Baseline for the first time that we can see that as the web, as experienced by the people that use it, is improving faster than ever before. Since 2020, the web has expanded with 196 different features that have become widely available. I mean, I actually tell a lie. I checked last night, and it's 197 features. They wouldn't let me update the slides. The slides had to be locked. But it's features like streams, broadcast channels, the is-and-where pseudo-selectors, and the dialogue element. These are all things that are available for you to use in your experiences. And we expect at least 150 more features to become available over the next 30 months. Things like popover, has, container queries, HTTP3, new set methods, they're all becoming widely available in the coming months. And I just don't think we've seen the level of progress for such a long time. And I think it's amazing to see all the progress that all the browser vendors have achieved with this project. And we're also making it easier for you as developers to keep up with latest improvements. The web platform dashboard at webstatus.dev tells you exactly what features are baseline, newly available, and widely available. And the feature dashboard focuses on feature area so that you don't have to look up individual statuses of each feature. And the great thing is, the data that drives Baseline is the data that drives the web platform dashboard. And this data is also available for you as developers to include in your tooling. Now, you might have already seen the data being used on web.dev and MDN. MDN integrated Baseline support across over 70% of all their pages. But there's lots of other ways that Baseline data can help you as a developer. So RumVision, they wanted to help their customers figure out which Baseline features were available and supported by their customers' users, and they combined their baseline data with their real user monitoring data and discovered that their customers were serving polyfills to about 97% of their customers when they didn't need to. And by looking at your site's actual usage data, you can then target a specific baseline year and make more informed decisions about which features that you can use in production. But to put the baseline target into practice, you can configure your linter, as we saw in the keynote, and it enables you to warn your developers and yourself when your features that you're using in your code go beyond your baseline target. And so if you use ESLint, there are 2 plugins that support baseline. First up is the CSS by ESLint with the baseline rule configured by default. And the second is the community plugin HTML ESLint that has also added its own baseline support by default. And if you use StyleLint, there's an officially supported baseline plugin for you too. Now, we obviously spend so much time in our IDEs, and what we really want to know when we're coding is this feature something I can use? Is it ready or not? Well, wouldn't it be great if the baseline information that you need was easily to access, easy to understand, and right in your environment? Well, now you can. So baseline is now available in Visual Studio Code, and soon in all downstream VS Code-based IDEs, including Firebase Studio. And as we heard before, we've also partnered with JetBrains, who will be adding baseline support into their WebStorm IDE in the coming months. Now, so whenever you hover over a feature, you'll be able to tell if the feature you're using is baseline newly available or widely available, all in your IDE, right as your code. I just think this is amazing. It's so productive. Now, we are really excited about all the different tools that are adopting baseline and baseline data and integrating it in, because the more tools that we have that deliver these baseline integrations, the easier it will be for you as developers to build for the best of the web and have confidence to ship high-quality sites that use the latest features. We're obviously going to continue investing in baseline so that you can use those technologies without compromising stability or cross-browser platform compatibility. And Rachel is going to talk about this a little bit later in her talk with what's new in the web. Now, we've covered a lot of features that have come available to all browsers. I want to spend a lot more time now talking about some of the exciting things in Chrome that we are delivering first. So first up, obviously, is AI and what it means for the web, and how the web excels, I think, at delivering AI features and products. Now, I think that the web is a great platform to deliver AI-enhanced experiences because millions of users can instantly access them with just a simple click of the link. You can use massive cloud models like Gemini 2.5 Pro that have advanced capabilities like writing code, or you can take advantage of client-side AI with models directly inside the browser. So client-side AI models, I think they're really exciting. They've got benefits like zero network latency, they're cost-effective, they can have enhanced privacy, and they even work when the user is offline. And when adapted to specific tasks, these models can also match the performance and quality of server-side models, but without the cost overhead of running on the cloud. So if you're comfortable managing your own models and your own distribution, obviously you can use tools like MediaPipe and Transformer.js because they use some of Chrome's new core platform primitives. Technologies like WebAssembly and WebGPU, they give these libraries direct access to the hardware, like the GPU and maybe new things in the future as well, directly on the user's device, allowing them to run the models in the browser as fast as possible. They let you analyze things like text, images, video, and audio all in real time. And they do things like text sentiment analysis, image classification, tracking objects inside videos, transforming text into audio, and even doing things like image-to-image transformations, again, all directly inside the browser. Now, over the last couple of years, we've asked you what tools and what features that you really need to get the most out of AI in the browser. We listened, and we've built a number of APIs for some of the most common use cases into the browser. Now, these built-in AI APIs, they're designed to address two different challenges. First, you shouldn't have to spend time reasoning about what is the best model to use for common tasks. You should just be able to use it. And Chrome's built-in AI uses highly efficient models that should just work without any extra effort from your side. And the second is that your users shouldn't be bogged down by the sheer size of some of these models. One model can take a long time to download, and if the user has to download it for every single site that they visit, they take up a lot of storage space and a huge amount of bandwidth. Built-in AI models are managed by the browser and are available to all sites. So that means that once a model has been downloaded once by one model, it's available to all sites using the built-in AI APIs. Now, I love these APIs. You saw some of them in the demo a little bit earlier. But I want to show you some of the APIs that we're shipping really soon. So the first one is the summarization API. It's available in Chrome 138, which I think is Canary as of today. And it enables you to compile long articles, complex documents, or even chat conversations into concise summaries. The API can generate different types of summaries in various types of lengths, in different types of formats, like from short paragraphs to bullet points, in plain text, in Markdown as well. And it just helps users get a quick overview of long text. The language detector and translator APIs, also available in Chrome 138, let you detect an unknown source language and then translate that text into over 39 different languages on the fly so that you can build features that adapt to the user's first language. Now, you also might need an API that's a little bit more broad. one that can address a wide range of needs. So at last year's I/O, we announced the prompt API, and after all the feedback that we've received, it's now available in Chrome extensions. This API lets you send natural language requests to Gemini directly inside the browser. So for example, you can create an extension to generate instant calendar events that extract key details like the time and date from websites. Or you can extract contact information from a website so you can then subsequently more easily contact a business. Now, developers are already using this technology to build impactful Chrome extensions to help their users. And I think this is actually a pretty cool example. So many businesses still rely on printed documents for day-to-day operations. And digging through physical docs to find what you're looking for, it's slow manual work. And so our friends at Adobe recently experimented with using the new prompt API and some multimodal support in their Acrobat extension. And they can use it to apply it to kind of analyze a historic stock certificate with faded and difficult to read text. Now, their users can now generate text summaries from scanned visuals in Adobe, all directly within Chrome. And in this case, a user can then chat directly with the Acrobat AI assistant to surface, organize, and validate key facts. It reduces just a huge amount of manual work and enables faster, more accurate capture of critical information from even sparse or degraded documents. So the idea of being able to analyze and understand any type of information inside the browser, not just text, I think is a critical piece of functionality. So we're adding image and audio input to the prompt API, making it multimodal for the first time. So you'll be able to describe the contents of images and produce summaries and extract information, structured data from text, images, and audio now. So whether it's transcribing text from an audio file in the browser or extracting handwriting from an image, you'll be able to build very advanced applications and run them all locally on device. Now, the way that you use this API is actually pretty simple. It's exactly the same way that you would use the prompt API. You create a session by calling create and add the new expected inputs option, and then you call prompt. But then when you call prompt, you can include image elements, blobs, image bitmaps, video frames, and even canvas objects. And then you just call prompt, and you'll get the response. Now, I believe that the prompt API with multimodal input will open up a brand new world of experimentation inside the browser. But we still hear that you want very targeted use cases. And so I want to show you two more APIs that are going to help with composing and writing inside the browser. So the first up is the Proofreader API. It's being developed to help you compose better prose, compose better, it's rhymes? Oh my God. Anyway, so while using a web application. So this API can label errors in inputted text, explain it to the user, and then offer corrections as well. Again, all inside the browser. But what if you need a little bit more inspiration when, say, crafting your next Blue Sky post? Well, the Writer API can help you generate content that matches the topic and the context of a specific task, such as maybe saying how awesome this talk is. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, but you can also use the Rewriter API to then adjust the copy, to adjust the tone and length of the content, all you can make it a little bit more formal as an example. Both of these APIs are now available as Origin trials. And if you want to sign up, all of these APIs that we described today are available in Chrome Canary, and we'd love you to test them out. And if you want to try them out, you can go to this URL on the screen. So there are going to be times when client-side AI just doesn't work for you. Not all devices can run models locally because they're not powerful enough or they don't have enough storage, or even, in a lot of cases, the browser just doesn't support the APIs that we're working on. So we need this hybrid approach of pairing web AI and cloud together that allow the same model to run on device and when capable, will fall back to the, well, when not capable, will fall back to the cloud AI, while ensuring a very consistent and the same response from both sides. So our colleagues at Firebase have built the Hybrid SDK as an extension to the Firebase Web SDK, and it can detect if a user's device is capable of running the model and then make a decision on the fly to say, well, I can use the client-side model or Gemini on the server, and it's all via one single implementation. I think that's actually a very powerful and progressive way of actually building applications today. So this hybrid API, this hybrid SDK is currently available as a special preview, developer preview, for you to be able to test. It's not ready for production yet, which we hope will be coming later in the year. So just obviously check out the link. You'll get information about the developer preview and when it will be available as the final version. Now, while it's great to see AI capabilities come into the platform, we as a team, we're on the developer relations team, we thrive when we help you deliver high-quality sites that are fast, accessible, and you can do it quickly and easily. And we think Chrome DevTools is the premier tool for you to be able to just do that. So Chrome DevTools has been pioneering features for web development from the beginning, from debugging layouts to in-depth performance analysis. So last year, we introduced Gemini in DevTools with console insights and AI assistance. And we've seen developers use this like crazy. Like the ability to interact directly with Gemini in DevTools has just been a game changer for many developers. But I want to show you also what we've been working on over the last year and how DevTools has evolved with powerful new features that streamline your development journey. Brilliant. Well, brilliant. I use these features every day. I just love the progress that we've seen in DevTools. I just want to spend a couple more moments just actually diving in a little bit deeper into some of the AI assistance work and all the features that we've landed inside DevTools. So we're going to cover some CSS issues, network issues, and advice on your site's performance. I think the fact that we've got AI in the browser helping in these areas, it's going to be a game changer for everyone. So if you're having trouble with a specific element style, AI assistance for styling now supports complete end-to-end debugging of styling issues. So you can select a DOM element or DOM node and then start just a free-flowing conversation with Gemini about the element. And so if you get stuck, Gemini will also give you kind of pre-filled prompts to suggest what areas that you can look at. And once you've identified the problem, you can then prompt Gemini to fix it and then even apply the fix directly back into the source code, all within DevTools without ever leaving Chrome. The network panel has also seen a new Gemini integration as well. You can ask questions like, why is this network request taking so long? You can ask it to explain about security headers or why even web requests are failing. And I use this quite frequently. It's just such a good feature for debugging CDN issues and things like CORS issues as well. And the same applies for the performance panel. So you can talk to Gemini about common performance issues, and it will investigate which particular slow-running functions or what particular slow-running functions are doing, and then it will also give you actionable insights about how to fix those issues directly inside DevTools again. And in addition to the AI enhancements, we've also reimagined the performance panel to help you identify and fix performance issues and just keep your web applications running fast and smooth. So now, all of your core web vitals information are in one place, and it now pulls in real Chrome user experience data next to your local experience so that you can ensure you're actually fixing the problems as experienced by your users with no recording necessary. And you'll also get advice on what environment settings to use so that you can match the majority of your users. And once you've identified the issue, if you really need to, then you can go and record a full trace and deep dive into the issues. Now, the Insights tab in the Performance panel is now powered by Lighthouse, giving you guided, actionable insights about performance issues that are slowing down your site. Here you'll find LCP insights for page load issues, INP insights for responsiveness, and CLS insights for layout stability issues. And if you want to zero in on specific third-party scripts or concentrate only on the contributions of slowness from your own APIs or your CDN, the Summary tab will now give you a breakdown of first and third parties that DevTools is able to find on the page. So for a long time now, DevTools has been giving you the power to quickly and easily understand and improve the performance of your site. But what about the web as a whole? Like, what if everything about the web was faster? When the web's fast, more people use it. So I just want to show you some of how Chrome is pushing web performance forwards. So we introduced the concept of Core Web Vitals in 2020, and it was our effort to measure and optimize what we thought were the essential aspects of a good web page experience through 3 key metrics. And in 2024, people saved about 30,000 years of time surfing the web simply because it got faster in the core metrics that Core Web Vitals tracks. I think that's incredible, right? What's more, the number of sites that had good LCP has increased by almost 8%, and the sites with good INP has increased by over 12% in the last year alone. I think, yeah, these are fantastic results. And we're excited that 2 Core Web Vitals, which are largest contentful paint and interaction to next paint, will soon be coming to other browsers as part of the Interop 2025 project that we mentioned earlier. Well done, Barry. That means you'll soon be able to understand how your users experience your site no matter what browser that you're using. So I just want to spend a couple of minutes just looking under the hood of Core Web Vitals and explore some of the new metrics and APIs that we've worked on. LCP subparts breaks down the LCP time into 4 distinct phases to help you understand where the bottlenecks are, and they provide crucial insight into LCP image loading and help you easily identify where to prioritize improving your site. As well as showing local LCP subparts, DevTools now also shows field data from the Chrome User Experience report directly in the same report. And it's also not just us. We're seeing more performance tools and run providers exposing this very useful information. Now, we introduced the speculation rules API at last year's I/O as a way of letting you programmatically tell Chrome which pages to prefetch and pre-render in advance of a user navigating to them. So the ability to go from fast loading to instant loading, it can just make a massive difference in how users experience your site. And this API has been a resounding success, with over 8% of page loads now benefiting from speculation rules. And Cloudflare is an internet security and performance provider serving over 20% of the web. And last year, Cloudflare launched SpeedBrain, which is a product which uses speculative loading by default to improve the performance of sites on Cloudflare. And their testing showed a 45% improvement in LCP for successfully prefetched sites as compared to non-prefetched sites. And on the INP front, the scheduler.yield API helps you improve INP by pausing execution of long tasks, allowing the browser to attend to other pending tasks and then resume the original task. If you ever did Visual Basic, it's kind of like do events, at least from when I started programming. And we're seeing that over 6% of website page loads now are already using this API. LOAF, which I think should be called loaf, but that's an argument I lost ages ago, brings the long animation frames API to everyone. Now, a long animation frame is when a rendered update takes longer than 50 milliseconds. It's the same threshold as the long tasks API. But the key advantage of looking at this compared to individual tasks is that a long animation frame can just be the result of a number of tasks, but it's a point of visual jank on the page. Additionally, the LOAF API gives detailed script information, helping you identify the areas on your site that impact UX and also INP. And we're excited to see that already 10% of websites are using the LOAF API. And last but not least, I think it's one of the most important and most impactful new features that has come to Chrome. Compression dictionary transport is now available in Chrome, and this new standard enables you to differentially serve static assets so that you only send what has changed in an updated version of the file. So by reusing a previously downloaded file as a dictionary for compression algorithms, things like Brotli, you can massively reduce the amount of data transferred and speed up page loads. So for example, if you've got a compressed version of your library, 1.8.3, and then you're using version 1.8.2 as your dictionary, the output could just be a couple of kilobytes, potentially a compression ratio up to 98%. And so Google Search has used compression dictionary transport to reduce the size of its HTML payload by 23% as compared to the standard Brotli implementation. It also saw an LCP improvement by over 2%, or almost 2%, sorry, and up to 9% in high latency networks. These are huge gains for an already hyper-optimized site. Less optimized sites might see even more benefit from adopting this technology. So being able to understand your page's responsiveness and improve loading, I think this is great. Because when I think about web performance and I think about making it easier for people to access experiences on a website, obviously the quicker the better. But what about when a user is on the site? So for the past 3 years, we've seen an amazing explosion in the expressiveness of UI capabilities on the web. And these UI features enable you to build beautiful, responsive, and performant websites faster and more efficiently than ever before. Take view transitions for an example. I think it's just been amazing to see the progress in just a few years. We started with the same document view transitions, and then a little over a year ago, we enabled view transitions between page navigations as well. And just recently, as we saw in the keynote, Google.com added view transitions to power the UI for things like AI mode in search. It just makes such an amazing difference to the experience of the web. And a number of frameworks are also adopting view transitions and making it easier for you to use this API right out of the box and express custom transitions between your UI states and pages. It just makes navigating the web feel more seamless, just as it should be, and I think it's just amazing to see. And we've seen many improvements such as make your life as a developer easier. Cascade layers, CSS nesting, light and dark mode, scroll-driven animations. They're all making building UI significantly easier and also more attractive. But today, I do want to talk about some new UI primitives that I think that's going to make it possible to deliver drastically better experiences for your users. These new UI primitives will make it easier to build common UI components, things like carousels and tooltips and drop-downs, like the core features of almost any single site on the web. They'll enable you to get rid of third-party dependencies, eliminate kilobytes of JavaScript, and hopefully improve rendering performance as well as we move work off the main thread. Now, carousels are ubiquitous on the web. They get used millions of times a day. So what happens if we worked out the fundamental primitives that enable carousels and just built them into CSS and enable you to ship these experiences with just CSS? Well, the good thing is that the core functionality, like features like scroll snap, they're already on the platform. So all we really have to do is sprinkle in some new primitives like scroll button and scroll marker, and now you have a carousel. It really can be that simple. We think they're going to also enable different types of experiences, tabs and cards, and different types of UI, all again with the same small bit of CSS. For example, you could build video sliders with cool parallax effects. You can build horizontal app switches similar to what you would find on iOS and Android when a user switches between apps. Or you could even do something kind of fun, like a vertical scroll wheel of choices. We're only just scratching the surface of what's possible with just these simple additions to CSS. And I think they open up a huge amount of possibility, and I'm really excited to see the progress. Obviously, another common use case is one you saw a little bit earlier in the demo is select boxes. Now, I remember using select boxes in IE4. You could set a breakpoint in Visual Studio, not VS Code, in Visual Studio into the JavaScript and breakpoint on your code. And if you scrolled, the scroll bar would just stay stuck. You couldn't do anything. And that's because they were system-level widgets. And for nearly 25 years, we've seen next to no progress in this core platform primitive. So developers have gotten around this by re-implementing it in JavaScript, naturally. And so we know that you want the ability to style select boxes and bring them into the branding of your site. And you've told us that you want to include HTML directly in the options and provide functionality that we've just not had on the platform before. Well, stylable select, which is an accessible, standardized, and CSS stylable select element, it just gives you that ability. By using appearance, base select, as the new CSS property, it puts the select element into a new configurable, stylable state, and every part of that base select can now be swapped out and personalized and even animated. And Yuna's going to talk a lot more about this tomorrow. So the select element can also include rich HTML content. So for example, in the country drop-down menu, you can include a flag next to your country, or when you're browsing through a list of people, you can now include an avatar next to their name. So with all of these features that I've launched in the past year and the new ones on the horizon, I really do feel like the web is getting way more tactile and way more expressive. And Temu, which is an e-commerce company, has been setting the bar when it comes to applying these new primitives to their full potential. And they've seen some really strong gains. After launching their integration with the multi-page application view transitions API, it's a bit of a mouthful to say all that. They saw user session duration increase by 10% and user page views increase by 15%. And they've also been internally testing a slew of new APIs, including carousels, popover, anchor positioning, and also custom select. And they've observed improved page performance and a reduction to about 10 to 15% on CPU load. I just think these new UI features are awesome, and the web is actually becoming more stylish and responsive every single day. But there are still massive user experience issues when it comes to common tasks. We know that filling out forms and keeping track of your password are two major frustrations for anyone who uses the web. So we've made some steps to streamline these complex interactions for your users. Autofill is one of the first ones, is built into Chrome, and it allows the browser to automatically fill in the website's form fields with the person's saved information from across all the devices. You can now measure the impact of browser autofill on your forms and get insights into how users interact with your forms, and so you can make better forms from that. It just gives you the data that you need to make improvements. And we've also had some fantastic results from partners implementing autofill on their sites. Our friends at Shopify know that when customers are ready to buy, even the slightest delay or extra steps can stop a sale. And after implementing autofill across their platform, Shopify found that guest checkouts using autofill had a 40% higher checkout completion rate than guest checkouts without autofill. So I think autofill wasn't just good for their customer experience, it was great for their business too. And after forms, passwords are the next big area that we've worked to improve. We're already seeing a shift from a world, or to a world, without passwords. And I think that's for the best, because passwords come with innate risks and challenges from people using weak passwords, reused passwords, or even just they're susceptible to phishing attacks. But passwords are so ubiquitous that a transition to a passwordless ecosystem across the web, it's just not going to happen overnight. So in the short term, we've improved the Google Password Manager to help users manage their password more easily. So I just want to give you a little sneak peek at the automated password change feature now that's in Chrome, which automatically changes passwords that are stored in Google Password Manager. So when Chrome detects that a password has been compromised, a user will get a suggestion to change it, and then with permission, Chrome will automatically update the password on the site behind the scenes. So we're going to start with a subset of websites in 2025, and we'll expand this to more websites in the future. But there are just a few small amount of changes that you can make that help make this automated password change work more reliably, and you'll just be able to get adopted straight away. And also, they'll benefit every single password manager. This is obviously, again, where autofill comes in. So by using autocomplete current password, it's been around for years, you can help the password manager identify the right field to use with the saved password. And when you use autocomplete new password, for the new password field, you can help the password manager to suggest strong passwords to replace the old one. Now, like I said, these annotations, they're just a web standard, but they're an effective way to optimize your website to work better with any password manager, including the automated change. This works on sign-in pages, sign-up pages, any browser that supports, well, any browser and any browser with a password manager, not just Google Password Manager inside Chrome. But the final part of this transition from passwords to a passwordless ecosystem, it requires fundamentally different technologies. And passkeys and FedCM are two of the technologies at the center of this area. We've only got time to be able to kind of talk about passkeys today. But over the year, we've made a number of improvements to passkeys and how passkeys works inside the browser. So passkeys on Google Password Manager are now synchronized and saved across all platforms, including Windows, Mac, Linux, Chrome OS, iOS, and Android. And websites can now automatically request your password manager to create a passkey on your behalf, as long as you already have a password saved. And we're introducing a new API, which will also let you ask the user's password manager to create this passkey automatically. And this will work as long as the passkey is saved for your site and was also recently used to sign in, and then we'll notify the user when the passkey has been created successfully. Now, we would recommend that you call this API immediately after a successful sign-in with a password, and it's available in Chrome 136 across all desktop platforms, and will be coming to Android soon. And when the user signs back in, you can just trigger the autofill drop-down to automatically for any credentials that are available on the device, including passkeys. And to make this work, again, you just use the correct autofill values for passwords, and also include the passkeys autofill attribute, and then simply set the autofocus attribute on the input field, and then Chrome will just do the rest. So these are just a few of the user experience improvements that we've made to the core of the platform over the last year to make the web more consistent and more seamless to use. And there's a lot more that's happening that we couldn't get into today, whether that's improvements to identity federation with FedCM, the digital credentials API, and even things like device-bound cookies. So by making the web easier and also more secure, we believe that people will sign in more, sign up more, transact more, and just simply enjoy using the web. So how's everyone feeling about the future of the web? Are you excited? Brilliant. I'm actually very happy you did that. I'd be mortified otherwise. So I'm super happy and excited about this continued push of the web. We're going to make it easier to build for, whether that's through a more predictable web with baseline, better dev tools, combined with our work to make the web faster and more interactive with our UI improvements. And obviously, there's a personal highlight for me about bringing more AI to people just by being able to click on a link and they'll be able to access it straight away. So thank you very much for joining us today. Be sure to follow us on social media. Visit us on developer.chrome.com and web.dev, and you'll be able to deeper dive into everything that we've talked about today. So from everyone here at Chrome, thank you, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Is an amazing. Hello. So hello. Oh, that was very nice. So I'm Rachel Andrew. I'm the content lead for Chrome Developer Relations. So if you've ever read an article on web.dev or developer.chrome.com, then you've benefited from the work of my team of writers here at Chrome. I've also had a long career as a web developer and as a writer and speaker, teaching people about web development. And as Paul said, right now really is an amazing time for the web. So while you're at Google I/O, you're going to learn about loads of amazing new web platform features that are landing in Chrome. There are some really big problems being solved right now. The features that are landing are solving problems that I've been battling with as a developer for over 20 years. Some of them are things that we thought couldn't be done. Now, I'm sure when you see some of the demos and you hear about the features, you'll be as excited as I am. But I also know that for many of you, your first thought will be about how long it's going to take before you can start to use them. If something ships in Chrome today, will it be years before it's available across browsers? Now, perhaps you've seen comments like this, I can't wait to use this in 10 years' time. Maybe you've made those comments, or at least had the thought in the back of your mind. That was true once. But the platform is changing far more rapidly today than it ever has done. If we take a look at the platform as a whole, the truth of the situation is that features are going from one browser to available in all browsers much more quickly than ever before. This chart shows the median number of days for CSS features and how that's dropped over time. And we can take a look at some features. So style container queries. Now, this was a feature that for years browser vendors and spec writers thought couldn't be done. Once the code was cracked, however, it became baseline newly available in 5 months. So that's the time between it landing in Chrome and Safari in September of 2022 and Firefox in February 2023. And then there's Cascade Layers, which is now baseline widely available. This launched in Firefox in February 2022, and in just over a month, it was also available in Safari and Chrome, making it baseline newly available. Just a month. Now, I'm sure most of us can point to a feature that one browser or another hasn't implemented, but in general, features are becoming baseline newly available very, very quickly. I could have picked from a large number of features to make the same point, and I'll share some more later in the talk, but we can just take a quick look. These are some of the features that were mentioned in the latest in Web UI talk at last year's I/O. So many of those features were new to Chrome, were mentioned at I/O last year, and they're now baseline. There's some outliers, but a lot of things become baseline in under a year. And this is the time to baseline for features that have become baseline newly available this year in 2025. This includes things from right across the platform, not just CSS. Now, you can probably spot there's an extreme outlier here with content editable plain text only. And I always find this quite fun to see when you get a really old interop pain point becomes picked up and it gets fixed. But again, we're seeing lots of these features coming in at under the 1-year mark. I'm going to come back to specific features later in this talk to find out more about what's actually new on the web. But first, I want to talk a bit more about the other problem that we have with a quickly evolving web platform. And that's how can we as developers take advantage without getting overwhelmed? And how can we be sure when the things on the platform are ready to use? Now, if you've heard any of my I/O talks in the last couple of years, you'll know that the way we're solving this problem is with baseline. So as we've seen, these big features, things that we've wanted for years, are being designed, implemented in one browser, and then very quickly becoming baseline newly available. And what that means, how we describe baseline newly available, it's once they ship in the core browser set. So that's Chrome, desktop and Android, Edge, Firefox desktop and Android, Safari, macOS, and iOS. Now, the thing about a feature being in baseline is once it's there, it's unlikely to change because we've got multiple implementations in different browser engines. Any finer details will have been discussed and agreed on by people from all of the browsers in the working groups that cover these features. It's also the point, once it's newly available, that anyone with an up-to-date version of these browsers will have the feature available to them. Then, after 30 months, they move to the baseline widely available status. Now, that's a status where you should feel pretty happy to use the features without needing to worry about non-supporting browsers, polyfills, and fallbacks. Working with the Web Developer Experience Community Group, which includes all of the major browser vendors and developer community members, we devised the baseline widely available line to be a solid choice if you haven't got other information. So you're building a brand new site and you don't have any existing browser stats. You're going into a new market. Or perhaps you just want to land on something that's got data behind it as being a really good line to base things on. The thing is that between baseline newly available and baseline widely available, there's actually plenty of chance to adopt features earlier. Because not all features are equal in terms of what happens if the user doesn't have the feature. And not all sites are equal in terms of the browsers used by the majority of the visitors. And the really cool thing about baseline is that the data that we've got that enables us to tell you what's baseline newly available and baseline widely available is there for you to use too. You can use that to essentially create your own baseline for the projects that you work on. You can use it to make decisions about individual features that don't meet your chosen baseline, but that are good candidates for progressive enhancements or polyfills. So let's take a look at how that works. Behind baseline is the web features data. This is an open data set. It's maintained by the WebDX community group. And what it does is it breaks the entire web platform down into a set of features. And by looking at the browser support data for each feature, decides the date at which it becomes baseline newly available. This data is now complete. We've mapped the whole web platform, and so as new browsers release each month, it gets updated and checked to make sure that within a week or so of a new browser becoming stable, any new baseline features are flagged. And you can follow along as this happens by using the web platform dashboard. We announced this last year at Google I/O. The default view of the dashboard is ordered by the date which the features become baseline newly available. You can click any feature, and you can see the dates that it lands in the different browsers. To see combined data about how the numbers of features is growing, we'll soon have a new stats page, which will show the number of baseline features along with the features that exist in each browser. Features missing in one or more browsers are classed as limited availability. They're not yet part of baseline. Now, this data is a goldmine of information. And combined with data about web users, and particularly with your RUM data, the data about your users, can help you make decisions about your own baseline target. So last year at I/O, we announced that the RUM Archive Insights had integrated with baseline, and that was now available. It lets you take a look at the number of users supported if you select a baseline year. Now, this year, the integration has been updated with the ability to filter for the top 15 countries sorted by traffic in their dataset. So let's think about baseline years for a minute, because so far I've talked about baseline newly available, the date at which the last browser in our core browser set supports a feature. I've talked about baseline widely available, 30 months from the baseline newly available point. Now, based on the information you have about your users, you might think that widely available is too conservative, or perhaps not conservative enough, in which case you could identify a baseline year as your target that provides just the right amount of browser support for your site and audience. So if you look at the RUM archive data and choose baseline 2022 as your baseline target, that would include all the features that became newly available up to the end of 2022. The data tells you that just over 98% of their tracked users would support all of those features, and it also tells you the features that are included. If you jump forward a year to baseline 2023, 93% of users have support for that wider group of features. For more information on the features that you get by moving your baseline target forward, you could head to the web platform dashboard and select each baseline year to browse the features. While you're there, you could look at individual features. For example, if I was interested in the small, large, and dynamic viewport units, they're part of baseline 2022. And on the feature page, I can see when they were implemented in each browser. I can scroll down and see adoption information for the feature in Chrome. Now, this data starts in 2024 because that's when a use counter was added for the feature, so we could see how many people are adopting it. But you can see how over the course of this year, developers increase their use of the feature. So having data about general users across the world or users in your country, that's really useful if you've not got anything else to go on. But if you already have data about your users, you can use that to figure out the best baseline target for you. So the feature mapping data that I mentioned earlier powers baseline and the web platform dashboard. It's available for you and anyone else to use, and we're starting to see a number of tools and products integrate it. Last year at I/O, we announced that RUM Vision would be implementing baseline into their product. This integration is now live. Because that's using your RUM data, data about the users of your own site, it can help you identify the baseline year to adopt based on that data, rather than a global average. It can also help you to see if baseline widely available makes sense for you. In the data on the screen, you can see that 99.7% of users of this site supported the widely available features. You can learn more about the RUM Vision integration in this case study on web.dev, where they describe the technical implementation work they did to bring baseline to their customers. The exciting thing about this integration is that it pairs real user data from your own site with the web features data that identifies features in baseline, right down to a per feature level. So this slide here shows the content visibility property with data from two different websites. The first website is a US-based technology site. Visitors have more up-to-date browsers than those coming to the second site, which is a realtor site in the Middle East. So therefore, in addition to helping you identify your baseline target, RUM Vision can identify particular features that have high levels of support from your users. For example, RUM Vision has seen 5 of their customers remove the lazy sizes lazy loading plugin and replace it with browser standard lazy loading, because they realized through their RUM data that over 98% of users had support. So even though lazy loading of images and iframes is a newly available feature, it won't become widely available until 2026. For many people, it was a feature they could adopt much sooner. So I'll talk more about using baseline for progressive enhancement a bit later. So moving on to other tools. Perhaps you're a Google Analytics user. We've released a tool that lets you import your Google Analytics browser data and then identify the baseline target that's most appropriate for your user base. Again, this tool is built using the Web Features dataset. So you can export your data from Google Analytics, you import it here into the tool, it's processed on device. And then you get a report like this. Now this is showing the results for web.dev. It shows slightly lower support for baseline 2022 features and slightly higher for baseline 2023 than the RUM archive worldwide data, but it's in around the same region. Another place you might want to link up information with your own user information is using the data collected by your CMS or developer platform. The WebDX community group has recently launched an extension for Netlify that shows support for different baseline years and widely available on your sites, and that will help you decide what to target in your build tools. We're expecting to see more integrations landing this year. We already have commitments from Cloudflare, who are planning to launch tools for deciding which baseline is right for you and measuring the impact of adopting new features in their Observatory RUM product. We also have Content Square, who will bring baseline data into their tools to show opportunities presented by different baseline versions and new web features. If there's not already something that works with the tools you use, if you've got an internal tool, or if you use something that allows for plugins, the data is fully available for your own integrations. You can use the API provided by the Web Platform dashboard, or consume the data with the available NPM package. We're also trying to make this a bit easier for you. When RUM Archive built the dashboard last year, they had to handle a lot of mapping of user agent strings to browser versions and web features. That was pretty tricky and time-consuming, but we've recently made available the data and tooling to make that really simple and straightforward. You can now map browser versions to baseline years and widely available using the baseline browser mapping module from the WebGX community group. That can be used as a server-side JavaScript environment, or you can download JSON or CSV files, and they're refreshed on a daily basis from the repository. Interestingly, the data includes mappings not just for our core baseline browser set, but also for downstream browsers, so things like Samsung Internet, Opera, UC Browser, and Android WebView. So you've figured out a baseline target for your projects. Now, how do you make sure that the features that you're using meet that target? Now, you can obviously look at features individually. We've been able to do that for a long time, and there's a bunch of ways and places to do that now with baseline data included. So perhaps you'd like to use registered custom properties with app property. Now, app property gives you a way to declare a type, syntax, and define inheritance for a custom property or CSS variable. It makes using CSS variables much more robust, and it gives you additional functionality. You can use them to animate gradients, for example. But is it available for your users? There's an increasing number of places showing baseline status on features. So you might go to MDN, and you'd find the baseline information there. We've partnered with MDN since the early days of baseline, and now the majority of pages show baseline information at the top of the page. You can see how that's climbing up as they're rolling out more of their pages. They've also got their more granular feature information at the bottom of pages. So when we announced with MDN the support for baseline, they had about 20%. We're around 70% at this point of features have baseline support included. You can also find the information by going to an article on web.dev and looking at the baseline widget that we include in the article. And it's also included on the majority of Can I Use pages. Again, you can see that climbing as it's being rolled out across Can I Use. 333 feature pages now include the information. And again, you could find it on the web platform dashboard. And wherever you look, you're going to find out that it became baseline newly available last year, and therefore is baseline 2024. So knowing that it's baseline 2024, you're probably going to find it's too new, particularly if you've decided that your baseline target is going to be baseline 2023. So OK, we can look things up individually, and you might say, well, we've always been able to do that sort of thing, and we're seeing baseline pop up everywhere. I mean, for example, the baseline widget has now been used in several places on the web. CSS Tricks built it into a WordPress plugin to use on their site, which is based on WordPress, and made it available to everyone. But the next step is to integrate baseline into the developer tools that you can use every day. Now, last year, I went to Google I/O, but I also went to all of our I/O Connect events. And I went to Europe, India, and China, and developers all over the world asked me for tooling integration. They said, yeah, this baseline thing, it sounds great, but we want it in our tools. We want it in the things we use every day. We want baseline to be available while we code, not to have to go and check every single thing. So imagine that you've identified your baseline year. You want to make sure that you and everyone on your team has sight of it as you code. Here's how you get it into your tool chain. So let's start with code compilation tools like Babel and PostCSS. What all of these tools have in common is they use browsers lists to determine the list of browsers that they need to support. Together with the WebDX community group and other members of the community, the Chrome team helped to release a tool called Browsers List Config Baseline. This helps you to configure your browsers list targets in baseline terms, like widely available or baseline years. To use Browsers List Config Baseline, install the package from NPM and use the extend syntax in your Browsers List RC file or wherever you're setting your browsers list targets. With this, any tool that takes a browsers list target can now be expressed in terms of baseline. For example, if you're using Babel preset env to add polyfills for cutting-edge JavaScript, with browsers list config baseline, you can be sure that you're not shipping unnecessary polyfills that have support for those baseline features. Similarly, you might be using a tool like PostCSS to downgrade CSS features and to add vendor prefixes for unsupported browsers. Now, you can configure it to keep the modern CSS intact if it meets your baseline targets. And then what about linters? Now, you might want to ensure that your source code doesn't include any cutting-edge features at all, and that's the job of linters. They'll warn you if they detect any features that don't meet your baseline targets. Using baseline with linters has recently been made possible with a few new tools in the linter space, starting with ESLint for CSS. ESLint for CSS has a use baseline rule. You can set this to your preferred baseline target. It'll warn you of any features that are newer than your target. Of course, you can choose how to resolve the warnings. You might replace that feature, or you might suppress the linter warning. That's a perfectly valid solution if you're using a cutting-edge feature safely because it's a progressive enhancement. By default, ESLint won't warn if newer features are used within @supports blocks, because unsupported browsers are going to not evaluate those ones anyway. For your HTML linting needs, there's a community plugin called HTML ESLint, and it works just like the CSS linter, but for HTML elements and attributes. So, for example, you might consider HTML features like popover to be too new to use in production, and HTML ESLint will flag that for you. Other linters beyond ESLint are adding baseline support too. StyleLint officially supports a plugin called StyleLint Plugin Use Baseline, and it behaves just like the ESLint rule for CSS, but it runs on StyleLint instead. So baseline support in compilers and linters, that's really great. But what about getting immediate feedback about features while you're coding? Now, as you've already seen, you can go and check each feature, but many linters, including ESLint, now have IDE extensions that will annotate linter warnings in your editor as squiggly underlines. So with these new baseline linter rules, you can see at a glance which web features in your code don't meet your baseline targets. Now, while thinking about IDEs, many of these have long supported a way to hover over a feature in the editor, and you see a list of supported browser versions. But it can be pretty hard to understand if that means the feature is safe to use. You have to figure out if there are any browsers missing from the list, and you also need to know how new that browser version is. And browser version numbers are getting pretty big these days. It's often quite hard to know exactly how old that browser is. So to fix that problem, we've partnered with the most popular IDE used by millions of web developers, VS Code, to integrate baseline data directly into those hover cards. So you can hover over a feature, it'll tell you whether the feature is considered baseline and for how long, and whether there's any major browsers that don't support it yet. Supported features include CSS properties, HTML elements, and HTML attributes. Now, not everyone uses VS Code. What about other IDEs? Well, if you're using an IDE that is based on VS Code, then it will inherit the changes automatically. So things like Firebase Studio, GitLab, Replit, and other VS Code IDEs will start rolling out the improvement over the coming weeks and months. And hover cards are also in WebStorm, the popular JavaScript and TypeScript IDE from JetBrains. All of these tools are ready for you to use today, but we really are just getting started. So in the coming months, look for more announcements and updates about other tools that are starting to integrate baseline, making it easier for you to understand baseline status as you code. We're also really excited to see companies adopting baseline as their way to show browser support levels. So this includes web agencies, site builders, and frameworks. All of these are places where being clear about browser support to users and customers is really important, and it can save problems down the line. Last year, we saw UK web agency ClearLeft adopt baseline widely available as their default level of support for client work, making it clear to clients how they supported browsers. Site building platform Wix have recently decided to use baseline widely available as their threshold for adopting new web features. Their front-end guild team said baseline gives us clarity around which features we can support and removes the ambiguity in our tooling. Our developers now don't need to spend time digging through the compat tables in MDN to know if a feature will work or not. They just look for the green tick and go ahead. Baseline helps our developers feel confident that their tools will warn them when they've used a feature that we don't support. It also reduces the number of errors and broken experiences we might release. And the Angular framework team announced that from version 20, which launches next week, they'll be using baseline widely available at the time of release as their supported feature threshold for all versions. So you now have the ability to have a better understanding of the browser support your users have, and also a way through data and tooling to tune your development to meet the needs of your audience. And while adopting baseline widely available or a specific baseline year as your baseline, and feeling confident to use all features that fall within it, it's worth remembering that not all of those features are equal in terms of what happens if a user doesn't have a feature. You don't have to feel like baseline is a go, no-go indicator. Instead, you could look at it as a way to reduce the number of features that you need to make a call on whether they're OK to use, as a progressive enhancement, or even with a polyfill. So perhaps you've decided that baseline 2023 is your baseline target. Now, if you treated that like a hard line, a feature like text wrap balance wouldn't be usable, as it's baseline 2024. It became newly available about a year ago. Adding text wrap balance to a line of text like a heading tells the browser that you'd like it to figure out a balanced presentation of the text, rather than doing something like leaving a couple of words, 1 or 2 words, on a wrapped line. If you were typesetting in print, you'd try and avoid this situation. You don't like to have unbalanced headings. So on this slide, you can see there's 2 words on the second line with a longer line above, and that's something you'd probably prefer to avoid. If you add text wrap balance, the headline looks much nicer. It's a really nice effect, and the thing is, there's no downside to using text wrap balance. People who don't have the feature in their browser get the unbalanced text the web has always had. People with newer browsers get a nice improvement. They get some nice balanced headlines. And because the way that browsers deal with CSS they don't understand is that they just ignore it, unsupporting browsers are going to just ignore that instruction. Nothing terrible is going to happen. So things that haven't crossed your baseline don't need to be unusable. You can treat them as consider carefully. And in a situation where you decided to use a polyfill, you can then just use your RUM data to see when it's time to remove that polyfill code. Just like the people who learned that they could remove the lazy sizes plugin that I talked about earlier in the talk. So I started this talk by telling you how the web was improving faster than ever before, and you've now seen how you can use baseline to help you to take advantage of it. I want to come back to that point and to talk about some features that are baseline newly available or that we expect soon will be. So last year at I/O, Una presented new CSS and UI features. Many of them at that time were only in Chrome, or they missed implementation in one browser. Now, a lot of those are now newly available. I already talked about app property. That was one of the features covered this year. That was a Chrome first feature. It's now newly available. The CSS light dark function first landed in Firefox and then came to Chrome. In May last year, Safari shipped it. It became baseline newly available. This function lets you write styles for color themes in a much more concise way. Instead of creating a block of color for your main color theme and a user preference query, you can use the light dark function to describe these values in a single line of code. Also helpful for color theming is relative color syntax, letting you dynamically adjust color values in your CSS. So for example, you can lighten a color right there in CSS using any available color space. Now the example here is using the OKLCH color space. It lightens the blue by increasing the lightness channel, multiplying it by 1.25. This pushes the blue lightness towards white by 25%. We've got a ton of examples in a guide on developer.chrome.com. I also want to highlight the fact that style container queries, which were also mentioned in Una's talk last year, they're going to become widely available this year in August 2025. If you're starting a new project right now, you probably don't need to hesitate about using container queries. And there's so much more. Here's all of the features that became baseline newly available in the last 12 months since the last Google I/O. The web really is getting better, faster. So I'm hoping that, as you learn from the talks at Google I/O about more features that are coming soon, you can be excited that they actually will be part of your workflow and your projects in the very near future. And just to get started, there's a few really exciting things that we can be pretty confident will hit baseline newly available this year because they're part of Interop 2025. Interop's an annual initiative where all browser vendors and other parties come together to tackle some of the top pain points for developers. Each year, a list of features is created, and everyone works together to make them interoperable across all browsers, so they become baseline newly available. Interop 2024 was a huge success. It brought a load of features to baseline, app property, font size adjust, the request video frame callback method for video, scroll bar styling, transition behavior, text wrap balance, and popover. And Interop 2025 includes some really exciting features. And we can be pretty confident they're going to become baseline newly available soon. So let's take a look. We've already seen one feature become baseline newly available, and that's the sideways RL and sideways LR values for the CSS writing mode property. Now, the writing mode property itself and the values that let you do correct presentation of CJK languages when they're written vertically, that's already baseline widely available. So, for example, if you use writing mode vertical RL, that will cause the block direction to run right to left and the inline direction top to bottom. Now, while those vertical RL and vertical LR values let languages that are traditionally written vertically be displayed correctly, they do cause some issues if you want to use them in a horizontal language just for display purposes. So if you want to create the common sort of magazine layout where you've got a vertical heading and then the text next to it, that's a kind of presentational use of the values. And that's where you're going to want sideways RL and sideways LR. If you use sideways RL, all the glyphs are set sideways towards the right. In left to right scripts, content flows vertically from top to bottom, and in right to left scripts, content flows from bottom to top. Use sideways LR and you get the opposite. So glyphs are set sideways towards the left. For left to right scripts, content flows vertically from bottom to top, and for right to left scripts from top to bottom. So if you're using vertical writing modes just for layout purposes, the sideways values are probably the ones you really want to reach for, and those are now newly available through Interop. And we're not yet halfway through the year, so the next features are part of the project, but they're still missing implementation in one or more browsers. And we'll start with anchor positioning. That shipped in Chrome 1.2.5. It's part of the Interop project. It gives you a way to tie the position of an element to an anchor, for example, when you open a tooltip with a button. So you've got a demo here where you've got a set of buttons that are opening tooltips using popover. The button, which is a circle with a question mark icon, that's the anchor, and the tooltip's a positioned element. No JavaScript's needed, and these tooltips will always position correctly against their anchor. So each button has a popover target attribute, and that refers to the ID on the popover element. Now that's a very, very simple example, and there's lots more to learn. Check out the anchor positioning article on developer.chrome.com to find this and many other demos. Now, it's really exciting to have this very, very useful feature part of Interop 2025. And then we have LCP and IMP. Web Vitals have been taken up by many people because they're so useful in letting you quantify the experience of your site and identify opportunities to improve. The Web Vitals initiative aims to simplify the landscape and help sites focus on the metrics that matter most, so the core Web Vitals. Interop 2025 includes largest contentful paint, LCP, and interaction to next paint, IMP metrics by implementing the largest contentful paint API and the event timing API across browsers. LCP reports the render time of the largest heading and image visible in the viewport relative to when the user navigates to the page. And a good LCP value is 2.5 seconds or less. INP is a metric that assesses responsiveness using data from the event timing API. INP observes the latency of all interactions a user has made with the page and reports a single value which all or nearly all of those interactions are beneath. If you've got a low IMP, that means the page was consistently able to respond quickly to all or the vast majority of user interactions. So with these two core Web Vitals being part of Interop 2025, you should be able to measure them across all browsers once they become baseline newly available. And then we have the details element, which, again, this is already baseline widely available, but it's been included in Interop 2025 because there's a number of related features that make disclosure widgets with details much more useful. So when you've got a details element, it contains a summary element. Now that's the bit that's visible on the page when the details element is collapsed. Outside of the summary is the content of the details element. Now that's hidden until someone comes and clicks on the summary. So one of the things that's been made interoperable during Interop 2025 is to hide the content using content visibility rather than display. And what that means is if it's not expanded, the content won't be rendered at all. Also part of the Interop 2025 work is the marker pseudo element. The marker pseudo element lets you style the summary element's disclosure triangle because the summary element has display list item. And then there's another pseudo element, that's details content. Details content represents the content. So that's the part of the details element that expands and collapses, and it lets you style it. There's also some nice improvements, such as auto-expanding the details element with find-in-page matches, and bringing the until found value of the HTML hidden attribute to baseline newly available. So that will hide an element till it's found by browser's in-page search, or if it's directly navigated to by following a URL fragment. And then we have scope. So the CSS scope rule lets you limit the reach of your selectors. If you set a scoping route without scope, any style rules that are nested inside the @ rule only apply to that DOM tree. So here's a very small example, but if you want to target image elements inside an element with a class of card, then card becomes the scoping route. And then we have another feature that's going to help reduce complexity and improve scrolling interfaces, and that's scroll end. Now, if we don't have a scroll end event, there's not really a reliable way to detect that a scroll is complete. So what you're probably doing already if you need to do this is to use set timeout and check to see if the scroll has stopped for a period. Now, the thing is, that's really a scroll has paused event, not a scroll has stopped event. So with scroll end, the browser does all of the difficult evaluation for you. And again, you can learn more about this event on developer.chrome.com. And then last but definitely not least is view transitions. They're also part of Interop 2025, and we hope will become baseline newly available this year. The work in Interop this year is same document view transitions, so that's the ones for single page apps, but also view transition classes. View transitions enable fluid, app-like experiences for your sites and applications, such as in this demo for Maxi Ferreira. It's so exciting to see that they're going to come to all browsers this year. Now you can find out about all the features that are part of Interop 2025 and follow along on the Interop 2025 dashboard so you can see how the project's shaping up as the year progresses. The features included in Interop 2025 won't be the only things that become part of baseline this year. As you saw from last year, lots of things became baseline. But their inclusion in the project gives us a pretty good sign that they're prioritized and they're being worked on and they're going to come soon. So it's been a really exciting year for baseline and for the web. You know, we've moved on a long way from the announcements we made last year. For baseline, we're now in a position where the backfilling of web features data is complete. That's opened the floodgates, and it's allowed developer tools to be created. And we really are just getting started. If you have a product or open source tool that would benefit from including the data, we'd love to hear from you. Keep an eye on web.dev, because we'll continue to publish announcements about new tools along with tutorials to help you get started. We'll also continue to publish posts when features hit newly available, so you can see what's coming, what's available to you to use. But the most important thing, and the reason that we're doing this work, is that having all this information and tooling should allow you to take advantage of web platform features sooner and with more confidence than ever before. So if you learn about some cool new thing here at I/O, we hope that instead of thinking it's going to be some vague number of years before you can use it, you know that you've got the means to track exactly when you can start to use it. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, welcome everybody. What's new in cloud? My name is Richard. I'm going to spend the next 45 minutes or so giving you about 1,000 announcements that I expect you to all remember by the end of this. It's going to be great. So, ton happening in cloud. Hopefully you already got excited by other keynotes today. So we're going to jump right in and talk about, of course, what's new with AI. It's contractually obligated for me as an employee at Google to start with AI, so let's do that. What's new with models? What should you be excited about here? I'm going to try to put these things in context, not just drown you in announcements, but what's interesting and new with models? Hey, look, if you're using something like Vertex, you're now sitting here with hundreds of curated foundation models, not just from Google, from great open models, great partners. So you really do have an amazing set of choices when you're using Google Cloud to pick your favorite model of choice, if that's somehow not Gemini. A lot of things in preview you saw today. Gemini 2.5 Pro is going to be coming GA shortly. Gemini 2.5 Flash coming soon. The live API, some amazing things you're seeing with the ability to do different types of interactions, kind of live with the model. VO3, that was amazing stuff I think we all saw, being able to create video with audio and other things, having that available on Vertex. Imagine 4, doing some remarkable things with images, Lyra with music, and of course now generally available you have VO2 as well as Llama 4. We continue to bring models like Llama 4. This is as a service. You do not deploy this on infrastructure. You don't pay for unused capacity. You're literally just calling some of these open models, a number of them, just pay for the tokens, and that's all you pay for. So we're trying to make it easier and easier to use our best models as well as those from the community. Let's talk about Vertex AI. This is Google Cloud's AI platform. This is how you build models. This is how you build agents. This is how you train. This is how you do all sorts of interesting things. Let's talk about what's new in Vertex. Are you familiar with the optimizer? The optimizer is a great way to make sure that you can send in a request and actually rely on the service to pick the right model for your request. Might pick Flash, might pick Pro, but gives you some different ways to let the service actually decide what's the most cost-effective thing, what's the fastest thing for you. It's a really cool service. If you think about all the pre-training options you have with an LLM, we're trying to support all of these, and some of these in new ways. Of course, you can do things like supervised fine-tuning. This is where you can now use this with things like Gemini 2, but you get your own labeled data, and you want to take your data and make the model better, more contextual to you. Of course, you can do retrieval augmented generation, and we support this now with more models of how do you use external data to complement your model and give it more contextual responses. You can do full fine-tuning now with models, as you see here, some new ones supported, which is terrific, as well as in-context learning. This is being able to just pass in more things to long context. Gemini continues to have some of the best long context in the industry, so shove a bunch of data in there and get back really contextual responses. So making it easier and easier to make these models for you. How about the Vertex AI global endpoint? This is a really nice way, if you're not location sensitive, to say just put global in the URL and don't pick US Central 1 or US West 3. Like, you don't care about that. Just give me the most available performant work for my AI model, which is terrific. This doesn't work with everything if you do context caching and stuff, so read the fine print. But this gives you a really nice way to just say, I'm not location sensitive for this workload, just make it fast and easy. Agent Builder. How do you build agents? We're all agent builders now, whether you want to be or not. It's exciting. So if you look at the family of things that we do now with agents, you might be developing agents. Of course, we're at a developer conference. How do I use some of the different tools, the agent development kit, which we'll be talking about? How do I do things in low code? Use the agent garden and use existing agents, or even see how you can integrate with other tools. How do you connect agents together? You've seen us embracing the Model Context Protocol, MCP. How do these agents talk to tools? How do they pull in really interesting things from outside of the system? Even the agent-to-agent protocol and others. How do you deploy this and run this? We now have Vertex AI Agent Engine, which we'll talk about. Run it on GKE, Cloud Run, all sorts of great places. And of course, day 2 matters. How do I do troubleshooting? How do I figure out observability? All of this thing is a family of things we call the Vertex AI Agent Builder, and you can mix and match however you'd like. Let's talk about the ADK. This is a very, very exciting project. We just hit 1.0 on Python today, which is exciting, but I'm actually really stoked that we shipped the first version of the Java ADK. So if you are a Java developer, you got Java developers in the room? It's okay to admit it. There we go. That's right, no shame. If you love Java, now you can actually build great agentic applications. This is a really sophisticated framework where you can do simple things or hard things, use session, do complicated multi-agent things. Really, really awesome. Docs are terrific. I know the people who wrote them. You should use them and read them. So exciting stuff if you are trying to use an open framework from Google where you can take that agent and run it anywhere. As you see the agent development kit, and we'll see a demo shortly, but really if you just have instructions, a model, some tools, some of these components, you can really pull together an agent that involves no coding. You're doing very sophisticated things with honestly no code. What do I want to have the outcome be? What tools do you have available to you, and which model should I use? Plug in non-Gemini models, that's fine. Call tools that are outside of Google Cloud. Live your life, it's fine, it all works great. So this makes it really easy to build modern agents, however you'd like to do it. And so use the agent development kit to build these sort of agents, test it locally, which is really powerful, a really sophisticated tool there, which we'll see in a second. Pick your models. You want to use something from Anthropic, you want to use something from Meta, like that's great, go for it. Now, if you don't want to do Python, nobody's going to judge you. Use Java, it's amazing. Pick that as well, whatever works for you. And then run this and connect to different services in different clouds thanks to this great tool support and MCP support. If you got to pull data from some other cloud's object storage, it's okay, do that. So one of the big things to take away here is look at ADK, look at ways that you can, all of us, can build agents. Now, it's great that you have MCP for how does an agent actually pull data from tools. Very important, everyone in the world is now using it. But how do the agents talk to each other? How do they share each other's capabilities or share state between each other? That's why Google created the agent-to-agent protocol along with a bunch of other companies. Microsoft adopted this last week, which is exciting. You're seeing more and more companies say this is a really powerful way to have agents talk to each other. Good protocol. Now we have an SDK for this in Python that we ship today as well. So you have an easier way to build these. So as you think of MCP for tools, A to A is how agents can communicate. Agent engine, where do you run these darn things? Well, you have a lot of choices. And so the Vertex AI agent engine gives you a fully managed service that can take your agent, run it, scale it, handle all the operational concerns, gives you some observability, gives you session management, really simple to use. Just today, we lit up the new dashboard. So it has a new dashboard if you're somebody like me who doesn't love using CLIs all the time. So it's great. So you have a new visual interface, great way to run services available today. An agent engine, again, is part of this ecosystem. There is no one thing that builds agents, right? Agents are part of how do you build this? You might use something like ADK. You might run this in something like Agent Engine. You might register it in something like Agent Space. You might access data in things like our databases or other tools or even Google Workspace services. So there's a whole ecosystem of things that come together when you're building agents. There's not just one tool. So I think this is a great way to represent it. With that, I just can't show you slides the whole time. I'd like to invite my friend Fran on stage to actually give you a live demo.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
Hi, friends. You want to see some code?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Let's build an agent together. First thing we're going to do, pip install Google ADK. Super easy. Like Richard just said, we just released 1.0 today. So ADK is production ready. It follows our open source release guidelines now. You get a full year of OSS community support. And if Python is not your thing, use the Java SDK. But I'm sticking with Python today. All right, so we got it installed. A little bit of setup. You need an init file. You can just copy and paste it. Then you need an end file. I like to prototype with an API key, but I decided I'm not going to share my key today.
No? Low trust environment here? OK.
So I'm using the typical Google Cloud setup that you use to specify your project and your location. OK. Okay, so the agent I'm showing you is a data science agent. We're going to give it data, and it's going to do data science on it. First thing you do is import the ADK package. I'm using the agent, a few other things here. And then Richard was saying, oh, it's complicated. It's so straightforward. Like, there's barely any code in here.
I said it was sophisticated, and that's it was complicated. Goodness.
So agent constructor, you give it a model. ADK is model agnostic. I'm using Gemini. A name, instruction. Instruction is telling the agent what and how to do it. Like for this one specifically, I'm giving it instructions about not installing any packages because it's going to run some data science code. And I'm also telling it to not hallucinate because if we're doing data science, please no hallucination. So things you specify in the instructions. And then an agent needs tools. A tool can really be anything, an API, data source, MCP server, LangChain package, or actually any Python code that you write. My agent is so simple, it's actually not even having any tools. I'm giving it a code executor, which is sort of a tool. It just goes into a different parameter in the constructor. So code executor is a code sandbox to execute arbitrary code, because we're going to be running some data science pandas code that the agent is building, creating for us so it can analyze our data. OK, with all that, we're ready to run it.
That's an agent, right? Like what you're showing us, that's the complete data science agent. You're just rubbing some data science on it. All right.
The whole thing, import stuff, model instruction tools. The instructions can be a little longer, but that's really all there is to it. So we can run this, ADK web. And ADK comes with the super awesome dev UI for local testing. It's such a time saver. It supports multimodal inputs like images, voice, out of the box. So I can focus on the agent logic instead of worrying about infrastructure. All right, let's go localhost, pick our data science agent. I'm going to upload a CSV file. I could connect to a database, but I want to keep this simple. Please create a histogram for me. So the agent is off working now, and you can actually see it's generating pandas code here. So we've all gotten questionable answers from LLMs where they make things up. And I give you data, and I say, do data science on it. I don't want anything made up. And I want to stress here, the agent is not making up the graph. The agent is creating the code that then deterministically creates this histogram. Like, that's super important. Like, yes, you always double-check what your LLM is giving you, but I would trust this picture, because if the code is good enough to give me a graph, then it's probably right, and it's fully relying on the data. This is not a made-up LLM image based on the next token. The code is made up, but the image is real. What do you think, Richard?
Why is it blue?
You don't like blue?
Can you? I mean, it's Google I/O. Can you Google it up a little bit?
We can spice it up. So let's say, let's give it the I/O colors. Let's get some color in here. I could go back, put this in the instructions, so my agent would always be colorful. No. Use all colors, please.
It's a lot of pressure right now, Fran.
OK, it's a little more colorful.
Yeah, it's a golf clap.
Yeah. But you can, just like I just told in a chat message, somewhat successful, you can just put that in your instructions, and now every histogram would be nice and colorful and I/O branded. My data science agent was super straightforward. I showed you the whole code. There's only so much code I can show on a big screen, especially after lunch when the sun is shining. But you can go as complex as you want to go. Multi-agent collaborations, custom workflows, and of course, ADK supports MCP, the Model Context Protocol, out of the box, in addition to tons of other tools.
Awesome. You're vibe graphing. Where can I go deploy this agent?
Where can you deploy it? You're saying, works on my machine is not quite good enough. Yeah, testing locally is not realistic for anything production or anything you work on with other people. This is just great for testing things out locally. But ADK is an open source Python library. You can deploy it wherever you want.
Great.
I like Cloud Run. GKE is a good option. And of course, Vertex's Agent Engine is a good spot for agent. Agent Engine is a fully managed auto-scaling service on Google Cloud that's specifically designed for agents. So I suggest go build an agent that makes your life easier and deploy it to the cloud. Back
Awesome.
to you, Richard.
Thanks, Fran. Great job. Yeah, and those ADK deployment options aren't even just do-it-yourself. Actually, from the CLI, you can ADK deploy to Cloud Run, and Agent Engine, and things like that. So we have made that pretty easy. All right. We're not done with agents. No, we are not. Let's talk about agent space a little bit. So when you think about what's the right way to take some of these agents and put these interfaces in there? It's not going to be that web interface, most likely. How do you serve up agents to users? How do you make them available to folks? Agent space is for your employees, your people to take the advantage of Google quality search, agents that connect to employee directories, third-party systems, Box, Dropbox, all these sorts of systems, databases, your email, others. How does this make it easier to pull all that information in and actually make things like an intranet feel useful? And so this is almost like an enterprise operating system, your homepage. How do I work better in your environment? Agent space can take third-party agents, can take agents you build, can take out-of-the-box agents. Really, really neat way to serve this up to your employees and make this something they can interact with. And of course, this runs on the same Google infrastructure that billions of folks around the world depend on, so you know that we focus a ton on security here and scale and availability. Let's talk about the AI Edge. You got a bit of a tease on some of these things in some of the announcements today, but 3 things I wanted to point out. First, there's that Gemma 3N model. This gives you a remarkably small, high-performing model that you can run on mobile devices. Again, you could run it on your own laptop. Really, really powerful, available now, or you can take a look at that. More model support for the Light RT Hugging Face community as you have more models you can take advantage of on your mobile devices. And then finally, even being able to do on-device retrieval augmented generation, bringing more functionality to what you can do locally on a mobile device is pretty exciting stuff. So stay tuned to this space. A lot of innovations happening in small places. What's new for app developers? This is the part I get even more excited about, as a lot of us are at least pretend developers or real developers. What are we excited about? What's new here in cloud for us? Gemini Code Assist is our flagship coding assistance tool that you can use with Google Cloud and get code completion, generation, training on your own code base, long context, amazing stuff. This is free for individual use today. Any of you can use it. But we've also made available Code Assist tools. How do I reach out from my coding environment to Google Docs, GitHub, GitLab, other places, so I don't have to leave my IDE to maybe validate something in my spec or pull information about my latest Jira ticket? So all of these tools make it really straightforward to pull in some really, really popular systems into your IDE wherever you're coding. Example from my machine, of course, as we look at the sort of tools that I have access to and you have access to. This is something we can all reach into, whether those are security systems or work systems or databases. You have access to a bunch of things. And we're also bringing more agents to this environment, like everyone else is, of how do I use agents to build better software? And so we're taking this across the software development lifecycle. How do you help with coding, with testing, with documentation, and other things like that? We're at this in private preview today, but you're seeing more and more coding agents coming to this environment as well, including a GitHub agent today that can do code reviews on your pull requests. How about Firebase Studio? I think there we go. What's new in Firebase is coming up after this. I won't steal all their thunder. But there's some really exciting stuff here for people who want to go jump now. Free workspace, not now, we're having fun, wait till after this. But go use your free workspace, build end-to-end applications, use AI for text to app, have a full environment for local emulation and testing, build a Go backend or a web front end or a Java backend, and now use features like the integration with Builder for Figma, being able to turn things into working apps. Use the new Firebase Logic, which is this evolution of being able to use AI systems behind the scenes. So really, really great platform as you're looking at doing end-to-end application development. Here's my environment, as I've been vibe coding like a madman lately, so it's good stuff. But as you all get free access to a number of workspaces to build here, again, you can go text to app, or you can go full-on coding workspace, save it, come back to it the next day, the next week. Online IDEs, online dev environments are an amazing way to go. Let's show a little bit of stuff here. So let's see this live right now. Some of our favorite new things. Let's bring Fran back up here. Thank you, Fran. Let's see code assist. What you got?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Vibe coding. How's the vibe? Are we enjoying I/O? Yeah. Okay, okay. All right, we're not actually going to live code, but I'm going to show you a few tips and tricks in Gemini Code Assist that are going to make your next live coding session a lot better. So Gemini Code Assist, you install it as an extension in VS Code. You all know how to do that.
Or JetBrains IDEs.
Or JetBrains, yep. And OK, I want to show you the tools integration in Code Assist, like Richard said. So if you do add, you see all the different tools. Pretty much anything that's an API can be used as a tool. There's a bunch of them out of the box. We're going to use Google Docs.
Good choice.
Everybody loves Google Docs. And then I can do whatever I can do with an LLM with Google Docs. Like I can say, hey, what documents do I have? So this is really nice. I don't have to leave my IDE to do anything. Should I do this one?
Yeah, I really want to know what's in there.
OK, so there's a PID, product requirement document for a Java application. And there's a task in there that need to be implemented. So I'm going to use the tools integration to say, hey, Google Docs, summarize the PID for Java Task Manager file. So this way, I don't even have to leave the IDE, read the doc, understand it. I just have Gemini read it and summarize it for me. And it says, OK, it's an initiative, update Java to 21, update Spring Boot, migrate away from some deprecated stuff. Oh, let's just migrate away. Let's upgrade to modern Java here.
Wow.
And as Gemini is working, if you can see it here, it's upgrading my POM. You can only see parts of it, but suggesting lots of changes. No work from me. I told it, hey, read the requirements doc. I told it, hey, do what's in the doc, and we're done. We've upgraded.
Yeah. You can still bill 8 hours of work, though. It's OK.
Shh, don't tell my boss.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, the next thing I want to show you is custom rules. So they're like system instructions, but for Code Assist. Yeah, let's just implement one. So open the settings, Command-Shift-P, open settings, search for Gemini rules. And here I can set different rules. And what I want to do is always generate unit tests. That's a good practice, right? So instead of putting the sentence after all of my prompts, sometimes forgetting it, I put it in the rules, and now everything I do with Code Assist is super customized to my preferences and the style that I have to follow for my code base.
Nice. Very responsible.
So no more yelling at me about forgetting tests. So let's try this out. Let's just say add a feature to find a duration of incomplete tasks. OK, it's giving us sources here. And then further down, more code, more code, more code, more code. OK, and here's a bunch of test files. So made it super easy. I don't have to remember that that's one of the things I want to do. Put systems instructions in custom rules and a config. Much easier to prompt. OK. And the last thing, it's not rocket science. It's not even machine learning, but it's like absolutely my favorite thing. So I don't know about you, but I spend quite a bit of time of refining my prompts. And a lot of times I want to go back to something I did a week ago or see the response. But I restarted my machine over VS Code, and all these super smart answers and really good prompts that I came up with are gone. Code Assist, if you go up here to the little history icon, you get a history of all your chats, even if you restart. So now I can go back and be like, what was I doing last week? What was the answer? How did I write that prompt? And I can see all my prompts. I love it. I think that's something you need to know if you use Gemini Code Assist.
Yeah. Love it. Thank you so much, Fran.
OK, thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, so you can use this today in the enterprise with a subscription. You can use it free for individuals today with remarkably high usage limits that unless you're a robot, you'll never hit. So take advantage of it and use it for fun. Let's talk about a few more things for app developers. How do you design architectures? How do you design systems? Sometimes the cloud can feel like a pile of infrastructure, right? It's a user role, it's a storage bucket, it's a bunch of Kubernetes services, Cloud Run services, databases. It's hard to organize it all. So Application Design Center is part of these set of tools we've built. It actually makes it possible to visually model a system, deploy that system, and then even be able to operate that thing as an application. And so it's a really great way to be able to design using a number of different Google Cloud services, connect things together, share this with other people. You can save these templates, share it with your teammates. They can then one-click deploy a certain application architecture right to production. This makes it a lot easier to do canonical definitions and share them with your team. And then again, deploy them as apps and manage them as apps and troubleshoot them as apps. The cloud has been way too infrastructure-centric for too long, and Google's building an app-centric cloud in, I think, a pretty unique way. Now then, how do you manage that, though? So at the same time, we've introduced Cloud Hub, now in preview, that you can access. This gives you a way to get, again, an app-centric lens on operations. So if you're an app owner, this might be your homepage. Maybe I'm assuming too much. But it's kind of cool if you could come in every day and see what's the health of my application? When was my last deployment? Even what was the cost of my application in dev, test, and prod? What is the most expensive service in my application? This has been hard to do. You've had to do complex FinOps and processing invoice stuff. What if you just as an application owner can see the health, optimization, finance information for your app? So you're starting to see these things stitched together and help you as an app developer model architecture and deploy it effectively. And then there's Gemini Cloud Assist, which is in preview, continues to be lit up in different parts of Google Cloud. This is giving you ability to do design, like you can with the Design Center, troubleshooting, even help you do optimization, saying, hey, I want to right-size this instance. Here's a screenshot from my environment that's doing investigations. So whenever you get something in your logs going, I don't know what this is, there's an investigate button that kicks up Cloud Assist, does an AI-based investigation that looks at everything else in your app, looks at other logs, looks at other services, and in a matter of seconds, gives you a bunch of different observations and then a couple hypotheses. Hey, maybe you should fix this. Hey, you're out of memory here. This might literally save you hours or days, as we've talked to customers who spent so much time trying to figure out what went wrong where. This is immediately doing an AI surgical investigation to bubble up what matters most. Some of my favorite things we just shipped today are around Cloud Run. Cloud Run is still probably the easiest way to get code running in the cloud anywhere. And so there's 3 things you should be aware of that you might have seen earlier today. From Google AI Studio, you can build an application now, whether it's with text or with code. One click, deploy it to Cloud Run. That's amazing. It's awesome. Yeah, that deserves applause. That's you all deserve nice things. There's also no Cloud Run MCP server. And so I tried this out as well. I can drop this into Cursor or other tools, and then from those tools, immediately say, hey, just deploy my app to Cloud Run. Immediately knows how to do it. It works great. And so this MCP server can drop into environments and just make everything aware of how to work with Cloud Run. And then we've also made it easy if you want to use open models. You can go from Gemma 3 with one click in AI Studio to deploy an instance of Gemma 3 on Cloud Run with its GPUs, with its scale to 0, with its scale to many. What a great way to take open models and immediately host them at an endpoint that's very elastic and doesn't overcharge you. So Cloud Run continues to be one of the nicest tools to use for public cloud. And now there's a really nice set of ways to push more code there. As part of that too, look, application developers, I don't know, do you love security topics? No hands go up. Security is, yeah, stop it. Yeah, the security guy. Most normal people do not like security stuff. But it's super important. And so I like that we've shipped a number of new unified security offerings, new ways to have integrations and security in Chrome, a number of great things for actually helping you troubleshoot. So while this might not be the most interesting stuff, your business lives or dies based on your security posture. And so I love how much we're baking in responsible security services into the cloud. What's new for data, folks? MCP Toolbox for databases. How do you make it really easy to connect to all these different data services? This is an open source project. It doesn't just include Google Cloud databases, but this makes it really, really straightforward to bring these databases into your applications, AI systems, whatever, with a kind of a common contract. without having to code to each different database. This makes them all act uniformly for you. Again, Google Cloud options as well as third-party options. Very, very exciting here. Firestore is an amazing database. Serverless scales remarkably well. And so now with Firestore with MongoDB compatibility, you're really getting a MongoDB type instance that you don't have to worry about sharding, you don't have to worry about scaling, you don't have to worry about any of those pieces. Yeah, there we go. Some applause in the back. MongoDB has a great interface, but there's still a lot of operational work to really manage these sort of systems, keep them balanced properly. And so by offering this on Firestore, you get kind of the best of Mongo, but with the best of one of the best cloud databases available. Database Center. How do you actually manage fleets of databases? If you have one database, you can tune out for the next 10 seconds. But if you have 2 or 200 or 2,000, how do I know when I have to do upgrades? How do I know the health of them all? This works now with all of the Google Cloud databases, whether it's Spanner or Firestore or AlloyDB or Cloud SQL or Memory Store. Make it really, really simple to get a global view of what's going on with my databases, which ones have hotspots, which ones need help. This is a great interface that you can all use today. BigQuery, a lot's going on with BigQuery. This team is cooking right now. So BigQuery AI, this engine, making it easier and easier to do AI operations, natural language within BigQuery. Gemini and BigQuery, this is giving you code completion, not just for SQL, but even for Python. Explain code, do a number of optimizations. This is a really powerful way to kind of use AI to just make it easier to manage BigQuery. Multimodal tables, being able to interact with tables even though they might be storing binary objects and other things or images, all doing it easy within BigQuery. Vector search, every database needs vector search at Google Cloud nowadays. Let's make it simple to be able to do that directly from BigQuery, create vector stores, access the data there, read embeddings, and so forth. And then even AI-assisted notebooks. When you're doing things with notebooks in BigQuery, get that assistance in cells, help you understand how to build and optimize that notebook. So you're seeing a ton of things here just to make it easier to use BigQuery. Let's talk about governance. BigQuery governance, a set of tools to help you, and the dashboards to help you actually manage and understand all of your data. There's a cool business glossary helping you have common terms used across your organization. You can export your metadata to cloud storage and use that for other purposes there as well, which is neat. Also being able to do at-scale categorization, be able to look at all of your different objects and be in cloud storage, be able to turn that into observable metadata. And even manage disaster recovery. How do I do proper failover? How do I make sure that if I have something and a whole region goes offline, I can be available elsewhere? So powerful things across BigQuery if I'm running it, if I'm building notebooks, if I'm trying to understand queries, this product continues to make it kind of a one-stop shop for data science and analytics. As well as if you're doing things with third-party systems, we've been embracing Apache Iceberg, making it simpler and simpler to use Iceberg tables in BigQuery. Serverless Spark. I'm taking advantage of Spark directly within BigQuery and not even having to manage infrastructure to do that more sophisticated analysis. And even the Metastore, being able to do more things here to access and centralize data, whether that's in BigQuery, Apache Spark, Apache Iceberg, having a common view of my data across those places. And of course, making BigQuery easier to spend and do more work with it. If I think about continuous queries, I love this functionality. Every time data is coming into BigQuery, you can actually have this sort of query running real time on the streaming data coming in. Maybe you're augmenting it. Maybe you're looking for anomalies. You can actually deploy these queries that sit there at the edge of BigQuery and run on all the data coming in. Or using history-based query optimization. What have you been doing with BigQuery? Use that whole history. BigQuery will automatically help tune and optimize based on what you've been doing, the data you've been accessing. Pipe syntax. Who loves writing SQL code? I don't know, many of you. There's no shame there. Maybe you want to live life, live on the edge, use pipe syntax. Whole new way now to do querying, which if you're a Unix person, you might like the sort of pipe syntax for passing data around and commands from operation to operation. This is now GA. And analytics and geospatial. Be able to work more with maps data and others from within BigQuery. So again, can we keep you in one place where you don't feel like you're bouncing all over the place to do sophisticated work cost effectively? You can with BigQuery. And then finally, a couple things left with Looker and BigQuery. How do we use conversational analytics? How do I talk to my data? Not in a weird way, but how do I have more of a natural language relationship with this data so that I don't have to understand all of the weird joins and group bys that might be necessary? And then using spectacles, this is another nice way of actually using LookML and doing almost CI/CD for some of my Looker dashboards and doing real delivery of even dashboards and a proper engineering practice. So again, some cool integrations here if you're building dashboards with BigQuery and Looker. What's new with infrastructure? A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff's going on here. There's even some whistles going on. Cloud WAN in a wide area network. How do you take advantage now of Google's network backbone for your WAN? Right? I mean, how do we stretch almost treating a continent like your LAN in this world? So how do I take advantage? You can now ride on the Google network even at this level. Available in preview. There's some great architectures here. Our team's been publishing on the Google Cloud blog. Understand more and more about this service. This could be a big deal for you. Cloud Run GPUs. You can get GPUs on your serverless instance. That's unbelievable. So when you're serving up models, AI workloads, doing inference, the fact that I can get a bunch of GPUs on demand, that you can go from 0 to model in like 5 seconds on Cloud Run, scale up to 1,000 instances, that's amazing. That's awesome. So this is now available, generally available with absolutely no quota requests. Up until now, you had to give a PM stare and like a secret handshake and a 20. Not anymore. It's a 50 now. But also not necessary. All of you can get in there, no quota request. Yeah, there we go. No quotas. DNS armor. How do I, again, have different types of... Cloud's amazing, AI's amazing, all these things are amazing, but you also want to have better protection. And how can I take advantage of things like DNS protection, making sure people aren't spoofing me, attacking me over DNS, being able to use DNS armor as a service. This is coming soon, but we're just providing model armor, DNS armor, a bunch of services that are making it much, much simpler to do robust security, but that's so much on you. Let Google do more of this work for you. The GKE inference gateway. If I'm using GKE to serve models, right? I'm using GKE to serve open models, Gemma, whatever, Llama, Mistral, whatever. If I'm serving up models, how can I use a gateway here? This is now available in preview to do things like intelligent routing or be able to help me pick the right model that I want to use for each one. How do I use this to do better observability? This is a great component, also sitting in the open space, but we've really operationalized it well in GKE. So if you're serving open models, look at the inference gateway. It's a really, really smart way to direct traffic and manage the workloads. GKE team, all right. Gemini on Google Distributed Cloud. I didn't think we would ever do this, so this is pretty cool. We are taking our flagship AI and making it available on premises for you with Google Distributed Cloud, either connected, meaning it has a tether back to Google Cloud, or air-gapped, sitting in a particular remote environment or sensitive environment where it can't connect to the internet. You can also get Gemini on that. So this will be coming soon, but this is more and more of us making sure that you have the best technology available regardless of where you are. This just got announced this morning, which is pretty exciting. So if you're using Kubernetes, again, and you're doing things like VLLM for inference, very popular library, how do you do this in a distributed fashion? How do you do this across clusters, across different environments? This is a new project along with Red Hat and IBM and CoreWeave and others that we've made this possible to stretch this across infrastructure on Kubernetes. So if you're doing inference, you're using VLLM, now you have a really great option supported by the industry players. Ironwood, great name. This is a new 7th generation TPU, amazing performance. This is also coming soon. Every iteration of TPUs, we continue to see great energy usage, terrific performance, things like that. So you're seeing some things that are serving the foundation, things like TPUs. This is what Google trains and serves Gemini on. You being able to access these in GKE and other places. You continue to get great performance at great price. So I drowned you in announcements today. I don't even think I hit them all. But the important thing is, look, you're going to take away a few things. First off, we're innovating in the model space. How are you getting absolutely amazing performance from these models, multimodal interactions? It's amazing. So you want foundationally amazing models in tech, but then how do you build on top of it? You saw Fran demonstrate what we're doing with ADK, using MCP, A2A, a lot of 3-letter acronyms. But how do you use all these different tools and then Gemini Code Assist on top and the databases we have to build really awesome software? Again, the models are amazing, but you're not going to sell the model. You're selling really awesome technology that takes advantage of that. So how do you build amazing software we've got now for Java, for Python, MCP for lots of folks? How do you make sure you're building the best stuff? And then how do you use all of these data, AI, agent space, other services to make sure that your systems are robust? You have BigQuery for analytics, amazing infrastructure that can be tapped into. So amazing models, build great AI applications or just applications in general, and then take advantage of these great ancillary services, whether that's data, analytics, security, infrastructure, that make you be able to do better things. So we're excited about the future of cloud. We're doing a great partnership with NVIDIA. So as this new program we'd like to announce. Yeah, so build some of this expertise, get some great perks, get some access. You can now partner up if you're building things with NVIDIA on Google Cloud, which is amazing. And then sign up for the Google Developer Program. There's no cost. Again, Cameron will take tips, but for the most part, it's free. You can get in here, you get newsletters from us, you get early access, you get more access to things like Firebase workspaces, you get all kinds of great things. Sign up for this program, you even get spammed with a newsletter from me every week. So that's a detractor, that won't make you sign up. But overall, good stuff. Get involved, learn stuff here, get hands-on in the stations. But this is one of the most exciting times of my career to be around technology, be able to build. Let's not waste it. Let's actually do some amazing things with technology and hopefully with us. Thank you very much.
To speak Japanese.
I loved that one. I loved all the really cool language learning apps that people came up with. A kanji learning one to practice your conversational language. It's been amazing.
You know what my favorite one is?
What?
I'm going to geek out a little bit. There is one that we built that uses the power of Gemini to learn to let kids learn quantum physics.
Ooh.
That's pretty impressive.
Neat. So
for those that haven't heard of it, Firebase Studio is our cloud-based AI workspace. With Firebase Studio, you can use AI to create and modify highly functional apps just using prompts or jump into code mode, thanks to the power of a fully extensible IDE based on CodeOS and an underlying VM. In addition to AI-driven app creation, we have a set of agents that help you through the SDLC tasks, including testing and documentation, which are in private preview.
So I can use Firebase Studio to build Go services and Python backends too, right?
You got it.
Okay.
There are more than 60 templates for common languages and frameworks, including Python, Kotlin, Angular, Flutter, and more. And we are always working to add in more of them. And if you can find a template that works for you, Firebase Studio is highly customizable, allowing you to create a development environment with the packages and tools you need.
So in the last 6 weeks, we've added many requests from the community to Firebase Studio. First of all, in early May, we incorporated Gemini 2.5, which enables Firebase Studio to create more complex apps with much more sophisticated UI. Second, as you heard just a couple hours ago, we've added back-end integrations with Firestore and Firebase Auth. And so when you're prototyping your applications, it will understand if this application needs a database or auth, set up any required local environments so that you can test your application locally, and then when it comes time to deploy, it will automatically provision and configure those services for you. We started rolling out that feature this week, and it will be rolling out to the rest of the community over the next several weeks.
So your application look and feel is extremely important. We heard from users that you wanted to bring Figma designs into Firebase Studio to kickstart your building. So we partnered with Builder.io to let you do so. We also added significant improvements for working with app designs and layouts that include images. For example, we added features around placeholder images and the ability to use Gemini in runtime to generate image content.
But words are easy. So we're going to actually prove it and do a demo live. Cross your fingers for me, folks. So let's switch to the demo. Here I am in Firebase Studio home screen, and like Seba said, there's all these templates here, Go, Python, and many, many, many more that you can start from, and that's just a small selection of them. But I'm going to prototype with AI today, and I want to build a game. I want to build a game and Go. Wait. We have a programming language called that. I should probably be slightly more specific, huh? Go game. Let's see how that works. So the first step of prototyping with AI is that Firebase Studio gives you a blueprint. You can think of this as a specification, a PRD, a technical design document, and more all rolled into one. And it lays out a name for the app and also the features it believes that you want. And this is a place where you can iterate back and forth with the AI before any code is written to make sure that the app is the one you want to build. For this, we've got a board display. You got to put your Go stones on the board, some stuff around capturing, move validation so I can't cheat, and then AI hint generation that'll help me learn how to play Go better, because I'm really, really, really bad at this game. It also lays out the stack we're going to use, including GenKit and Gemini, TypeScript, Next.js, Tailwind, CSS. And it picked these lovely, very calm neutrals that evoke a Go board for the colors for the app. So normally I'd hit prototype this app right now, but we have a ton of content we need to get through. So I'm actually going to switch to one I did earlier. But to prove that I am not doing any funny business here, I'm going to scroll up. And you can actually see my entire prompt history in Firebase Studio. That's one of the features we have. So you can look at your prompts, and you can see this is the prompt that I created this app with just a couple hours ago. So exact same app. There's a slight bit of difference because there's a little bit of difference because we're using generative AI. So let's try it out. Let's open it in a new window. And let's put some stones on. That seems to work pretty good. Let's see what the AI has to say. It thinks I should move at A3 and gives me a whole bunch of reasons about it. Oh, pretty good. Considering it was a 2-word prompt, I'm pretty happy. But that's not the cool part of Firebase Studio for me. The magic trick is fun, but the cool part for Firebase Studio for me is that at any point, I can switch over to code mode, which means if I want to do a code review, if I want to manually add some features, if I want to integrate with a library that's custom to my company, I can do it all here. I have right here our GenKit flows for suggesting that move, giving that tips it wants. And I can actually look at this code and try to understand it, or when it comes up, I can have Gemini explain this to me. And all of this is available to me at any moment. You can see all of the code is here. You can see all of the different code that goes into the app. And it will also give me the web preview, which is just taking a moment to load right now. There's my game. So I can see it here, and there's my Gemini window. So I have full access to Gemini interactive chat for adding features, getting access to reference documentation just in time, asking questions about APIs, adding features to my product. All of it's available. Now, it's not perfect, but I'm pretty happy with it, so let's publish. And I'm going to actually do this live on stage. So we're going to create a rollout. This is going to push to Firebase Studio, and it's going to do a proper rollout. We're going to do a build of static assets. We're going to push those static assets to CDN. This isn't, just a little bit of a rollout. This is a real production-grade rollout. So this actually takes a couple minutes. And as I said, plenty of content to get through today. So we're going to come back to this at the end of the presentation when we get to the deploy stage of our SDLC loop. And we're going to see how it works, and we're going to show you some of the features Firebase Studio offers you after you've deployed. Back to the slides.
Let's go back to slides. Aja, that's super cool. I might finally learn how to play Go. I'm really, really excited to use your app. So we recognize that bringing AI into your apps can be challenging. A year ago, we launched Vertex in Firebase, making it a lot easier, and it's already used by thousands of customers in production. Today, we're evolving Vertex in Firebase into Firebase AI Logic. Thank you. Firebase AI Logic is one of the easiest ways to integrate, innovate, and deploy AI seamlessly in your apps. In addition to the Vertex API, you can now use Firebase AI Logic client SDKs to connect with the Gemini Developer API, which has a free tier. Also, we are launching experimental support for hybrid inference on Chrome browsers. You can decide whether you want to run inference locally using Gemini Nano or in the cloud. And last but not least, we are launching Unity support, including support for Android XR. We are also expanding AI monitoring, which was also previously only available for GenKit, to let you monitor AI Logic client SDKs. In a single pane of glass, you can see things such as latency, error rates, tokens used, and event traces. But we didn't stop there. Aja, can you tell us more?
Of course I can. So one of the other pieces of Firebase AI Logic is GenKit. GenKit, if you're not familiar, is our open source toolkit for building powerful AI backends. It offers libraries, tools, and out-of-the-box integrations for many popular models and cloud services. And the community has given us a ton of feedback on GenKit, and I'm happy to say that we've heard you, and we're thrilled to deliver the things that you've been asking for. At Next, we officially launched Python support in GenKit. And we've been working hard at refining that and also improving our Go support over the last several weeks. But that's not all. We've introduced dynamic model registration, which means you no longer need to wait for a GenKit update to use the latest models. And today, we're excited to announce genkit.dev. This is your new go-to site for the most up-to-date documentation, code examples that you need to effectively use GenKit in your applications. So, awesome. Such a happy audience. So that's AI in the back end, but backends have other needs too, like storing data. What do we have for people who need to store data, Giuseppe?
Well, almost every app needs a database. And you've been asking for a Firebase relational database for a while. We heard you loud and clear, and a year ago, right here at I/O, we announced Firebase Data Connect. Firebase Data Connect connects your application to data in Cloud SQL for Postgres through secure serverless APIs. We build Data Connect on one premise. You write the query, we do the rest. But what does it mean? For every query you write, we create an API and endpoint. We define an auth policy for that endpoint. We generate a strongly typed SDKs in languages such as Kotlin, Dart, Swift, and Node.js. And we create tool definitions in case you want to use your queries as tools with an LLM. This significantly accelerates development and reduces time to value. At Next, we announced Firebase Data Connect GA. And today, we are releasing 2 new exciting features. The first one is advanced query improvements. Now, you can perform more sophisticated data retrievals with transactions that support additional server values and multi-step capabilities. And the second one is schema and query generation agent. When you're looking to incorporate Firebase Data Connect into your app, Gemini will turn your app idea into schemas, queries, and mutations. This agent is available in the Firebase Console and Firebase Studio, as well as in the VS Code extensions for Gemini Code Assist and Data Connect. Let's check it out really quick. Let's jump to this laptop. There you go. So here I'm in the Firebase Console. I'm building, let's say I'm building an application for TV show reviews, right? And I want to add Data Connect. So instead of having to think, OK, I'm building a TV show's review app, what are the entities I need, how they relate to each other, and most importantly, how I configure that in Data Connect using GraphQL, I can use the power of Gemini and the power of our Data Connect agent just to prompt what I'm trying to build. So I'm going to tell our Data Connect agent that app that helps track user reviews for TV shows. Let's see what happens. So by this is Gemini, right now the agent is analyzing my prompt. It's figuring out, OK, what are the entities that I need to do exactly what I've been asked, and configuring the schema. And here it is. I have the visual version on the left, and I have the GraphQL version here on the right. So let's see what we have. We have a user, we have a TV show. The TV show has episodes. That's pretty smart. User can watch TV shows, and then user can review episodes that they have watched. That's pretty impressive. So let's say I want to do something else. Let's say I want to track the cast for each episode, such as actors, producers, and directors. Let's see what we have. The agent is thinking through the process, understanding my prompt, using the previous schema context, using the context of the full application. Boom. It made the changes. Let's see what new attributes it added. So now I have a crew member that has a name and a role and a bio and a photo URL. Gemini is pretty smart. And then it has, so that crew member is related to an episode. And it added a feature so users can follow each other. So the next step is I'm going to deploy this schema. This will automatically generate my Cloud SQL instance. It's provisioning the schema, it's provisioning the data sources. So this might take a second. And here we are. Now we have a live database with a schema for our TV shows review app. What is the next step? I need to add operations, things as retrieving data, modifying data. I don't need to do that manually anymore. If I go to operations, I can also use Gemini and our agent to generate those operations. So I click a button, and Gemini will automatically understand the context of the application, understand the schema, and suggest some of them. For example, add the TV show to the list, get the TV show, create a list, update the list. So let's say I want to create a new one. So I create that, and using natural language, I can define the operation I want. So for example, give me all the episodes for a cast member using part of the name and role as parameters. Voila. Now I have a method that takes part of the name, it takes the role, and it generated, and the agent created the GraphQL definition for that query. So let's edit. I'm getting ambitious here. Let's edit. Let's do the one last edit. Add the TV show data, because right now I only have the data for the episodes. And here it is. It added the data for the TV shows. Pretty impressive, right? All right. That's all I have for now. Let's go back to slides.
So another thing that developers have told us that they struggle with is verifying phone numbers for users of their applications. And today we're talking about Firebase phone number verification, which is an exciting update for any developer currently using SMS and one-time codes in order to validate phone numbers. Firebase phone number verification moves end users from an SMS-based workflow that is somewhat error-prone because they have to type in their phone number and then they have to type in the code you gave them, to a method where, with their permission, you can verify the phone number directly with the carrier. So way less copying and pasting, way fewer steps, way less chances of errors. Firebase phone number verification is coming this summer, starting with Android, and both iOS and web support are planned after Android. If you want to know more, or you want to give us feedback on what regions we should start with, you can scan the QR code to find out more about the program and give us that feedback. So, got a bunch of devs in the audience. What comes after prototype and build? Everyone's favorite part of the SDLC, testing. Yeah. Let's hear it for testing. Woo! And of course, Firebase has several things new to talk about in this space. First of all, one of the things that as we learn more about AI and we build more AI apps, we know that applications that use AI need different kinds of testing. AI Testing Agent, which is part of Firebase Studio and Gemini Code Assist, systematically tests your applications by simulating adversarial attacks, and it also measures and benchmarks your LLM performance while it's doing it.
So at Firebase, we are not only thinking about how you test the AI models you use, but we are completely redefining how you test your full application. Available today in private preview, the App Testing Agent uses Gemini to create tests for your mobile applications using natural language that then you can run in a multitude of physical and virtual devices. All you need to do is specify the goal for your test, and the agent will figure out where to tap, how to scroll, and what text to enter to accomplish that goal. Let's take a quick look at it. All right, so I built this application, which is a way of reinventing the way users search for travel, right? Instead of doing the location search and dates and whatnot, they use a prompt to tell us where they want to travel, right? I want to test this application, but most importantly, I want to automate the testing, and I want to make sure that the tests are reliable. And every time I change my UI, I want to make sure that my tests don't break. So for that, I'm going to use our App Testing Agent. So I'm here in the Firebase console in our product called App Distribution, and I have this tab for test cases. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write a test case. So I'm going to call it Find Me a Trip to Spain. And I'm going to use natural language search to tell the agent what I expect the agent to do. So the first step is that pick the AI option. The second is enter a dreamy prompt about the trip to Spain. The tool lets me provide hints to the agent. So, in case that it doesn't know what to do, we help them move forward. So I'm going to tell the agent, hide the keyboard, and click submit. And as the last step is from the list of results, pick the second one, unless there is only one available. And the success criteria is let's say, knowing my app is the first day of the itinerary shows. So as simple as that, I can define a test case for my application. I'm going to save it. And the next step is to run it. Our app testing agent lets me pick from a multitude of virtual and physical devices. In this case, I'm testing against a physical Pixel 9 Pro that is in our data centers, but you can build from a multitude of other devices available. So I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to leave this test running, but this can take a minute. So let's look at one of the previous results I got. I go to the details, and I can see step by step how the agent navigated in the scripts. So for example, where it tapped, what data I used, how I used my hints, how it created the dreamy trip definition, and last but not least, how it got to use that definition to pull results. Look at all the steps it went through, and I didn't tell the agent how to do this. It is something that the agent figured out by its own. And the last step, I'm going to jump to the last step, goal completed, day 1 of the itinerary. Pretty impressive. All right, let's go back to slides. Asha, we are in the home stretch here. We built and prototyped a beautiful application. We tested it. Now, how do we make it available to the world so it turns into the next unicorn?
Well, Firebase has stuff for that, of course. Let's talk about Firebase app hosting. Firebase app hosting is our opinionated serverless web hosting solution for modern full-stack web frameworks like Next.js. These full-stack web frameworks make it easier for developers to build really cool applications and get the benefit of things like server-side rendering that improves SEO, reduces initial load times, and many other things that we want. And you get to do it all in JavaScript. But there's always a but. To deploy one of these is way more complicated than what I do for my blog, which is shove a bunch of static files at a CDN and call it good. To do this, you actually need a build step to build those static files. You need a server running for your server-side rendering, and you still need that CDN to serve all the files you create out to the community, out to your audience and your community. You kind of need it all, and you need it all hooked together in a pipeline. And that is what Firebase app hosting does for you. It does all of that. We launched Firebase app hosting to GA at Next, but we did not let off the gas. Firebase app hosting has a bunch of new features, including deploying from the local Firebase CLI, so you don't have to configure GitHub or pushing to a source control to trigger a new build. We also added Terraform support, something that a lot of folks were asking for, so you can now build and deploy your own container image using Terraform. And we have automatic configuration of the Firebase SDKs in the emulator suite. That was a bunch of words, so let's talk about what it means. This means that if you're running your app locally using the app hosting emulator, you also can have the emulators running for other Firebase services you use, like Auth and Firestore. And those emulated services will be used automatically instead of production, because we don't develop against production, right? Right, OK. And of course, Firebase app hosting seamlessly integrates with Firebase Studio, which is what you saw me deploy to earlier. So, cross fingers, drum roll, can we switch back over to my machine for another demo? It rolled out successfully, and I can show you this. We've got a live app running on Firebase app hosting, and still get my AI suggestion. Woo! It's a deployment. But this is the part I love. It gives me information about how many requests I've had, and yes, I did actually try a couple on stage while Seba was demoing to make sure we had some traffic. And it also gives me really important information that I want as a developer who's running an app that people are using. It gives me information on the errors that I'm seeing, the classes of errors, the number of requests. And I can get details on all of this in the Firebase console. And that is what I really love about Firebase Studio. We started with an idea. We prototyped with AI. We went to code mode. We talked about the ways we can test, including things like AI Testing Agent, which are available in Firebase Studio, and App Testing Agent. We deployed, and now I'm running in production, and I have access to all the information I need to monitor and keep my apps successful. And that's what I love about Firebase Studio. It really has everything start to finish, and then back again to start for a developer. It supports the entire SDLC. And it worked. I love when the demo works. So let's go back to the slides, because we have a couple minutes left and a couple more things to show y'all.
All right, let's go back to slides. And speaking of seamlessly integrations, today we are announcing Firebase MCP support. The Model Context Protocol, MCP, is an open standard designed to enhance the capabilities of AI agents and large language models. It acts like a universal remote control or an USB port for AI applications, standardizing how they connect to and interact with external tools, data sources, and services. Now, you can use the Firebase MCP server from the CLI and use it to access the power of Firebase services from your favorite agents, and soon from Firebase Studio 2. That's all for now. If you want to learn more about the things we presented here today, do not miss our video on-demand sessions. Or if you are here in person, please join us in our Cloud Q&A space. And as always, don't forget to visit our blog.